for whatever reason, that expert can't testify. Well, since it's a court of record, which means that there's that court reporter sitting there. Actually, I don't think they type anymore. I think they speak into it. But since they're making this record, they're making a record for an appeal if there is a conviction, an appeal to a higher court, Tennessee Court of Appeals, and so on. And so to make sure that Judge Dalton made the correct decision as to whether or not an expert should have been excluded, they get to make what's called an offer of proof. And so they would call that witness, the defense's expert, and they would just go through the testimony outside the presence of the jury, solely to put that on the record so that if there was a conviction, the Court of Appeals would review and determine, did the judge make the right decision in excluding that individual.
Gotcha. As a point of interest, I did a gavel to gavel after hours when I got home last night, just to get a pulse of what the viewers thought. And at one point, I had more than 500 people on there talking and sharing comments and stuff. And I've done these before, and you get a sense, and there's always a few that feel one way and a majority feeling the other way. I can say 99.9% of the people that have commented that I've been in touch with and that we see right now say that guilty of first-degree murder. And the main reason is they can't get past 6 rounds fired into the vehicle. Maybe one from a distance in a fit of anger, but 6 rounds, everyone's like, hey, you shoot 6 rounds into a car, you mean to kill someone, that's first degree. I almost 100% feel that way as we stand right now. And I think that's exactly what the jury feels.
Well, the wonderful thing about this gavel-to-gavel coverage that we do and that Channel 5 has done for years, and that is people call in. And so if you're a lawyer, either side of this, or district attorney's office, those phone calls kind of are very helpful because it's you never ever otherwise have an opportunity during the middle of a trial for the public who's watching to call in and say, why did they do this? This is the problem that I'm having. And so this could be very, very helpful. And I do think it's a good cross section of for people that are watching as to how they're leaning.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if the attorneys involved in this case pay some attention to this.
Sure.
We know a lot of lawyers and
especially
judges. Exactly. And so we'll take some of the phone calls here. I'd particularly like to hear from someone. If you're leaning more toward not first-degree murder based on what you've heard to now and maybe a lesser charge, I'd love to hear your thought process on that. But we got a few calls coming in. We'll take some leading up to when they come into the courtroom. Of course, we'll take you in there live immediately, and we'll go to Keaton. Keaton, good morning. Hi, Keaton.
Hey, how you doing, Nick?
Good. What's on your mind, my friend?
Well, Mr. Hill was caught dozing off in court yesterday, per y'all's report, and some participants were not dressed appropriately for court, and obviously, like you just said, he should be found guilty of first-degree murder. And to the lawyer there, what is the dress code for Tennessee courts?
Okay.
Well, who do you think was dressed inappropriately? Tell me that.
There were some people in the gallery in the back dressed in pajamas.
Oh, you're talking about, okay. I thought you were referring to maybe the defendants in this case.
That's a good question. We haven't had that one.
Is there
ever.
a dress code for the gallery, aside from being inappropriate and maybe wearing something that's very revealing or something like that?
So it's really up to the judge.
Yeah.
It's the judge's courtroom. If the judge wants everybody to wear a mask because of COVID, they make everyone wear a mask, okay? And so typically, lawyers are expected, male lawyers are expected to have on, ties and jackets. But as far as the gallery, you wouldn't want anything offensive. Sometimes they don't want T-shirts. Sometimes
something making a statement.
Right,
you can't wear a shirt saying, Devontae Hill's innocent or something like that.
Or clearly that would be inappropriate. Or blue jeans. And sometimes, if you're a defendant in there, especially, I've seen defendants that have been sent home. One time when I first started practicing law, it was a judge in Murfreesboro, and it was the middle of July, and there was a guy in there that was probably 85-year-old lawyer on a walker, and he didn't have a jacket. And the judge says, "Where's your jacket, Mr. So-and-so?" And he says, "Judge, I left it at the office. It's hot." And he says, "Well, you're not doing any business in my courtroom till you go get it." So there you go through the walker to get his jacket. So, there really isn't necessarily a dress code, but I think jurors do look at that kind of thing, though.
Maybe so, yeah. And we see that both of the defendants are wearing shirt, tie, and I think Devontae Hill was wearing a jacket. A former juvenile court judge, Betty Adams Green, here in Davidson County, had a policy where, if you go before her, and sometimes some of these youngsters would come in with these pants hanging down.
Oh, yeah.
She had belts in her office, and if that was the case, sir, young man, come on in, and she'd give him a belt and say, your pants have to be pulled up, something like that. It's the judge's discretion.
Well, and in juvenile court, they used to have doctors, or like when you go to the hospital and they give you a paper gown.
Yeah.
They've had
I've heard of that too.
have to wear paper gowns. But again, it's just up to the judge.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, more calls coming in. If you want to jump in, we'd love to have you there. I'll also monitor any of the comments coming in on Facebook at newschannel5.com. Countdown to day 4 of the trial. Caitlyn Kaufman starting probably around 8:30 to 9. We'll be in there as soon as they begin. We'll be right back with more after this. We are back on Morning Line. Thanks for joining us. Nick Barris along with legal analyst Nick Leonardo, day 4 of the Caitlyn Kaufman murder trial. We, by the way it's gone, it took 2 days to choose the jury. The guesstimate is that it's going to last perhaps into next week, at least early next week, and we've gotten word that the judge is going to likely hold trial on Saturday as well. Not on Sunday, but on Saturday. Have you heard anything about the schedule for today?
No, I mean, I don't. I'm not quite sure. You know, if there may. I think she said something. The judge said something about Thursday. They may have to break a little early.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that's for, but clearly she has been and will continue to defer to the jurors. And I think as the trial judge, you tell them the sooner that we are able to get this done, the sooner you can go back to your lives. So why shouldn't we work Saturday until 2 o'clock? Do a little half day, but we'll have to just see how it goes. When you're in a trial like this, things come up at the last minute, as we've seen millions of times, and so without any surprises, you're able to kind of plow on through.
And keep in mind, the jury is not sequestered. They get to go home at night, but you're absolutely right. If you're a juror, you want to get the business done and get back to your life. Let's go next to Tom. Tom, good morning. Hi, Tom.
Good morning, Nick. How are you doing?
Good to hear from you.
All right, I got a couple of questions there. We spoke the other day about the one. Now, is one of them getting charged with murder, and what's the other one getting charged with?
They're both charged with first-degree murder, both of them.
That's right.
First-degree murder.
Yes.
And we talked about premeditated
Right.
the other morning when we spoke.
That's right.
I don't understand. Premeditated, is murder charge higher than the premeditated?
Okay, we'll walk you through that. To explain. It can be confusing for some.
Right. So there are elements of the crime, in every crime in the state of Tennessee, that have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And the elements are found in the statute. So first-degree murder is the premeditated, intentional killing of another. So the state of Tennessee will have to show that there was premeditation. They're also going to have to show that these defendants intended to kill Caitlyn Kaufman beyond a reasonable doubt. And then if they do, obviously there would be, that's the highest grade of murder in the state of Tennessee. It carries a life sentence. After that would be second-degree murder. It's a lesser charge. They're not charged with that, but the jury will be instructed on these lesser charges. And second-degree murder is the knowing killing of another. And you're looking, 20 to 25 years, depending on your record and whatever else you may have. And then the next one is manslaughter, which is killing in the heat of passion. And then reckless homicide is the next one down. We're going down. And that's the reckless killing of another. And then you have criminally negligent homicide, which is the lowest grade, which is the criminally negligent killing of another. And then, of course, there's these long definitions that are confusing to explain what reckless means, what knowing means. Words you think you know what they already mean. You think you know what they already mean.
And then you say, really, give me a define. How do I apply this? It's tricky. I totally understand it, but keep in mind what he just described to you is what the jury is going to be charged with and have to determine when they go back to deliberate. It's not just first-degree murder or not guilty. There's all these between there, and they could come with a lesser included.
Right, but the directions will say, for them to discuss one charge, and if they cannot arrive at a unanimous verdict, then go on to the next charge, and it gives the elements. But if you're a juror and you're sitting there, the knowing killing of another, and the definition of knowing is a long paragraph, you think, I know what knowing means. Why do I have to read knowing? And even as a lawyer, when you read the definition of reckless and knowing, I don't think you're any more clear necessarily without examples. And the charge does not give examples. That's the kind of the closing argument.
Do you mind? Give an example of a knowing first-degree murder.
Okay, so a knowing first-degree murder, let's say, and a prime example would be if you're walking down the street with a firearm and you see people dancing in a window. Okay, those look like they're having a party, but you can't really make anyone out, but you see silhouettes, and you shoot one bullet in through that window, just trying to scare or just trying to to be stupid, and you accidentally kill someone. Well, the knowing part of that would be when you shot that firearm into a crowded room where you could see visibly that there were people there. You should have known that could have caused death. Okay.
So would that be first-degree murder?
Second.
That would be second. Knowing. Okay, I'm sorry. Second. Okay. And then now you're going to give us. Okay, that's knowing. Premeditated would be?
Premeditated would mean that, I get it in my mind that I'm going to kill Nick Barris because I'm mad at him, and I go get a gun and shoot you. Okay.
Gotcha.
But now the key is that premeditation can be formed in an instance. Okay. Also, evidence of premeditation can be used, or there's other ways to look at premeditation too. You can look at certain activities like the secretion of what you did, trying to secrete your activities. Okay. And that can be evidence of premeditation or considered evidence of premeditation.
Yeah, and you make a great point, and people say, well, what do you mean in an instant? Meaning that, yes, you could do premeditated where you're plotting for weeks until you finally sit in a certain spot and wait for the person to come around the corner and you shoot them, and you think, well, that's premeditation, it was all planned. It can be in an instant that, for instance, in this case, if the jury believes it's premeditated, Hill was cut off, saw her cut him off, got
Picked
mad, and in
gun.
that split second said, darn, she cut me off, boom.
That's right.
That's premeditated.
Or if I got mad at you and we got into a little argument, or push match or a fist fight or something, I walk outside, I get my gun, and I come back in and shoot you. Classic premeditation. Okay.
Good example.
The one you always hear about on the manslaughter, though, this heat of passion. If you walk in and your spouse is in bed with another person and you see this and you get into a fight and someone dies, that's clearly a heat of passion, right? I mean, that's clearly a fight that, the goal was not to kill somebody. People was just so revved up over what was occurring in front of them.
Now, if you get blind drunk and get behind the wheel, hit and kill someone, you never see anyone that does that charged with first-degree murder.
No, it's vehicular homicide.
It's vehicular homicide because, now you should know, if you get blind drunk and behind the wheel, you should know you could end up killing someone, including yourself. I mean, there's no disputing. If you don't know that, you're an idiot. Okay, so But if you do end up killing someone, the argument is, well, you didn't mean to. There was some stranger, you were drunk, you lost control of your car, you slammed into him. You should have known better, but it wasn't intentional that you killed her.
But the legislature is clear that we enjoy our drinking and driving in the state of Tennessee. I mean, because the penalty for vehicular homicide is just ridiculously low. And even if it's aggravated vehicular homicide, meaning that you have additional prior convictions for DUI, and it's not your first DUI that this occurred in, I mean, there's some mandatory jail time, but it's nothing like 20 years. Okay, it's a very, very low sentence. And so I think that is one area that we could certainly, look to kind of heighten the penalty for, because no one means to do it, but clearly if you consume alcohol, to have a beer, you and I go to lunch and have a beer, and we get in the vehicle and drive home, that's not a crime. It's a crime to be under the influence operating a vehicle, right? And so I think the best practice I tell my clients, I live by the fact that I just won't even do that, right? We have Uber, we have everything, just why even have a beer and get behind the wheel of a car? If you're going to drink, just take an Uber.
Yeah, and you're right. I know of so many cases where folks killed someone, they're out walking around the next day. And you made the point. In Tennessee, they just don't have the laws the way they should for drinking and driving.
Well, it's not on vehicular homicide. It's not. I mean, just like open container in Tennessee, it only applies to the driver because we like our football games. And so, as long as there's, if there's 4 people in a car and only 3 open containers, everybody's good. Okay?
I remember when I moved here from out of state and saw that was the law, I just viewed that as pure idiocy. It's just stunning that that's allowed in the state. It's just dumb. All right, we're going to take some more phone calls, and let's take a look inside the courtroom. Has not started yet at this point, but the moment the judge does come in, we will let you know. Looks like pretty empty, except for one individual there in the lower end of the screen.
That's the detective. He's been there the whole time, the lead investigator. We heard him testify yesterday. That was
Dickerson, was it?
Sergeant Dickerson, and he did a great job. He's a heck of a witness.
Yeah, he's
as far as a police officer is concerned, and all police officers can testify very well because that's what they do for a living. But he was just super crisp, super sharp.
Yeah, and you could see how he did a nice job. I thought with what we could hear in the interview with Hill. I mean,
that's about all we could hear. It was hard to hear anything else.
You could hear him, but not much of Hill. It sounded like he had a mouth of rocks. Let's see. Court, I guess, is expected to start.
8:30
we thought at 8:30,
but it's not 8:30 till Judge Dalton says it's 8:30.
That's always the judge's call. It's her clock. Let's go to Ann. Ann, good morning. Hi, Ann.
Good morning. I think they will call Detective Gish, and I hope they do, because the bullets lined from the back of the car all the way to the front. You could follow them consecutively from the fender well to the from the back panel to the back passenger door all the way to the front. And the fact that he can line up the car that was being driven to stay side by side in the time and the seconds that it took for those 6 rounds to go in a straight line across the side of that car. I think Gish can make that point with the way he does technology. And for that reason and that reason alone, I think they will call him, because after the first bullet was shot, premeditation is proven, because 5 more bullets followed in a straight line down that car.
That's a great point, Ann.
Yeah, I think you're right on point. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ann. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Still on air is for Jan Norman. I followed her father for years after, in the late 70s, I was embroiled in a major pardons and parole case. And by the time the case was over, the book was written and the movie made, I was a true trial and attorney follower. Jack Norman was looking over his daughter's shoulders, was the angel with her all day yesterday. What it takes out of her to try cases like this is so important and stressful. I know she has family listening. Let her know what the citizens of Nashville think of General Jan Norman.
So, Ann, Nick Leonardo here. I guess I did not know that Jan Norman was actually related to the Normans. Jack Norman.
I'm not sure that's true.
But if that is true, what a family!
She's right.
What a heck of a family there.
Yeah.
I mean, legendary Nashville legal family. Legendary.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I've never thought of that. I mean, we know the Norman.
The Norman name. I guess I just never put it together.
Listen, we'll take a break on that, and maybe we'll be able to find out on that background at some point. Maybe someone watching knows that, can message us, but I hadn't heard. But beyond whether that's correct or not, I agree with Ann on her performance in the courtroom. We'll be back with more right after this. Thanks for joining us. The two Nicks here will take you into the courtroom as soon as anything begins there. Day 4 of the Caitlyn Kaufman murder trial set to begin. And in the meantime, we've got some more phone calls, Nick. We'll go next to Linda. Linda, good morning. Hi, Linda. Hello, Linda. Come out of the break. Sometimes you catch them off guard. Are you there, Linda? All right, we'll come back to her. I hate to lose her when she's been waiting. Mary, are you there? Good morning, Mary. Hello, Mary. Oh, this is weird. One more time. We'll go to David. Hang on, let's see. David, good morning. Are you there, David?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, David, go ahead. I think I messed up on Mary. I'll come back to her. Go ahead, David.
Yes, being they're trying both these guys at the same time, how's that going to play out with the jury?
Okay.
And my vote is first degree, just because of what the lady before said about the amount of rounds and where they hit in the car. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. The idea of trying them together as opposed to separately. It's because they're charged with the same crime. They each have their own attorney.
The same crime, and they're both involved in the same crime. Okay,
Yeah.
And so, sometimes it's a little easier for the state. Sometimes it can be more difficult in this situation because one of them stood up and said, "How was the guy that shot?" And then the other, Cowan's lawyer, said, "You're not going to hear my guy did anything." It may make it a little more potentially difficult on the state, but if they can triumph for the interest of judicial economy and everything else, if they can try them both together legally, then the state will choose to do that.
Is that something that the defense could have disputed and said no, or is that completely the call of the DA?
So there has to be issues and they call them Bruton issues, and that's from the United States Supreme Court case. And basically what that stands for is that if one defendant, if there's going to be a statement come in by, say, Cowan, and Cowan says Hill's the one that did it, I wasn't there. Well, in that context, these defendants have the right to remain silent, and so they're hamstrung on being able to cross-examine or get up there and explain anything.
Gotcha.
And so if they're using one statement implicating the other, then they would have to do what's called a severance. And so the defense can ask for a severance. They can file a motion under the rules of criminal procedure, and if that's granted by the court, then the district attorney does get to pick who they go after first.
Okay.
So that's where they would still have these. They're the architect of the prosecution.
We saw that at one point. Joe Clyde Daniels' father was charged along with his wife. They ended up severing that. That was another high-profile case that we covered here. As you heard from David, though, he believes first-degree murder is the conviction. I think he believes for both. They're both charged with the same. Would it be possible, real quick, before we get to this, that the jury comes back with one verdict for Hill and another for Cowan, or is it likely whatever they reach will be for them both?
Jan Norman's awfully good. I mean, I think
She keeps saying both.
she started that to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay, they're both guilty. It's criminal responsibility for the conduct of another. If you aided or attempted to assist and had the same culpable mental state as the person who actually committed the crime, if he's driving and I mean clearly he kept like Ann said, kept the car at the right speed or
That's
sped
right.
up or
That's
slowed
right.
down. I mean, he was involved in this. It's just like if you and I go get a cup of Starbucks and I walk in and rob them and shoot them and I come back out with some money and you and I take off. I mean, you didn't shoot anybody, but you helped me, flee.
Yeah, and I knew that you robbed the
Right.
place and
That's
took
right.
off. And so, yeah, and after the fact too, if you want to argue that Cowan was just stunned that this happened, can't believe Hill did it, and was shocked, then after he dropped him off and went, he should have gone to the police.
That's right. It'd be a different story.
And he did not do that. So yeah, I think they're both going to go down together with whatever the verdict is. Let's go next back to Mary. Mary, good morning. Hi, Mary. Are you there, Mary?
Hello?
Hey, go ahead, Mary. All right, Mary's going to have to figure it out. Let's go next to Robert. Robert, good morning, Robert.
Morning, fellas. Good
Hey.
to see you with us this morning, Counselor. Hope you can stay with us.
Good morning.
Just got a statement and an observation. First of all, surely to goodness, Nashville, as much tax money is paid, can get a better interview room where we can understand, or
Right.
the people in the gallery, everybody can understand what the interview is about. That was pretty bad yesterday, and I finally turned it off.
I agree.
I really did.
I agree.
There's no doubt about that. I think if the jurors had not had a transcript, they could not have understood a word nobody was saying.
I agree.
It would have been useless. Useless without a transcript.
Absolutely. And the other thing I'd like, a couple of days ago, going back to the jury selection, I think that's been a big story just as much as him standing up and saying, my client pulled the trigger and there's no doubt, but did not mean to kill the girl. Do y'all think that with the crime rate that's in Nashville now, it's clearly documented, you look at the stats this month alone, do you think a lot of those juries feared retaliation because of the crime rate and the gangs? And Jan Norman said, well, they were both members of the Crips. Do you think that the jurors thought about that and maybe come up with a reason not to be on this? I'm looking forward to what today brings, and y'all have a great day, and I'll let somebody else call in. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know. I mean, I think what he was driving at is that maybe someone doesn't want to be on a jury for fear of having to make a decision involving a gang member. There's never been any indication of threats. I think there are people out there.
Well, that's a separate crime too.
Yeah, and that's a separate. I think there are people out there that don't want to be involved and maybe fear being on a jury, and I think that's a shame. None of that would deter me. I'd go up there and I'd be on a jury for a mafioso, a gang member,
looks like
whatever.
the judge is coming in.
All right, let's take a look and listen in. Day 4 of trial. Caitlyn Kaufman.
The United States, you may proceed, please.
All right, good morning. Are we ready to proceed in the matter this morning? Is there anything that the court needs to address before we get started?
I have one quick question, Your Honor, and I should have brought this up last night and I just forgot. Since Dr. Warren is still potentially considered a witness for the defense, and if he were to testify as a defense witness as an expert, he would be allowed to see the testimony of the expert witnesses that he would be potentially rebutting. Obviously, there's a live feed going. I'm just asking permission to text Dr. Warren so you can tune into the live feed when Ms. Whitaker and through the media.
Televised, yeah.
That's right. Ms. Whitaker and Officer Belcher.
I don't see a problem with that. Does the state have any?
Your Honor, I assume counsel is saying that's the two limited purposes of his testimony.
Right.
Would be then.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. All right, now the jury up, please. General, who's your next witness?
Detective Philip Clear.
Jury, let me see counsel. Just a second.
We were wondering about what they decided with Dr. Eric Warren last night, that hearing. You just found out what the plan is, whether he'll be allowed to testify for the defense on shooting reconstruction.
So I think the judge, I didn't see the ruling, but I heard from someone else that the judge is going to has taken the matter under advisement to think about it and have the state talk to their witnesses, and then, when it gets a little bit closer to time to whether or not this expert may testify, then the judge would make that decision. But the way the trial's going, some of those issues may not be in play given what the defense has said.
Okay, makes sense. So we'll see. And everyone in the courtroom, you see the defendants there. There is James Cowan, yet again in the courtroom. And we saw a moment ago to his right, you see Devontae Hill. And
the jury's not in.
The jury's not in.
Rick was asking me a question.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the jury's not been brought in yet. They're doing a quick sidebar first thing this morning, and then there is Devontae Hill. We understand in the gallery each day, Caitlyn Kaufman's parents and other family and friends are on one side of the courtroom. The other side of the courtroom, some family and friends of the two defendants have been there. And there's been order in the court, no problems, no outbursts at this point. But we know there's going to be some graphic testimony coming up, at least during when the medical examiner presents the nature of the injuries suffered by Kaufman. And we will warn you when that graphic testimony comes about, because that will likely include some disturbing photographs. And we're going to air and show everything in the courtroom, but we want to give you a heads up in case you don't want to watch that. Keep in mind our coverage here is on the Plus, News Channel 5 Plus. It's streaming on all of our platforms, including Facebook at newschannel5.com and on the station's website. We're also at the YouTube station, News Channel 5's YouTube station. Check it out. It's good. And Nick and I do wraps at the end of the day that will air there, lengthy ones. And so a lot of people watching this. Last night I had text messages and comments from folks in Nova Scotia, Canada, Europe, across the country following this trial.
Interestingly enough, this was the first time they had a sidebar and we heard the static button go on.
That's right.
Or maybe, I don't know if the static button's still on and somehow Bud's blocking that out, the photographer or something, I'm not sure. But there was that static button. We heard the static button come on when they started having the sidebar. So you
can't hear. And there you see the front row there is Caitlyn Kaufman's mother, father, and that may be one of her siblings, I'm not sure, another family member next to the father. And we want to explain to you about open court. If you're in the courtroom in the back there, okay, and you see some members of, I think, the defendant's family covering their faces, which is fine, but, in open court, we will show you everything in the courtroom except the jury. Now, if you choose to go down there on your own, which you're entitled, and there's space in the courtroom to watch this, you can do so and you can see the jury, but we'll show everything, including individuals in the gallery. And here they're coming back from the sidebar. And it looks like it'll be the first witness of the day for the prosecution, which will be, by the way, witness number 9.
All rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that the members of the jury during the trial are all present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank y'all for coming in. A few smoke flurries this morning, but I don't think that we're going to have much of any more accumulation, so we should be fine today. I hope everyone's doing fine this morning, and you all adhered to my instructions last night about no research or anything of that nature. Very good. Okay. All right. Are we ready to proceed, counselors?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and if the state will call your next witness.
Your Honor, Detective Philip Clare.
Okay.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your name for the jury and spell your full name?
Philip Clare. It's Phillip Klarer.
And where are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
Are you assigned to a particular unit or division?
The homicide unit.
And how long have you been assigned to that unit?
Since its inception in October of 2020.
And how long have you been with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Since 2001.
And do you have similar duties and responsibilities as other homicide detectives that we've heard here today?
That's correct.
And were you employed in that capacity on December 11th of 2020?
I was.
And were you involved with assisting officers in executing a search warrant and an arrest warrant at 1500 Porter Road?
I was.
Can you describe your involvement in that?
We sort of had a briefing about what was going on, the execution of the search warrant and the arrest warrant at that location. I was along with other group of detectives to stand by to assist when needed.
And this was at 1500, or was the search warrant and arrest warrant for 1500 Porter Road, apartment K5?
That's correct.
Okay. And who was the arrest warrant for?
Mr. Hill.
And so while this was going on, just describe what you did during that time.
Metro SWAT unit is the one who executed the search warrant, made entry into the house. Once Mr. Hill was in custody, they brought him out and detectives went into the house to search the house.
And at some point, were you notified that a firearm was located?
I was.
Okay. And do you know where this firearm was located?
It was underneath the bed where Mr. Hill was found sleeping during the execution of the search warrant. The bed was sitting on not like a box springs, but like a wooden platform. It was underneath the mattress closest to where Mr. Hill was sleeping.
And once you got this information about the firearm, what did you do next?
I went up there and recovered the firearm.
Okay. And can you just describe exactly where it was located in that bedroom?
You went as you walked into the bedroom, the bed was to the right, and the handgun was underneath the mattress closest to the door.
And can you describe the make and model of this firearm?
It was a black Smith & Wesson M&P Shield 40 caliber.
And so once you found this firearm, what did you do with it?
I rendered it safe, and I collected it, bagged it, and turned it into our property room.
And was there any ammunition inside of the firearm?
There was 8 rounds of live ammunition inside the
And it was 40 caliber ammunition?
It was.
Okay. And did you also collect that ammunition?
I did.
Okay. And where was the ammunition located?
It was in the magazine with one in the chamber.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the witness be handed an item. Detective, you've just been handed an item. Can you describe what that is?
It's a black Smith & Wesson 40 caliber M&P, or Shield M&P 40 caliber.
And is that the same firearm that you collected that you just testified about?
It is. It's in the bag that I placed it in and sealed it with my initials and the date on it.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to make that the next numbered exhibit, and I ask for the detective to maybe just display it to the jury. Yes, this will be exhibit number 30. And so, Detective, once you collected the firearm, what exactly did you do with it?
I turned that into our property room.
And did you also submit something that's called a 282 form?
Yeah, it's a Form 282. It's a forensics report. It's directing our crime scene unit to process evidence for such things as DNA or latent prints.
And did all this occur here in Nashville, Davidson County?
It did.
Thank you, Detective. That's all the questions I had.
Okay, question. Ms. Sims?
Detective Clear, other than the recovery of the firearm, did you do anything else related to that firearm?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Unless anybody intends to recall Detective Clary's report, will listen to Mr. Keenan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Okay, is the state ready to call the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Lisa Whitaker.
Lisa Whitaker?
And she will be needing exhibits 5 and 29.
Okay.
Ma'am, if you would, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
I'll ask when we get to that. I don't anticipate her taking anything really out. But then again, she might need a pair of scissors. Could you please tell us your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Lisa Whitaker. My last name is spelled Whitaker.
By whom are you employed?
I work for the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department's Crime Laboratory in the Firearm and Tool Mark Identification section.
And are you what is called a sworn officer, or are you a civilian employee?
I'm a civilian employee.
And with respect to your duties at the Metropolitan Nashville Crime Lab, could you please tell the jury your educational and professional background?
My educational background is a bachelor's degree in history from Tulane University and a Master of Forensic Sciences degree from George Washington University. I've worked in the forensic field since 2007. I began as a forensic technician at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the drug chemistry section. I then came to Metropolitan Nashville Police as a crime scene technician and worked there for 7 years. And since 2015, I've been in the crime lab in the firearms section, 1 year as a NIBIN technician, and since 2016 as a firearm and tool mark examiner, forensic scientist.
And during your career, have you examined few or many items with respect to firearm and tool mark identification analysis?
I've examined many items.
And have you been qualified as an expert in that field?
I have been qualified as an expert.
And have you testified as an expert in firearm and tool mark identification in the courts of this county and perhaps elsewhere?
Yes, in state courts I have.
All right. Your Honor, I would tender Ms. Whitaker as an expert in the field of firearm and tool mark identification if there's any voir dire of her qualifications.
Okay, Mr. Montalvo, do you wish to board it? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Whitaker is being tendered to you as an expert in the field of firearm and tool mark identification. In the jury instruction, I will give you an instruction on the weight given to witnesses tendered to you as an expert in the stated fields. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Whitaker, people's knowledge of firearms may be very extensive or not so extensive, so I want to ask you some questions about basics. And I'll start with, what is the area, the science of firearm and tool mark identification? How is that useful in the legal profession?
Firearm and tool mark identification is a discipline of forensic science that has as its primary concern to determine if bullets, cartridge cases, or other fired ammunition components were fired through a particular firearm.
And how can that be determined?
There are random imperfections and irregularities in the tools that are used to manufacture firearms. They leave unique markings within the firearm that are transferred to the bullets and cartridge cases or other ammunition components that are fired through them. And that transfer of unique characteristics from a firearm onto a bullet or a cartridge case allows firearm identification to happen.
And again, as I said, some of the basics, and we're going to ask primarily about handguns. What are the two primary different types of handguns?
There are revolvers, which are guns that have a chamber. That's the part of the gun that holds the cartridges. It's a cylinder that rotates as the shooter fires the gun. And then a semi-automatic pistol, or a pistol, is a gun where the chamber is an integral part of the barrel.
Okay. And you have in front of you our Exhibit 29, which is the box. With the court's permission, may she open that? And as you are looking at it and opening it, do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is the Springfield Armory XD9 that was submitted to the crime lab.
And is that a revolver or a semi-automatic handgun?
This is a semi-automatic pistol.
All right. And does it have magazine there?
Yes, there is a magazine.
Strapped in?
Sorry. Yes, a magazine is included.
Okay. And have you examined that particular firearm to see if it is in working condition? When I say you, the crime lab.
The crime lab did test this gun and found it to be in operating condition.
And how many cartridges will that firearm hold?
1 second. The magazine capacity of this magazine is 17. So the total capacity of the firearm is 18. If a fully loaded magazine is placed in the gun, an additional 1 round can be in the chamber. So the total capacity is 18 cartridges.
Okay. And how does that work? If somebody wanted to do that, to have it just loaded to the max?
You could load the magazine with the 17 cartridges, place the magazine in the magazine well, pull the slide back, and then let it go forward. That strips a cartridge from the top of the magazine and seats it in the chamber of the firearm. Then you could take the magazine out, put an additional cartridge in it to take the capacity back to 17, and then you have the one in the chamber. So that's the total capacity of 18.
Okay. And just to be clear, does the weapon have to have 17 or 18 cartridges in it to be able to fire?
No, it only needs 1 to be able to fire that 1 round.
So 1 to 18 is the limit, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And since we're on that, what is a cartridge?
A cartridge is a single unit of ammunition.
And what does a cartridge contain?
The cartridge is made up of the cartridge case, which holds all the components together, the primer material, the propellant, which would be the gunpowder, and a projectile, a bullet.
And with this particular firearm, once the trigger is pulled and a cartridge is fired, what happens to that cartridge casing?
After a round is fired from this gun, the cartridge case is extracted and ejected from the gun.
Okay. And how frequently can that weapon be fired? And could you explain if there is a difference between a semi-automatic and an automatic weapon?
This is a semi-automatic pistol, which requires a single trigger pull to fire each round. So the shooter would have to pull the trigger to fire one round, then release the trigger and pull the trigger again to fire another round. Firearm where if you hold the trigger back, all of the rounds that are in the magazine will fire until they're all expended or until the trigger is released. That's the automatic version of a firearm.
Okay. And Ms. Whitaker, professional opinion, if someone had that weapon loaded with more than one, pulls the trigger, round is fired, cartridge is fired and ejected, person can wait a day before pulling the trigger again, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Or a month or a year?
Yes.
Or immediately?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be up to the individual shooter?
Yes, it would be.
Now, with respect to your examination, you've said the firearm, our exhibit number 29, was in operating condition. Were you also provided items to compare with that firearm?
Yes, there were 3 fired cartridge cases that were submitted to compare with the firearm, and then later a single bullet was asked to be compared to the firearm.
All right, and if you would take a look at our exhibit number 5 and see if whether or not by its packaging and other documentation, if that is an item received by the Metropolitan Nashville Crime Lab for analysis.
Yes, this package contains the 3 fired cartridge cases that were submitted in this case.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may she cut that envelope and
the cartridge cases were packaged in separate envelopes inside the main packaging.
right, and were those identified as what type? Who was the manufacturer?
Two are Winchester brand and one is Federal brand cartridge.
Let me just ask, in your professional experience, is there anything unusual about that, about there being different manufacturers of the rounds that are in a particular weapon?
No, that's quite common.
Now, while we're talking about the cartridge casings, and they're 9mm, correct?
Yes, they are all 9mm Luger caliber.
Could you give us, if possible, a brief explanation of what is a caliber and how are they different? How do they differ?
The caliber of a firearm is the specific designation of the type of cartridge that fires in it. True caliber would be the diameter of the bullet, and all of the cartridges are designed specifically to fit in this type of firearm. There are a few cases where another caliber could be fired through it, but this pistol was designed to shoot 9mm caliber cartridges, and that is what was shot through it, or these casings were also 9mm caliber.
Okay. And is there such a thing as a 40 caliber?
Yes, there is.
And how is that instead of a 40mm?
Caliber is the determination, or the name that's used for it. The diameter of a 9mm bullet would be .355 inches, where the diameter of a .40 caliber bullet is .4 inches. So the .40 caliber is slightly larger than a 9mm.
Okay. And let's ask while we're on this, could a 9mm cartridge be fired through a .40 caliber pistol?
Yes, it can.
Could a .40 caliber cartridge be fired through a 9mm?
No, it could not. It's too large for the gun.
Okay. Now, we have the cartridges. We have cartridge casings. How can a cartridge casing be determined to have been fired through a particular weapon?
In a firearm and tool mark examination, we begin by looking at the class characteristics of the cartridge cases, and these are the general measurable factors of the firearm that are included in the design. They're determined prior to manufacture. In this case, it would be the caliber, which is a 9mm. For the firearm, it has a hemispherical firing pin, so the cartridge cases also have a hemispherical firing pin impression. The breech face factors on this firearm are parallel lines in general. The cartridge cases also have parallel lines in general. So if the class characteristics of the cartridge cases match the gun, which we created test fires through the gun, so I can compare the cartridge cases that were fired through the gun to the evidence cartridge cases. If the class characteristics match, then we can go further and look at individual characteristics. And so these are the unique markings that are in the firearm that are transferred to the cartridge cases when they're fired through them. And we look at the similarity, the level of similarity of the individual markings on the test-fired cartridge cases versus the evidence cartridge cases. And if the similarity between the evidence to test fires is the same as test fire to test fire, then we can identify the cartridge cases as having been fired through the gun.
And let me just ask again, as hypothetical, when you talk about the original comparison and whether it matches, if you have a .45 caliber cartridge casing and a .22 caliber pistol, do you have to go much further than just looking and saying this cartridge case will or will not need further examination to see if it was fired through that .22?
Right, so in that case, the class characteristics would be different. A .45 caliber is much larger than a .22 caliber, so I would not need to compare a .45 caliber cartridge case to the test fires from a .22 caliber firearm.
Okay, so in this case, the class characteristics matched, so you go to the next step. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I understand. Okay. Now, with respect to these two particular exhibits, do you recall when those approximately would have been received into the Metropolitan Nashville Crime Lab?
The cartridge cases were originally submitted to the crime lab on December 4th, 2020, and they were received in the firearm and tool mark unit on the same day, December 4th, 2020. The firearm was received in the crime lab on December 10th, 2020, and into the firearm and tool mark unit on December 11th, 2020.
Okay. As items are received into the crime lab to be processed, as detectives turn in their forms and their requests, are they put in order of when they come in and when they're being tested in a routine, orderly process?
Yes, generally items are received with a request for a firearm and tool mark identification examination. They are usually put in a backlog and then they are taken out and processed in the order that they came in.
Are there times, however, when a request is made for testing and analysis to be expedited?
Yes, we do receive expedited requests.
And was this one of those occasions?
Yes, it was.
And based upon that request, what, if anything, did the crime lab do, having received the firearm on December 10th, 2020?
The firearm was received originally at 11:15 p.m. on the night of December 10th. It was then taken to the the crime scene investigation section for processing, and then was returned to the crime lab after midnight that night. The primary examiner and myself were called in to work after hours to process this case.
I was going to ask, does the crime lab run a 24-hour shift of examiners?
No, we don't. We do get called in on rare occasions to work cases that have been expedited like this one.
All right. And by it being an expedited request, does that translate into rushed or hurried analysis?
No, it just basically means that this case was moved to the front of the line and we came in and worked it as we would any other case. It was just the timing was a little different than our regular day.
Okay. You mentioned the word we. Who else was involved in this examination?
The process for the crime lab personnel and firearms and tool marks to do a case is there's a primary examiner who does all of the documentation and the initial analysis of the items. And then when they have results for their microscopic analysis, a verification is made by a second qualified examiner. In this case, I was the verifying examiner.
Okay. And does that role alternate or switch out on occasion?
Yes, it does.
Where you might be the one doing the microscopic analysis and someone else would verify your work?
That's correct.
And vice versa?
That's right.
And is there anything unusual about that?
That's not unusual.
Okay. And if there is a disagreement, what happens?
If there's a disagreement, we would take the disagreement to our technical lead for further discussion and resolution.
Okay. Was there any disagreement in this case?
There was not.
Okay. And did you review and go over everything yourself?
Yes, I did an independent analysis of the items of evidence and did my own microscopic comparison. I reached my own conclusion and then compared the results with the primary examiner.
Okay. And just for the record, who was the primary examiner?
Bridget Chambers was the primary examiner.
All right. And was she a person who is also qualified as an expert in firearm and tool mark identification?
Yes, she is.
And is she likewise testified on many occasions?
I believe so.
Findings? All right. So, I want to ask what your independent opinion was with respect to an analysis of those cartridge casings and the firearm, the XD 9mm.
I began this by comparing the evidence cartridge cases, those three items, to each other under the microscope. I evaluated the class characteristics, saw that they were the same, and then went on to look at the individual characteristics that were present on those. And I determined that they were identifiable to the same firearm. At that time, I didn't have test fires, so I could only say at that point that they were identifiable to the same unknown firearm. They had agreement of individual characteristics that were at the same level I would expect to see from cartridge cases that were fired in the same gun.
Okay. You mentioned test fire. What's the purpose of a test fire?
The test fire allows us to look at a cartridge case that is passed through a gun and compare it to evidence cartridge cases that are basically unknowns at that point.
Okay. And was your opinion the same as to all three of the cartridge casings?
Yes, the initial examination showed that they were fired from the same gun. Later, this was after midnight, so it would have been on December 11th, I was able to compare one of the evidence cartridge cases to a test-fired cartridge case and determined that the cartridge cases had been fired through the Springfield XD that had been submitted.
Okay. So all three cartridge casings have been fired through that pistol?
That's correct.
Now, if I could ask to have a document passed. Oh, there you are. Didn't see you there. Passed to the witness. Ms. Whitaker, you're being handed a copy of it's titled Official Firearms Report from Metropolitan Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory. Are you familiar with that report?
Yes, I am.
And do the results and conclusions contained in that report, are those not only Ms. Chambers, but your results and conclusions as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that as Exhibit, I believe, 31.
Yes.
There you are. And if I could have one other item, counsel's been shown this, knows what it is, be passed to the witness.
Okay.
Ms. Whitaker, earlier when we talked about what a cartridge was or a round of ammunition, I believe you may have used the word projectile. Do we sometimes use the word bullet
Yes.
synonymously with projectile?
Yes, a bullet is a projectile, a type of projectile.
And the package that you have been handed, you recognize that as being an item received into the Metropolitan Nashville Crime Laboratory, identified as being a projectile/bullet recovered from the body of Caitlyn Kaufman.
Yes, this is the bullet that was submitted to the crime lab for analysis.
All right. And what analysis, if you could walk us through the analysis, the process that was done with that?
The bullet examination and comparison to the test-fired bullets is similar to the cartridge cases. We began by looking at the evidence bullet, at the class characteristics. In this case, that would be the caliber, the number of landing groove impressions, which are the impressions from the channels that are cut on the interior of the barrel. When the bullet passes through the barrel, those impressions are impressed upon the bullet. So if a barrel has 6 landing groove impressions, you would expect to see 6 on the bullet that came through it. In this case, there were 6 landing grooves inside the barrel of the gun, and this evidence bullet also had 6 landing grooves. Those channels that are cut inside the interior of the barrel also have a twist to them, and in this gun, it's a right twist. The bullet also exhibited the twist that went to the right. So in this case, the class characteristics between the test-fired bullets and the evidence bullets were in agreement. So I looked further at the individual characteristics on the evidence item. Because of the damage, there was not enough individual characteristic agreement between evidence to test-fire bullets to say that it was fired through the gun. Also, there was not enough disagreement of individual characteristics to say it could not have been fired through the gun.
Okay. Now, when you say damage, what do you mean by damage?
In the condition that the bullet was received, the individual characteristics on the majority of the impressions that I would look at to look for agreement, there just wasn't anything there. They were obscured by damage.
And I believe you may have referenced this briefly, but at the end of an examination, what are the possible outcomes, conclusions?
The range of conclusions would be identification, elimination, which would be something was not fired in a gun, inconclusive, which is the result of the bullet analysis where it can't be identified or eliminated, and then unsuitable. If there were no markings on the bullet at all that I could look at, I would say it was unsuitable. In this case, the result was inconclusive.
Okay. So does that mean that it could have been fired through that weapon?
It could have been.
All right. It's not excluded?
Right. I couldn't exclude it.
But can't give an opinion that it was?
Yes, I couldn't reach the conclusion that it had been, certainly, but yeah, it's inconclusive due to the damage.
Okay. Here's the copies. And if I could have another document passed to the witness. Ms. Whitaker, you're being handed a document. Do you recognize that as also being a document from the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory with respect to this particular case?
Yes, it is.
And does that contain the results and conclusions that you have just testified to about the bullet.
Yes, it does.
And are the conclusions, the results reached in that report by Ms. Chambers also your conclusion?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would tender that as Exhibit 32.
Okay.
I believe those are my questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Montalban, Ms. Sims?
Ms. Whitaker, I want to start by saying I sometimes mix up firearm vocabulary and ammunition vocabulary, so please correct me if I confuse some of the words, okay?
Okay.
I want to be clear that Ms. Bridget Chambers with your department was the first person who examined the bullet that came from the decedent's body. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as you've just told us, the result was inconclusive.
That's right.
Meaning it can't be excluded.
Right.
But it also can't be definitively determined that that was the gun that fired the bullet.
That's correct, yes.
And I want to make sure we're getting language right. There's no such thing as like a match. You wouldn't use the term match when you're talking about firearm and firing casings.
No, the range of conclusions would be identification, elimination, inconclusive, or unsuitable. The match is not part of that.
I want to talk a little bit about sort of the properties of bullets generally.
Okay.
Okay. When a bullet is fired, it travels very fast.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And by fast, we mean something like 1,200 feet per second.
I'm not certain on the exact speed.
Okay. But that sounds ballpark.
It sounds reasonable.
Okay. You're a member, I think you told us, you're a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners.
Yes, I am a member.
And that is the international professional organization for practitioners like you.
That's correct, yes.
And you are familiar with all types of guns.
Yes.
Not just revolvers and not just pistols.
The majority of the cases that I work are semi-automatic pistols, but I do have some experience with other types of guns as well.
Okay. And the Springfield XD, as you've told us, is a semi-automatic pistol.
That's correct.
Now, you're familiar with automatic guns?
Yes.
As well. And an automatic gun would fire rounds with a single trigger pull.
Yes, it's designed to do that.
So if you hold the trigger down, it fires rounds in rapid succession.
Yes.
A semi-automatic does require a trigger pull for each round that is fired.
That's correct.
Now, Ms. Chambers calculated the trigger pressure on the Springfield XD as 4.75 pounds. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you didn't personally examine the firearm in this case, did you?
That's right, I did not. I only used the test fires created from it.
But you don't have any reason to disagree with her conclusion that that's the trigger pull for this particular gun?
I do not have any reason to disagree.
And trigger pull means the amount of force it would take to pull back that trigger all the way to release a round?
Yes, the trigger pull is the amount of force required to release the sear. The sear is the part of the firearm that holds the trigger back. When it's released, the trigger can release the firing pin, and then the ammunition is fired.
And different than the revolver, which would require a full trigger pull every single time it's fired, a semi-automatic handgun does not require the trigger to return back to the starting point all the way when it's fired. Is that right? That may have been a poorly worded question.
The difference between the revolver and the semi-automatic pistol is how the cartridges are held in the gun. So it's essentially the same. You have to pull the trigger each time you want to fire the gun, release the trigger, and then pull it again for a subsequent round to be fired.
Okay. But the Springfield XD, the trigger does not have to return all the way to fully fully back to the original position. It can fire again from a half position. Is that right?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Okay. So in order to pull the trigger on the Springfield XD, you've told us that that takes 4.75 pounds of pressure. Are you familiar with the amount of pressure it would take to squeeze a Windex bottle, for example?
No, I'm not.
Okay. How about that it would take 6 to 7 pounds of pressure to pop a Coke tab?
I haven't looked at that before.
Okay.
I don't know.
This trigger pressure, this 4.75 pounds of trigger pressure, is within normal specifications for this type of pistol.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And now folks may be more familiar with like the term Glock or Ruger. Are those the same type of pistol that we're talking about, just a different manufacturer?
They are also semi-automatic pistols.
Okay. And for example, a Glock, that is the type of firearm that police typically carry. Is that right?
I don't know about typical. I believe this police department does carry Glock.
Okay. And those guns would have similar trigger pressure as well?
Roughly similar, yes.
Okay. And they operate in the same way?
Yes, they are the same semi-automatic type where you have to pull the trigger each time you would like it to fire.
Okay. Are you familiar with a gentleman named Alexander Jason?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Are you familiar with a study he did titled Shooting Dynamics, Elements of Time and Movement in Shooting Incidents?
She says she's not familiar with the person.
I can ask her whether she's familiar with the study.
I'll allow that question and then we'll see.
I'm aware that there's an article or an article of that title, but I've not looked at it.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to a second bullet. Are you aware that a second full bullet was recovered from the back of the front passenger seat of the vehicle involved in this incident?
No. The only bullet that was received in the crime lab for analysis is the one here.
Okay. So your lab was never asked to examine that second bullet?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I know you told us that the process in your lab is that one analyst goes through the process, does the comparisons first, and then a second analyst functions as a reviewer.
Yes, a verifier. Mm-hmm.
And you were the verifier in this case?
That's correct.
You did your own microscopic analysis?
I did.
But as you've already mentioned, you did not need to test fire the gun yourself in order to do that analysis?
No, I used the test fires that had already been created by the primary examiner.
And you didn't even need to examine the gun in order to be able to make those determinations?
No, the microscopic comparison would be bullet to bullet and cartridge case to cartridge case, so I didn't need to physically handle the gun in order to compare the cartridge cases or the bullets to the test fires.
And as Ms. Chambers did her analysis, she created bench notes or case file notes that described the process that she went through.
Yes.
Those include pictures of those microscopic details, is that right?
Yes, for the cartridge cases in particular, yes.
Okay. And you could have examined those pictures as well to verify or determine her work?
No, the verification process in our lab is to use the evidence items independently, and I would never make an identification based on photographs.
And you verified Ms. Chambers' findings, though, based on your independent analysis?
My results were the same as hers, yes.
So even though you didn't produce your own independent report, you agree with that finding that the bullet was inconclusive?
I did.
And even though you didn't produce your own independent report, you agree with the finding that the cartridge casings were fired from the Springfield XD?
That's correct.
And if I could have just a moment, please, Your Honor. Those are my questions, Ms. Whitaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything with the rest?
No, Your Honor. Okay, now, but she has some exhibits up here, obviously numbers 5 and 29 need to come back to the clerk, but there was the two documents. Well, she has those, I think you gave her the bullet as well. Yeah, that was not admitted as evidence. I would ask that to next one exhibit. Okay. Now, let me make sure we have this correct. That was 33. And that was the book from the decedent's body, gentlemen? Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you. Watch your step.
Thank you.
Okay, is the state ready to call the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Adam Reed.
Sergeant Reed?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did.
Sir, would you please tell us your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
It's Adam Reed, last name spelled R-E-A-D.
By whom are you employed?
The Metropolitan Police Department.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities with the police department?
I'm a sergeant with the homicide unit.
How long have you been with the homicide unit?
Since October of 2020.
All right. And was that when the homicide unit was basically put back together,
Yes, sir.
created? Right.
Yes, sir.
And so were you working in that capacity then on December the 3rd, 2020?
I was.
As of that date, how long had you been with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
Been approximately 16 years.
Okay. And what was the progression of your assignments from being hired up until December 3rd when you were with the homicide unit?
I started out as a patrol officer. From there, I went to the flex unit and worked out North Flex. I've had time with North CSU, which is be considered a low-level narcotics unit. I've worked with the Specialized Investigations Division as a long-term narcotics detective. And then I went to the Major Case Task Force, which I was a detective there as well, which we investigated drug trafficking organizations. From there, I was promoted to sergeant, where I was sergeant over the patrol unit. From there, I went to the Madison Flex unit as sergeant in that unit. And then I went to the Juvenile Crimes Task Force, where I was a sergeant there as well. From there, I was moved to a sergeant position at Madison Investigations. And from there, I went to the homicide unit as a sergeant, which is where I'm currently at today.
And so as a sergeant with the homicide unit, what are your particular duties above and beyond a detective in that unit?
I oversee approximately 7 detectives. I see the day-to-day activities, and I overlook the homicide investigations that come through to my 7 detectives. I would consider it as, I would guess the best way to describe it would be low-level to mid-level management.
All right. On December the 3rd of 2020, did you become aware of the incident that had occurred on I-440 involving Caitlyn Kaufman?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when you learned of that incident?
I became more involved and just assisting with anything that at the time Detective Dickerson needed. I was notified by Lieutenant Fuhrer, which was my supervisor of the incident, and then we just started helping him with anything that, at the time, Detective Dickerson needed assistance with that investigation.
Okay. And was this, for lack of a better term, an all-hands-on-deck
Yes, sir, it was.
assistance as needed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of that assistance, did there come a time on December 10th of 2020 when you were asked to go to a particular location?
Yes, sir.
And where were you asked to go?
I was called by Lieutenant Fuhrer, who stated that a potential witness in the Kaufman homicide had arrived at St. Thomas West Hospital. I was asked to go to that location to meet with that individual, which is where I immediately went to.
Okay. Do you recall about what time of the day or night it was?
I believe it was right around, would have been around noon, maybe a little bit before.
And when you went to the hospital, were you given any directions as to like where he would be in the emergency room or the maternity ward or wherever the person might be?
Yes, sir. I went to the hospital and I parked in the parking garage where I was met with security staff. They had stated an individual, which was later identified as Mr. Odom, had came to the location looking for Miss Kaufman's mother. He had stated that he told Mr. Odom that Miss Kaufman's mother wasn't present at the hospital, so he inferred that he had information about the Kaufman homicide, at which point security contacted the police department. Mr. Odom stayed on location until I arrived, and when I got to the location, he was in a smaller room. I think it was like a security office that was right off to the side of the parking garage, which is the first time where I interacted with Mr. Odom.
Okay. And you say he was in a little office or somewhere. When you observed him, what was your initial assessment of his appearance, his demeanor?
His appearance was normal. As far as his demeanor goes, he was very talkative. He did appear a little nervous, but he was very outgoing, very talkative is the best way I could probably describe him.
Okay. And was it your purpose or assignment to do a full-scale interview or anything of that nature with Mr. is it trying to be Jaquez Merrill Odom?
Yes, sir. At the time, I wasn't aware of what information he had so I began to speak with him, just simply asking him what information he was aware of with the homicide. Mr. Odom stated that he had specific information about the homicide, stated that he knew exactly who was involved, and that he had had personal conversations with the individuals involved in the homicide. He even stated that he would be able to, I believe I quote, get the gun back for us, referring to the gun that was used and directly involved in the homicide. At that point, I had realized that he had personal intimate knowledge about the homicide, so I asked him what his day was like. He stated he was basically free, didn't have any plans that day, so I asked if he would accompany me back to police headquarters where I could do a more in-depth personal and private setting interview. Mr. Odom agreed to do that. At that point, I contacted one of my detectives, Detective Mustafa, and asked him to come to the hospital. And Detective Mustafa, Mr. Odom, and myself, all three drove to police headquarters where Mr. Odom was placed in an interview room. Along the way, I did contact Sergeant Dickerson, which was Detective Dickerson at that time, stated him who I'd encountered and the information that he was claiming to have knowledge of, and Detective Dickerson immediately came to police headquarters to conduct the formal interview.
Okay. Now, when you say we drove, did Mr. Merrill Odom drive himself to headquarters?
No, sir. We drove in Detective Mustafa's police vehicle.
All right. And was Mr. Merrill Odom under arrest, in handcuffs, or any?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. And did he go with you agreeably, willingly?
Yes, sir. As I mentioned, I specifically asked if he had any plans that day, and he stated he didn't, that he would be willing to come speak with us.
Okay. And did he speak?
Yes, sir.
And for how long?
I don't have the exact amount of time, but it was quite a while.
All right. hours as opposed to minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you a part of that interview all of the time?
No, sir. Mostly stayed in the control room. The majority of the interview was conducted by what would have been Detective Dickerson.
And during the time that you monitored, you say he was there for several hours. Was that continual talk about what he knew about the incident or other things going on?
Could you be more specific?
Well, in the sense of, you say he was there for several hours, but as far as specific talk about what he knew, were there other things going on, like Wi-Fi?
Yes, sir. I believe he was. I believe he was trying to get into his phone. There were times that I had stepped out of the control room to do other things, so I didn't watch the entire interview. But there was other things that had been, I guess, in the works for setting up of trying to retrieve the weapon, getting into cell phones, things of that nature.
Okay. I'm just saying, as far as continuously 6 hours of interrogation or interviewing.
Oh, no, we weren't 100% 6 hours straight. No,
okay, that's all, man. Anything else? Those are my questions, Ryan.
Okay, Mr. Montgomery.
No question, no.
Ms. Cap, is it?
Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, Sergeant Reed.
Morning.
So you and Detective Mustafa met Mr. Merrill Odom at St. Thomas West, is that right?
Initially, it was just myself, and then Detective Mustafa came a little bit later.
Okay. And you estimated that that was at noon. Is that an estimate, or it could have been later than that?
It's an estimate. I remember from what I believe I was headed to lunch whenever I received a phone call from Lieutenant Fuhrer.
Okay. And when you met with Mr. Merrill Odom, that was in a room in the parking garage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Mr. Merrill Odom's car when you were there?
I did not.
Okay. You had about a 5-minute conversation with Mr. Merrill Odom when you first met with him, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was your understanding that Mr. Merrill Odom, when he came to the hospital, he was actually looking for Miss Kaufman's mother, is that right?
That was my understanding. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so he did not come to the hospital to seek out the police?
Initially, no, ma'am.
Okay. And during those first 5 minutes, he did tell you he had information about the homicide of Miss Kaufman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that he knew the person who was involved?
Yes, ma'am.
And he knew about the weapon that was involved?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, he told you that the dude ended up getting rid of the gun, but I can get it back for you.
Believe that. Well, I don't remember verbatim, but that sounds correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during those first 5 minutes, he did not tell you that he personally, Mr. Merrill Odom, was in possession of that weapon, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And also during those first 5 minutes, he brought up the reward.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he asked how much it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And he asked how quickly he would receive it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, during those first 5 minutes, you stressed to him the importance of being honest with his information, correct?
I did.
Okay. And why was that important to you to convey that to him?
To me, I try to convey that with all my investigations. Obviously, if we're given false information, then that's information that we have to, I guess you will say, vet and look into. That takes us time away from the investigation, which we could be looking into accurate leads. I just wanted to make sure that he was aware that, you know, we just need to be truthful with this at every time, which he assured me he would.
Okay. And yet, during those first 5 minutes, he wasn't exactly truthful, correct?
In which sense, ma'am?
That he told you that this person had gotten rid of the gun rather than telling you he himself was in possession of it.
He stated he could get it back from what I remember. I don't remember verbatim, but he did not tell me he had the weapon with him.
Okay. In your experiences, have you ever had situations where someone with information was not completely truthful with you at first?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you had situations where even if somebody has relevant information, they're maybe protecting themselves to the extent they can and not coming out with everything right away?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Judge, I want to object to one of the question. How's the status of one of the question?
I'll rephrase, thank you. It was important to you to get accurate information from Mr. Merrill Odom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because if he did not give you truthful information, it could mess up your case, correct?
It would just make it more difficult to investigate.
Okay. And you personally, along with Detective Mustafa, transported Mr. Merrill Odom to the precinct for further questioning?
Yes, ma'am.
During that car ride, did he tell you that he was in possession of the weapon?
No, ma'am.
And so I know you were in and out of the room with Mr. Merrill Odom during his interview. Is that right?
The formal interview at headquarters?
Yes.
I believe I stepped in there once or twice. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it accurate that about 2 hours into Mr. Merrill Odom's time at the precinct, you came back in to ask for his consent to go through his phone?
I haven't seen the video, but that sounds correct.
Okay. When you went back in to get that consent, did he tell you that he was in possession of the weapon?
No, ma'am, I don't remember that.
Okay. And about an hour or sometime after that, you went back into the room again to make a detailed plan with Mr. Merrill Odom about how he would obtain the weapon, correct?
I don't remember verbatim, but yes, ma'am, Detective Mustafa and myself had started a plan to attempt to retrieve that weapon back.
Okay. And in creating the plan, you were consulting with Mr. Merrill Odom about the best way to go about it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And discussing, because Mr. Merrill Odom was the one who personally knew Mr. Hill, discussing what might work and what might not work, correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And initially a plan that Mr. Merrill Odom came up with was that he could just go and get it and bring it back to you, correct?
I believe that is one of the plans that he had mentioned, that we weren't going to allow that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because you explained you'd have to be able to see the exchange.
Correct.
Okay. During this whole time when you were discussing the plan for Mr. Merrill Odom to go purchase the gun, did he ever tell you in that point that he already had it?
No, ma'am.
And after you had completed making a detailed plan about how the purchase would occur, you actually sent in Sergeant Turner and Detective Spann to go through the paperwork of signing up Mr. Merrill Odom to be a confidential informant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to your knowledge, during the time when he was signing up with that paperwork, did he reveal that he was in possession of that gun already?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And again, I know you don't have a time lapse in front of you, but is it accurate that it was about maybe 3.5 hours after having sat in the precinct that Mr. Merrill Odom finally revealed that he was in possession of the gun the whole time?
Again, like you said, I don't have the timeline, but that seems accurate.
And so at that point, you and your team's understanding of Mr. Merrill Odom's story changed, correct?
In the sense of dealing with the weapon?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had to take more steps to verify what was true and what was not true.
Regarding the weapon, yes, ma'am.
And at that point, you realized that at the very least, he had been fudging some details initially when he came forward with the information about the weapon.
As far as not telling the weapon was in his vehicle, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, well, that would be a major detail, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he certainly left that out
Yes, ma'am.
and went so far as to claim that he could go purchase it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what Mr. Merrill Odom didn't come out with the information that he had the weapon already until he had collected evidence to protect himself from suspicion in this case, correct?
From what I understand, yes, ma'am.
No more questions, thank you.
Anything more to add?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Detective. Sergeant, I'm sorry. Unless anyone intends to recall Sergeant Wade, I'm going to raise some of this subpoena.
Not at this moment, just because we would like to hear from Mr. Odom's testimony first.
Okay.
In case we need to recall him.
Okay, please just step out. You are not releasing your subpoena.
I think he may be close.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Governor, the state's next witness is Jacquez Merrill Odom, which I believe that we might need to have a short jury out before he's told us.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take care of some matters, allow you to take a break, stretch your legs, get some water or something. Remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or do any outside research during the break. Thank you.
All rise.
All right, they're getting ready to call the witness, Jacquez Odom, confidential informant.
No longer confidential. That's a former confidential informant. He's been public for a while.
And the jury is going to be walking out of the courtroom, and they're going to take up a matter before they call this witness in a jury out hearing. So as soon as the jury walks out, they'll take up the matter.
What does that mean? So jury out, they want to see what he will testify to and the judge to make sure he's okay for the jury to hear?
What they could ask about prior convictions, what they could ask about getting a deal from the state. Let's see what they say. It looks like the judge is going to take a brief recess here.
Okay, take a brief recess, and then they'll
the
bring
judge
him
will
in.
come in early, actually, and they'll take up whatever matters they want to take up about the parameters of the questioning about Mr. Odom.
Okay.
And then they'll bring the jury in after the judge makes her rulings.
So what we've heard is testimony leading up to this, these gun experts, and how the gun was obtained from Odom and how that all played out. We know that whole backstory about how he ended up getting that from Hill. You and I both questioned whether or not we necessarily would hear from Odom if he was still needed. He was always on the list and expected to testify. Why do you think perhaps he's important that we still hear him, even though we know that Hill has already confessed to shooting and killing Caitlyn Kaufman with that gun?
Well, I think it's important to lay that foundation and to just kind of connect everything up. I mean, we've already heard testimony from, I think it was, is it Hickerson yesterday or Dickerson?
Yeah, Dickerson. Sergeant Dickerson, I believe.
Gave a lot of information about this,
Yes.
but I think that, that they are creating a record here in this court, and the state's going to put on important witnesses. And if they did not put this witness on, clearly the defense would say, well, you didn't hear from Odom, now did you? Can you say beyond a reasonable doubt that we didn't get a chance to cross-examine him? They didn't want you to hear from Odom, right?
Right. So they have to put him on. Are there credibility issues for Odom? We know initially when he went and approached the police and how he did this, it was really odd. Remember at the outset, he actually went to the hospital asking to talk to Kaufman's mother, saying, I have information. And law enforcement met him there and he said, you have information on the case? The mother's not even here. She's in Pennsylvania. That was right after, okay? And they sent him to law enforcement, and you heard how he then met and they talked about it. Initially, he didn't tell them that he had the gun in the possession. And really, the way I take it, people wonder sometimes, does reward money make a difference in cases? Odom came forward.
Once it was more than the 6 or 15.
Yeah, make no mistake. This is not someone who, I want to do the right thing, even though he did do the right thing by coming forward. He was after the reward money.
No, I mean, clearly.
He was after, and that's fine. That's fine. He's entitled. He got the reward money. But he is currently incarcerated on separate charges unrelated to this case, drug charges. He has a criminal history. He lied at one point to law enforcement until he came clean with the tip and the gun. Does he have a credibility issue?
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is the defense's opportunity to try to hit a home run here because, I mean, clearly you're going to have an individual that most of these people that are in jail, they don't take any efforts to hide the fact that they are. So he would probably be out here in a jumpsuit, just like we saw in Hollywood Holly Bobo, you know, when that witness was in
Jason
Autry was in a TDOC outfit. And so
he'll be in jumpsuit. He's not going to be here in a suit and tie like the defendants, because
well,
he's not a defendant in this case.
He's not a defendant.
So
he's not on trial.
He's being, but he is not a citizen who's free right now. He is, which was ironic enough, over the past year plus, he has been locked up in the same jail with the two defendants. Now, not in the same area, but Davidson County Sheriff Darren Hall says he's had to keep him separate because of that.
Can you imagine how difficult this would be on any sheriff or
Yes.
Sheriff Darren Hall here, who has these folks that are, you know, I mean, they'll kill each other. I mean, they're obviously trying to put one in jail or two in jail for the rest of their life. So that's a lot of stress on the sheriff's department to keep them separate like that.
Yeah, he said steps had been taken to make sure that they never encountered one another, and that's how that plays out. So I guess he'll be walked through. Do you think, given their druthers, I agree with you, the jury's going to expect to hear from them. The prosecution feels they have no choice because they'd say, where is he? But if they could, do you think the prosecution would prefer not to put him on?
Well, I mean, I don't know about that. I think the prosecution would prefer to have somebody else, you know, just like it is in a lot of these cases, you know, whether it was Perry March or Holly Bobo. I mean, the prosecution is not excited about where they find their cooperating witness, you know.
Yeah.
They would love someone in a shirt and tie that, you know, didn't have any priors. But, I mean, clearly, you know, it's going to come to the weight of the evidence and who you believe. Now, and why did he lie to the police for all that time? Why did he lie, right? And what kind of deal is he going to get on the pending charges that are holding him? And he's going to say, well, the state's promised nothing. They haven't said one way or the other.
You think he may be getting some deal on these drug charges to testify in this case
I mean,
now?
I would, or I'd tell the state no, right? I mean, you're hoping to get consideration, and they don't ever cut those deals so that they can honestly testify that they don't have any sort of deal. But clearly, if he does testify truthfully and does a good job, he's hoping to get some sort of...
I think Jason Autry got a deal in the Holly Bobo case.
And he blew it.
And he blew it. He's back behind bars on this. No, the one thing about this I guess it'll be interesting for him to walk us through how he traded his gun, remember, with Hill, and they traded guns, and then he took it and went to get this. Because initially, before we heard Hill's attorney in opening statement say, yes, he killed it, I thought maybe their defense would be, no, our two clients, Hill and Cowan, they didn't do it. That confidential informant who had the gun all along is the killer. I thought they might try to put it on him. Of course, that's a moot point now, not the case. But I thought that would have been there, and that's why I thought it would have been interesting when he was called. Now, after the fact, I guess he's just going to lay out how he got the gun and go through that process, because he's no longer a suspect.
And you need to watch, too, because, you know, there was a big bunch of back and forth on the first day about a statement that he had made.
Right.
That he told the detective, I believe, that he heard Hill say, Cowan had said that you should not have cut her off.
Right, and I messed up.
Right,
I messed up.
That's right.
Yep.
And so it'll be interesting to see if that statement comes in and whether or not, how far defense can cross-examine on that statement. But I mean, this is an opportunity, you know, for the defense here to really kind of, you know, place some sort of blame and make the jury not, you know, have some angst against Mr. Odom here.
Yeah, so he's going to testify that Hill told him, I did this profanity up. You know, that's what he said. And
No, that Cowan, it's, you know, it's a statement by one defendant against the other, and that may be redacted. They may not be able to get into
they may not be able to bring that in.
Because of the Bruton issue that was coming.
Is there anything that you think the confidential informant here, and again, former confidential informant, could bring to the table that maybe sheds light on whether or not this was a premeditated killing or a road rage quick reaction? I mean, I wonder, among the things that Hill may have told him in the interaction, I mean, Hill's trying to get rid of this gun. Why he would trade it to someone? I mean, again, some of the actions of those involved in this case just defy logic. He has the murder weapon. He's like, I want to get rid of this. I got to get rid of this gun. Oh, I'll trade you my gun for yours. Yeah, you know, and I'm guessing Odom all along was thinking, okay, I'm going to get this gun. Let's wait till the reward money gets to the certain point. And I understand he got, I don't know that he got all the reward money, but he got at more than $30,000 in reward money. I know that for a fact.
All right, so it looks like we're getting ready to go back into court.
It's going to be interesting to hear from him, I'll tell you. Yeah. Let's see, there's still, jury's out.
Well, if he's incarcerated, I believe that he would come in through the side. But I still think that they have an idea what he's going to say. They're going to be arguing about those statements. They're going to be arguing about, you know, can they get into certain criminal acts that he's done in the past. And of course, here's the other thing you got to keep in mind too. It's hard to bring up Mr. Odom, and maybe he would come in from the back. Maybe he'll come in from another way because he don't want to walk right beside Hill and Cowan, because that's the jail right there.
Yeah, give folks just some insight into what's behind that door.
We're looking to on the right there behind the portrait. I love Judge Randall Wyatt, who was the former judge there for many, many years. But that's the entrance to the jail. In there are holding cells and an elevator that takes them downstairs to a main holding area. And so you certainly don't want those individuals to cross paths, in proximity enough to where they can grab one another. So.
And I just got confirmation from some of those involved in raising that reward money who did a wonderful job getting this tip. He received $37,000. All right, let's listen in here and see, as he should be coming in just a moment.
And so they've probably got they'll probably bring him in first and then bring the defendants out. And so the two defendants would be in the holding cell there, and then he would not enter the holding cell. He would be brought directly out.
Okay.
Or they're going to bring them out first.
The two defendants coming out first. So we'll see where.
And if you notice, he does not have the hat on. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, he didn't have it on yesterday either. Remember the first 2 days, jury selection, he had a hat on. No hat for Hill today.
I'm glad he took that off. I don't know that
There's Cowan. Yeah.
Would be helpful.
It appears as though Cowan is very awake today. Yesterday he was caught on video dozing off.
Looks like he and his attorney, Mr. Munkabo, there are reviewing some of these statements and questions to ask. Let's see what the judge says.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe we are. Okay.
Is the sheriff's office Mr. Melton, raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Just have a secret.
Mr. Merrill Odom's classification is actually based off of the defendants and actions and statements that they have made.
I'm going to object to that.
Absolutely.
No.
Well, we're not.
Unless we got some evidence of those unsubstantiated claims, then.
Well, let's see where we're going here. I mean, this is not, we're not, the jury's not in here.
If he can have his hands free, since he's going to be.
That's, I don't know, if it's sheriff's, the sheriff, are they back there? Well, let's get to this first, and we'll address that in just a few moments.
Your Honor, the state's requesting the jury out. I don't know if Your Honor wants to clarify that reference on page 23, just to be certain that Your Honor was kind of questioning about what he was referring to and who was saying what.
Okay, do you wish to warn him on that point? You probably have a better
I'm happy to.
understanding of
Mr. Merrill Odom, I told you that there were some issues the court might want to address before you testified. One of the statements that you made to Detective Dickerson on December 10th of 2020, he asked you at one point, he said, what did Duty say? What was Duty like, dude? And your response was, Duty was like, Duty, he was stoned on drugs. He was like, fuck it, like she shouldn't have did that shit type shit. So the question is, when you were referring to the person being stoned on drugs, were you referring to James Cowan, the person you know as Duty?
Yes, ma'am.
And the person that said, fuck it, like she shouldn't have did that shit type shit, were you referring to Mr. James Cowan? Duty said that?
Yes, ma'am.
And when Duty said that, was Mr. Hill there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I guess there are other issues that the court needs to, we need to flesh out in the court's order that was filed, I believe, on January 4th in response to the defendant's motion for a hearing on a disability. And we pretty much fleshed out all of that in the ruling. I indicated that the defense may inquire into the charges for which Mr. Merrill Odom was adjudicated a delinquent only, but the remaining charges that the defense had listed, and I gave reason, could not be inquired into. Obviously, whether or not that inquiry can be made, it's going to obviously depend on the manner in which he testifies. But is there anything else that we need to address as it relates to that issue while we have Mr. Merrill Odom here?
Judge, I would like to address one thing. The defense requested a subpoena related to Mr. Merrill Odom's various different, I guess, paperwork related to his history. And we had his Davidson County juvenile history. We were not aware of any out-of-county juvenile history, but within that paperwork that was part of that 17D subpoena, there was an additional 2 convictions from Sumner County. There's an attempted burglary and a possession of stolen property from November 28th of 2016. And he was found delinquent on that.
Okay.
And so I think they received all of the same information. Okay. It was their request.
Yes, ma'am, we saw that in the request.
Okay.
And so it's my understanding that he would have the 3 aggravated burglary delinquencies as a juvenile, and then there's
a theft of a vehicle over 1,000. That was amended to theft under 1,000, but still a theft.
Let me double check that.
And then I'm looking at what was provided in the defendant's supplemental filing. I don't have the actual record.
Well, and I guess that's I knew that there were 3, and that's the misstatement. They have an additional aggravated burglary where he wasn't adjudicated delinquent. I have a copy of his juvenile history right here, and that adjudication was dependent neglected, not delinquent.
I show 3 aggravated burglaries. This is just Davidson County record. I don't have. This is the first I've heard about the out-of-county record.
Right, I'm talking about
Davidson County record. I show, and this is on the supplement that was filed by the defense. I show 3 aggravated burglary delinquent adjudications. I show an adjudication for theft. It was charged as theft of a vehicle over 1,000, but admitted to theft under 500. And then I show a charge of theft over 10,000, but admitted to joyriding. Those are the delinquent adjudications that I see.
And that's on the spreadsheet that Ms. Sims provided, correct?
Yes.
And that's his actual juvenile record. In the first aggravated burglary, it's not a delinquent adjudication. It is a different type of juvenile adjudication, which it's my understanding is not the equivalent of a guilty conviction as a delinquent adjudication is considered. So that one ag burglary should not be inquired upon.
Are you referring to what's on page 2 at the bottom?
Yes, the one that is not highlighted.
Oh.
There's an aggravated burglary that is not highlighted, and it says dependent and neglect, I believe.
Oh, I see. That's on the 3rd page.
I'm sorry.
Do you have his juvenile record? Do you see what she's referring to?
I'm happy to, if the information I have, I guess maybe just going by date of disposition.
I provided his juvenile record to them before the preliminary hearing.
Yes, well, I know, but I just want to make sure that before we get into, I want to make sure that we're clear on what can be inquired into.
And it's only the fact that he has the delinquent adjudication.
Right, the only thing that can be inquired into are the cases for which he was adjudicated delinquent. Now, I based my decision on the information that was provided by the defense in the supplemental filing, but of course I didn't have the record. But if the record is more accurate, Ms. Sims, then obviously.
That's fine, yes. I think what I had asked was, there were two, what I thought were two delinquencies, but I understand the state's position on dependent neglects. But both of those were from December 16th. Dated disposition would have been December 16th of 2013. So I'm in agreement that I would then inquire only about one of those aggravated burglaries and evictions with the dated disposition of December 16th, 2013. And then the other ag burglary conviction with the dated disposition of 4/21/2015. I don't have an issue with that.
Okay.
And then the theft with the dated disposition of July 9th of 2015, the joyriding disposition of April 24th, 2017. I also have an evading arrest with the same disposition date, 24/24/2017.
I don't know how evading.
That's not a crime of dishonesty.
And is joyriding a crime of dishonesty?
I believe that the underlying facts are that it was a vehicle theft. I mean, I think theft is generally interpreted as a crime of dishonesty. But I would like to be able to inquire about the 2018, the two delinquency adjudications from 2018 from the other county.
It's 2016?
2016.
From the other county?
Yes.
Okay. I don't see the issue with the joyriding. If the underlying, I hear the underlying facts were regarding it.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm just clarifying with the court.
Okay. Now, do we have any, there was another issue that we needed to address with him.
Yes. Mr. Merrill Odom, when you met with detectives and told them about the information that you had related to this case, you said that Mr. Hill told you, I did this, I effed up. You also said that he was in the car with Duty and Duty was driving. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the court has a ruling related to that statement and how much of that statement that you can testify to in front of the jury. Now, that's obviously on direct when I'm asking you questions, and at some point, if the defense attorneys ask you questions and that's the only truthful answer, I feel like I should probably see it coming and we can address the judge about it. But I'm talking about when I'm asking you questions and I ask you what Mr. Hill said, the court has ruled that you can say that everything that you've said of I effed up, I did this, but when referencing who was driving, that you are to say that Mr. Hill said he wasn't driving, he was the passenger, and someone else was driving. But Judge Dalton is saying you can't say those specific words that Mr. Hill said that Duty was driving.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's a whole bunch of legal reasons that it's probably too complicated for me to explain to you, but you can't say that Mr. Hill said that Duty was driving. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, if someone were to ask you a bunch of follow-up questions of, you don't know who was driving, he never told you, things like that, then we would address the judge about it because that wouldn't be fair. But when I'm asking you a question about what he said, and I'll probably be pretty specific of, did he say he was the passenger or the driver? And so he said someone else was driving, and I won't ask you to identify who he said that was.
And I think, and this is for the defense, I think on that issue, just to be safe, I think a little leading is probably appropriate under these circumstances on that issue, on that point. Is anybody going to object to that?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Just on that
Just on
point,
that point.
to make sure that stay within that, the court's order with regards to what testimony can come in with regards to Mr. Merrill Odom's comments to the detective. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Well, is there anything else?
I mean, so in a similar vein, my understanding of the court's ruling related to any gang information is that Mr. Merrill Odom will be allowed to testify that he knew Mr. Hill to be a member of the 9/8 Mafia Crips, that he believed that the person he knew was duty was a member of the 9/8 Mafia Crips, and that is it.
Yeah.
And I want to be clear.
That was my understanding, that that's what the state agreed, that it was just going to be very limited information with regards to references to gang affiliation. It was just going to be very limited for Mr. Merrill Odom to explain how his familiarity with Mr. Calvin.
Which the question would be, did you know whether or not they were close friends? Do you know what their friendship was based on?
No.
And the friendship is based on both being members of 9/8 Mafia Gang.
Me.
Well, I can ask him open-ended questions, and he can give us a very lengthy answer.
But we need to stick to the court's order.
Final issue, Your Honor, based on something the state just mentioned, I'm not sure whether the state is intending to ask Mr. Merrill Odom about his current classification status or whether any threats have been made to him. I just want to be very clear that the sheriff's department, case management system, indicates that Mr. Merrill Odom's classification is because his name was released in the news media, and they moved him into solitary confinement for that reason. He has previously been in general population for an extended period of time with no issues. And so
why would we need to get into his classification?
I don't think we need to, Your Honor.
Right.
Okay. You were just bringing it up because you want me to ask the sheriff to take his handcuffs off.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I try to stay in my lane. I mean, would they, for that limited purpose, would they? All right.
On Tuesday, we met with Mr. Merrill Odom Tuesday last week, and Tuesday afternoon, we found out that Sergeant Reed had a 5-minute audio clip of when he first encountered Mr. Merrill Odom at the hospital. Mr. Merrill Odom has not had an opportunity to listen to that, and based off of the defense's request to keep Sergeant Reed under subpoena, I would ask that he be allowed to listen to it before any questions would be asked about it.
Okay, you have it ready?
I do.
Before you close that door, I'm gonna step down. Okay. You leave, you're not gonna be. Okay, yeah, is there gonna be someone maybe right outside? I got a detective that's right out there. My personal cell operator. I'll be in the hospital. Okay. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. This. Only 5 of you that know? Yeah. Okay. We've obviously received a whole bunch of, tips and things like that. I'm sure you're aware of it. The name, the exact gun that was used, and I didn't use the news article. Okay. So let me ask you this. Were you there when it occurred? Is it just someone telling you this information? It's like going around the neighborhood and the dude ended up getting rid of the gun, but I can get the gun back to work. Okay. Did he talk to you about the incident? He did? Okay. Let me ask you this question. Is there, what is today like as far as your schedule goes and everything? Okay, I got another detective on the way here. we have unmarked cars, no one would know, would you be willing to jump in the car with me and this detective and go to headquarters and talk in a more private setting? Would you feel better that way? We won't. Okay. Okay, because then we can go into detail, I can show you some pictures, some stuff like that, and we can, and I'll bring you right back, or anywhere you want to go after that. If you don't want to come back here, it's fine, I'll take you home, whatever you want to go. Is that cool with you? I'll come back here. Okay, that'll work. Let me ask you real quick, what's your first name? J-A-C-Q-U-E-S. Q-U-E-S? Yes, sir. What's your last name? M-E-R-R-E-L-L. M-E-R-R-E-L-L? Yes, sir. O-D-O-M. It's a hyphen name. O-D-O-M? Yes, sir. O-D-O-M? Okay. All right, man. What's your birth? 05-12-99. And what's phone number? I got a text now. That's true. That's true. Do you work here? No, sir. I've been looking at the news article and I've been knowing. And then, like, I'm trying to get back to Chattanooga. So I got a daughter in Chattanooga and they said it's like a reward. Yeah. And, you know. And you're, right now, you're the first one up. So, yeah, if everything's truthful and comes through, it'll be yours. Okay? 615-640-7587. 7587? How'd you know to come here? Because this is where she worked. I was trying to get in touch with the mom. I was going to talk to mom face to face. I got you. Okay. And it was like, mom won't be able to come unless the detectives come. I'm like, they can come too, you know? Yeah. I got no problem. I just want to talk to mom face to face. And it was like, she's out of state. I'm like, I'm not going to make her come way back there. Yeah. You know, I'm going to talk to her. Well, man, I can tell you this. I've been doing this 16 years. I'm not going to do you wrong. It ain't like that. I just need you to, be completely honest. Don't obscure anything, because if there's anything that, that you're not truthful about, obviously we would find that out, and it hurts the case. Does that make sense? I already know. So, if you just don't know the answer to it, if we ask you a question, just tell me, I don't know the answer. What you do know is great. But I tell you what, we'll go on down there. It's not far from here. My other detective will be here in a second. We'll get in there, get your quick statement, get the information. We'll get you right back here where we need to go. Is that cool? How long would it take for the reward? Well, I'll look into that. We gotta look into the information that you give us. But as long as the information is legit, everything pans out, and then it'll be fairly quick from what I understand. Okay, it's not nothing that's going to be a long time. But definitely the reward is there. I can tell you 100% that is there. How much is it up to? $16,000 right now. 16, and I heard there might be some more coming. So but. I'm just trying to get away. Right, well, but it came down to it. Yeah. They did that shit. Well, it's wrong. It's wrong. Yeah. And I mean, you got to look at it as you can't be motivated by the reward and just give us information on what you think is going to help you get the reward. You got to be honest with us. Always. Good deal. Okay. Well, let's go on back in, and I'll get you over there. Turn this off. Do you have any questions for me or anything right now? Okay.
Okay, is there anything else?
I don't think so. I do want to clarify, we said the thing about he couldn't say that Duty was driving the night at the time that Caitlyn was shot and killed, but he can say that he's seen Duty driving that car before that or after that.
But you're asking me if
he had seen Mr. Cowan driving the car before that.
And based upon his own personal observation, I don't see why not.
Yes, so the only thing that we're restricting is just at the time of the shooting, he can't say that Hill said Duty was driving.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's need to have him step back. And tell him, I'm gonna, y'all, are we ready to get him after everybody needs another break? We're good to just keep going? All right, after he gets situated, we need to line the jury up.
All rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that the jury during this trial will be back in the courtroom after that break. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The state calls Jaquez Merrill Odom.
Jaquez Merrill Odom.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat.
Mr. Merrill Odom, could you please state your full name for the record?
Jaquez Merrill Odom.
And could you spell your name for the court reporter?
JACQUESMERRELL-ODOM.
And Mr. Merrill Odom, how old are you?
23.
And were you born in Nashville?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you lived here all of your life?
Yeah, somewhat, yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Can you speak up for me just a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Soft spoken. That's okay.
Do you know Mr. Devontae Hill?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you known him?
Now about 13, 14.
When did you first meet him?
He was in the apartments. My auntie was moving into the apartments. He helped us move in.
And have y'all maintained a friendship from that time when you were younger up until the end of 2020?
Yeah, we was cool, and we had like lost contact for a little bit, but I started coming back around.
And so in December, I guess November, early December of 2020, were you and Mr. Hill friends?
Yeah.
Did you talk to him on a regular basis?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Hill in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you point him out and describe where he's seated?
Dreads, gray vest, white shirt, seated next to a guy in with the orange tie.
And back in late November, early December 2020, did you know where Mr. Hill was living?
Yes.
And where was that?
Panorama Apartments.
And do you know the address of Panorama Apartments?
1500 Porter Road.
And does that apartments, does it have any nicknames?
Zone.
The Zone?
Yeah.
Just people sometimes call it PA?
Yeah.
And is that just kind of local, two different names that people might refer to it? So if they say I'm going to the Zone or I'm back at the Zone, that would
PA,
be
yes, ma'am.
Panorama. And did you know exactly what apartment that he lived in?
I believe K5.
And back again, we're talking the end of 2020. Did you spend any time over at Panorama Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, did you yourself live there?
No, ma'am.
How often would you say that you were over there?
A lot.
So several times a week, would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went over there, did you typically hang out with Mr. Hill?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have other friends that hung out there?
Yeah.
And I want to ask you about Mr. James Cowan. Do you know that person?
I mean, not as well as I know Mr. Hill, but yeah, I know him.
And back in 2020, did you know Mr. Cowan's full name of James Cowan?
No, ma'am.
How did you know him?
I know him as Duty.
And did you only know him by that nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
And back in December of 2020, how long had you known the person that you knew as Duty?
Couple months.
And did you know whether or not he and Mr. Hill were friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the person you knew as Duty? Did you know him well?
Not as well as I know Mr. Hill.
And what was your understanding of the basis of Mr. Hill and Mr. Cowan's friendship, of how they were friends?
Through the gang that they were in.
And what gang was that?
9-8.
And 9-8, what does that refer to?
Crip.
And you just said Crip?
Yeah, Mafia Crip. 9-8 Mafia Crip.
And so 9-8 Mafia Crip gang would be all of the words that someone might use to describe that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what type of vehicle that Mr. Cowan had back in December of 2020?
Cadillac.
And what type of Cadillac?
It's a Cadillac truck, like a SUV. It was gray, black tints, black rims.
And had you seen Mr. Cowan in that vehicle?
Yes.
And when you saw him in that vehicle, was he typically driving it or was someone else?
He was driving.
Did you ever see Mr. Cowan in that vehicle with someone else driving it?
No.
And you said that it was a gray Cadillac truck SUV. Was it one of the smaller ones?
It was like a big body.
Okay. Did you know whether or not Mr. Hill had his own vehicle?
No.
Had you ever seen Mr. Hill in that same Cadillac truck that Mr. Cowan drove?
Yes.
And how often did you see him in that truck?
I mean...
Which I'm saying truck. You've said SUV. So SUV and truck, we're referring to the same type of vehicle.
I mean, whenever, like, they together, he'll be in it, but, like, about it.
So you had seen Mr. Hill in that Cadillac SUV truck with Mr. Cowan?
Yes.
But Mr. Cowan was always the driver?
Yes.
And specifically, I want to draw your attention to the time frame of that Thursday, December 3rd of 2020. Now that Thursday, December 3rd, 2020, the day that this incident happened, did you see Mr. Hill or Mr. Cowan that day?
No.
Did you see them several days later?
Yes.
And what day was that?
Probably Sunday.
And so if December 3rd was a Thursday and you saw them on Sunday, would that be December 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe that December 6th, the first time that you saw either of them?
I was sitting in the car smoking. They pulled into the apartments. Hill got out the car, hopped in the car with me. We was talking for a little bit. We just chilling, talking. He told me that he had to get rid of the gun, XD9. He didn't say like why he had to get rid of it right then and there. We were just talking. I told him I'd get rid of it. I traded him my gun. He got out the car. I left. I don't know what I went to go do. I think I went to go take my girl to work or something like that. And I ended up coming back to the apartments. And that's when he told me everything.
Which you said that you were sitting in the car smoking. What type of vehicle did you have?
Chrysler 200.
And what color was it?
All white.
And where were you when you were sitting in your car?
I was back then, like in front of his building.
And so you said in the front of his building. Are you referring to Mr. Hill's building?
ma'am.
And so that would be at Panorama Apartments.
Yes, ma'am.
And where was Mr. Hill when you first saw him? Was he in a vehicle? Was he outside?
He was in the Cadillac and hopped out of the Cadillac and came and got in my car.
Okay, so you saw him in the 2020 Cadillac, the gray one that you've described with the black tent and the black rims.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see who else was in the Cadillac when he got out of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
Duty.
And so was Mr. Hill the passenger of that vehicle when he got out?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said he got into your vehicle and you had a conversation with him.
Yes, ma'am.
And he said that he needed to get rid of the XD9.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the XD9?
The Springfield. It's a Springfield
Is that a handgun?
handgun. Yeah.
Did he tell you why he needed to get rid of it?
Not right then.
And you said that you traded him your gun.
Yeah.
What type of gun did you have?
M&P 40.
And is that a Smith & Wesson M&P 40?
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you had that gun?
Not that long. Probably about 4 weeks. 3-4 weeks.
And did that gun previously belong to someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's that person's name, or what do they go by?
D-man.
And you said D man?
Yeah.
So like the letter D and then M-A-N?
Yeah.
And at that time, when you traded guns with him, did you have a plan of what you were going to do with the XD9?
Not right then and there. I just kind of started like thinking about it, like, but I went to speak with my mom. My mom just, she talking to me, and she didn't like she had basically made it seem like if it was one of them or if it was her, what would you want someone else to do?
Which, Mr. Merrill Odom, you're talking about kind of like after you found out more information.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just saying, like, that moment when you and Mr. Hill are sitting in your car, the Chrysler 200, at that time, did you have any plan for that Springfield XD9 before you knew more information about it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you trade guns. Do you think there's anything wrong with the situation at that moment?
No.
And you said he didn't tell you why he needed to get rid of it.
Yeah, he didn't tell me why right then and there.
And then you said you left, and you said you think that you took your girl to work.
Yeah.
Are you referring to your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you see Mr. Hill again?
Yeah, I came back to the apartments.
And what time of day was that?
Probably about 6, 7 at night.
So sometime later at night?
Yeah. Like in the evening.
And when you came back to the apartments, were you in your vehicle again?
Yeah.
Was anybody with you?
No.
And where did you see Mr. Hill?
It was a couple of us posted up in front of his apartments.
And so you're talking about outside of Building K?
Yeah.
And when you say a couple of us, were you all friends?
Yes.
And who all was there?
Me, Duty, Tech. I think Zai was there. Probably Ocho, and I don't know, a couple more of us.
Okay. Which I want to kind of go through some of those names. You said that you were there.
Yeah.
Do you have a nickname?
Gucci.
Gucci?
Yes.
So like G-U-C-C-I.
G-U-X-X-I.
G-U-X-X-I. You pronounce it Gucci.
Yeah.
And you said that Duty was there, which you've already said that was a nickname for James Cowan. Is that correct? And then you said Tech. And when you're referring to Tech, is that T-E-C?
Yeah.
And whose nickname is that?
Here.
Mr. Devontae Hill?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said Zai. Would that be Z-Y?
Yeah. Yeah.
And does that person have another name? Is that their nickname?
I don't know his full name.
Okay. And then you said somebody whose name is Ocho. Is that their nickname?
Yeah.
Do you know their real name?
Ari.
You said Ari, and is that A-U-R-Y?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, was there a person there named Deja, D-E-Z-I-A? Or D-E-Z-I-A, yes.
Deja. Dezai?
Dezai.
Yeah.
Is that the same Zai person?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the same person.
Yeah.
And so that's, I guess, a total of 5 people, is that right?
Yeah.
And when you see Mr. Hill then, what's everybody doing? What's going on?
We just sitting around chilling, talking, just kicking it. And he kind of like alert. Just like, he just on it, like he just like, he acting weird. And he's saying like, man, I done fucked up. Like, he keep on asking me that I get rid of the gun, and he finally showed me the article, what happened.
And what article was that?
The Caitlyn article.
And when you say the Caitlyn article, what are you referring to?
The article of the nurse being killed.
And when he is having this conversation with you, are you still with the other people, or are you alone with Mr. Hill?
Yes. I'm alone with him at first when he first showed me it, when I first pulled back up. But when we all in the circle, he showed again, like.
Okay, so the first time that Mr. Hill shows you the article, did he show you on his phone?
Yes.
And the article was about a nurse being killed on I-440, is that right?
Yes.
And so the first time he showed it to you, were you and Mr. Hill alone, or were you in the group?
We was alone in the car.
And what did he say when he showed that to you?
That he fucked up, that he did it.
And you said that he kept asking you if you had gotten rid of the gun.
Yes.
Had he previously asked you to get rid of the gun?
Yes, ma'am.
And so did that happen earlier in that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you traded guns with him, he said to you, I guess, was it traded off with somebody else to get rid of it? So you were supposed to have given it to someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked you if you had a plan when he first gave it to you, and you said no. Had you not figured out who you were going to give it to?
I mean, I was supposed to give it back. I was supposed to give it to D-Man, but I wasn't going to give that to him because I didn't know what was going on with it.
And so at that point, when Mr. Hill asked you if you'd gotten rid of it, what did you tell him?
I told him that I didn't get rid of it yet, that I was going to.
And then he told you that he had messed up, he did that.
Yeah.
Did he tell you what gun he used to do it?
The XD9.
And what was your reaction to that?
I wanted to give it back, but he said that it would be alright, get rid of it. That it would be alright. And
so did you ask him to undo the trade and get your M&P 40 back?
yeah, kind of, yeah.
And did he agree to do that?
No.
So then you said that he said something again, and you were in the group.
Yes, ma'am.
Which, before we get to that, I want to kind of go back to when just you and him are together. He said, I did that, I effed up.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say that he was in a car when he did it, or a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. They was coming from, I don't know where they was coming from, but they was on the interstate. He said that the car had got on the interstate and almost like wrecked into them. I don't know if he I guess he said, like, I guess he thought there was somebody else, so he shot up the car.
And you're referring to Mr. Hill when you say that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Hill tell you that he was the passenger of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And someone else was driving the vehicle he was in, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the passenger, he describes to you that another vehicle gets onto the interstate, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when that vehicle gets onto the interstate, they almost had some type of a wreck, but they didn't have a wreck.
No, ma'am.
And then what did he say about what happened once the other vehicle gets on the interstate, they almost have a wreck? What happened at that point?
He shut up the car.
And you said that he made a statement that he thought that somebody else.
Okay.
I'm just clarifying what he said.
I'll allow for clarity that be careful with the lady.
You said that he said he thought it was somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he describe anything else about the shooting?
No, not really. No.
And he was specific about those details. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so after he's told you this about what happened, you said that then you guys go back to the group with the other 3 people. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is something else said about what happened on I-440?
He was like, kind of like, Hill was saying like, man, I fucked up. He was kind of like nervous and like alert. And Duty had said, man, she shouldn't have did that shit. It is what it is. Like, fuck it.
And does that kind of end that interaction that night?
Yeah, really, like, it stopped all the talk about it.
And did you see Mr. Hill after that day?
No, ma'am.
And no, I guess what I'm saying after, like any time from that day until the time that you end up going to the hospital, did you see him again?
No, ma'am.
Did he talk to you about anything again?
No, ma'am.
Which you're friends with him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time? And so you guys would message every once in a while?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're not really talking to him much after all of that comes out, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, you decide that you are going to come forward with information.
Yes, ma'am.
When does that happen?
Talking to Mom. She just like, I mean, I talked to her about everything. Like, she telling me like, what would you do if that was me? Or what would you want somebody else to do if that was me? So I was thinking it over and just.
And what type of work does your mom do?
She used to be a nurse. Now she's working. Like, she got her own business, a bartending business.
And so did you tell your mom about the information that you knew?
Yeah.
And after talking to her, what, if anything, did you do to try to, I guess, get information to Miss Kaufman's family?
I messaged her on Facebook, tried to get in touch with her on Facebook.
And did you send her a message through Facebook Messenger?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get a response from her?
No, ma'am.
And were you even sure that you had the right account?
No, ma'am, I wasn't sure.
And so once you didn't get a response, what, if anything, did you do to try to get in touch with Miss Kaufman?
I went up to the hospital.
And which hospital was that?
St. Thomas West.
And did you do that on December 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that would have been a Thursday.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember about what time of day you went up there?
It was early. It was morning time, probably around like 10, 11.
And who did you talk to when you first got to St. Thomas West?
It was a guy nurse, and he told me that he knew Caitlyn, and he told me if I would mind sitting with the security. I told him yeah.
And how long did you sit with the security?
Not long, probably about 2 hours.
You said not long, probably about 2 hours?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you tell them why you were there?
I didn't tell them exactly why I was there. I just told them that I had information about Caitlyn Kaufman.
Did you ask for Caitlyn Kaufman's mom when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess they asked you to sit and wait. What were you waiting on?
The detectives to pull up.
Okay. So you sat there for about 2 hours, and eventually some detectives pulled up. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, happened at that point?
I had talked to one of the detectives out in the parking garage, and we hopped in the car. He took me back to headquarters. And that's when I met detective, the other detective.
And you're kind of pointing, are you referring to Detective Dickerson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's when you went to police headquarters, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, you sat down with them. They put you in an interview room, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which again, you went to the hospital to try and get in touch with Mrs. Kaufman.
Yes, ma'am.
So at the point that you get in the interview room, do you tell them all of the information that you have?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you tell them?
That I knew about Caitlyn Kaufman's murder. Told them who it was, and that I could get the gun.
And the part about you could get the gun, were you 100% truthful about that?
Yeah.
You said yes.
Yes.
Did you tell Sergeant Dickerson you already had the gun?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so you weren't 100% truthful about that. Is that right?
No, ma'am. I didn't get what you were saying.
And I apologize. My question might not have been the best question. So you gave them the information you had, but there was one thing that you didn't tell them about. Is that right?
Yeah.
You told them you could get the gun, not that you already had the gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you not tell them the truth about that?
Because I didn't want it to fall back on me.
And at some point, you actually told them the truth about that gun.
Yes, ma'am.
But can you explain what you mean you didn't want that to fall back on me?
Yeah, I didn't want them to think like that I did it or I was there or anything like that, because I got this gun.
Because you had the murder weapon.
Yeah.
So at that point, you've given them all the information that you have. Everything that you said, other than the fact that you already had the gun, was that all correct information?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess because you told them that you could get the gun, did they start coordinating so that you could purchase the gun?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that take a while?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess you said 2 hours wasn't very long, but was it around 3 hours or so?
Yeah.
And during that time that they're coordinating this, what was your plan if they actually set up this gun buy when you already had the gun?
To be honest, I don't know what my plan would have been, but my plan was to get him to admit to what he done while I was there.
Okay, so they told you that you were going to be recorded, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you thought that you could at least get him to make some statement.
Yes, ma'am.
But something happened to where that gun purchase didn't go through. Can you explain what that was?
I told him that I had the gun. I was texting Hill, and
Which, let me kind of stop you there and go back a little bit. At the time, back in December 2020, what type of phone did you have?
iPhone 7.
And did you have carrier service with a cellular company?
No.
And so if you wanted to call someone or text someone, how were you able to do that?
Wi-Fi.
When you were at the police department, those first 3 hours or so, were you able to connect to any Wi-Fi signal?
No, ma'am.
So you were not able to message anyone or call anyone?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever ask them for a Wi-Fi password?
Yes, ma'am.
More than once?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did one of the detectives finally give you a hotspot Wi-Fi password?
Yes, ma'am.
And as soon as you got that, what did you do?
I text Hill
And why did you text Mr. Hill?
so that I could tell them that I had the gun.
So that you could tell Mr. Hill you had the gun?
The detective.
You wanted to tell Detective Dickerson that you actually had the gun?
Yeah.
And so why did you need to text Mr. Hill before you told him that?
To to get him to admit to what he done in the text message and admit that I wasn't around when he done it. So when I did turn over the gun, nothing would fall back on me.
Okay. So you sent messages to him, and were those messages, I mean, you sent them from your actual phone in police headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you send them through an SMS text, or was it through a social media messenger?
Instagram.
Through Instagram Messenger?
Yeah.
And did Mr. Hill respond back to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at that point, what did you do when he responded back?
I told him that I had the gun, showed him the messages.
And so you showed him the actual messages that you sent to Mr. Hill and the ones that he sent back?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also tell him that you had not told him the whole truth, but that you already had that gun?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened at that point?
They went and got the gun, tested it for ballistics.
Did they want to talk to you a little bit longer first?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe Detective Dickerson's mood when you told him that you had the gun?
He was kind of like mad about it. Like that I didn't say it at first because it could have went by way faster.
Because you had been there for several hours.
Yes, ma'am.
At the point that you told him that you had it, did you tell them exactly where it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
Inside the glove department of my car.
And why was that Springfield XD 9mm gun in the glove compartment of your car?
Because I was going to turn it over to Caitlyn's mom.
So when you went to St. Thomas West that day, your intention was to say, this is the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your intention to come forward and have your name be known so that we would call you as a witness today in this trial?
No, ma'am.
Were you hoping to keep your name out of it?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that Springfield XD 9mm handgun that was in your glove box, was it loaded or unloaded?
It was unloaded.
And is that something that you did?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were the bullets that had been in that gun?
Inside the glove department.
And is it possible that they might have been in the center console?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's what I call my glove department.
Okay, so the glove compartment would be in front of the passenger seat, something you might pull down towards you, but you're talking about the center console.
Yeah.
The part in between the driver's seat and the passenger seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you give them your keys?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you sign consent so that they could go search your vehicle without them having to get a search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, did they ask you to do anything else related to Mr. Hill and speaking to him?
Yeah, they said, can I get a conversation on the phone?
And so they asked you to make a phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was all done while you were in the interview room, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Hill made statements to you on that phone call, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at that point, you stayed at the police station.
Yes, ma'am.
So total, you were probably there over 6 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when Detective Dickerson is talking to you about that night of December 3rd, 2020, what happened to Caitlyn, he talked to you at the beginning of the interview, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then they spent a lot of time setting up a gun purchase, which, is it correct that a bunch of detectives had to come in to talk to you about that?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot of planning going on. And then you finally got the Wi-Fi password and provided them with the messages
Yes,
and
ma'am.
told them the truth that you already had that gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, when you told them you already had the gun, they went back over kind of what happened and asked you about what Mr. Hill had said about December 3rd, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
But that whole 6 hours that you're in the interview room, they're not asking you questions about Mr. Hill the entire time, is that right?
No, ma'am.
And did you provide them with the details based off of the questions they were asking you?
Yes, ma'am.
did they ask you every single question that I've asked today about where were you sitting, what car were you in, all of those specific details, or did they ask you a little bit more generally?
Yeah, they asked me where was I at and what was my car, and yes, man, they asked me all that.
But is it fair to say that I've asked a little bit more detail today?
Yes, ma'am.
And that night, you were allowed to leave the police station, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After that day, did you continue to communicate with Sergeant Dickerson?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with him regularly?
Yeah, I would say.
And at some point, you were subpoenaed to come to a preliminary hearing related to this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would have been on January 12th of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it wasn't in this courtroom, it was a different courtroom in this building. And that was approximately a month or so after that interview that you had with Sergeant Dickerson.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you testified on that day, were you given the opportunity to review that recorded interview that you had with Detective Dickerson on December 10th of 2020?
No, ma'am.
And did you have as clear of a memory about exactly what was said?
No, ma'am.
When you testified at the preliminary hearing, did you tell the truth based off of your memory of what you were sure that you knew?
I mean, yeah, I would say, but no, not, because I didn't know like exactly what. It was a while when I had did when I had did the prelim.
And so at the preliminary hearing, is it fair to say that your memory wasn't as good?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it had been a month since any of this had happened.
Yes, ma'am.
When you testified at the prelim, were you trying to tell the truth to the best of your ability?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, prior to today, last week, were you able to review at least the relevant portions of that 6-hour interview with Detective Dickerson?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that help to refresh your memory so that you could testify about all of those events here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And since then, were you able to review your preliminary hearing testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you agree that some of the things you were not as detailed on as you were on December 10th, 2020 when you met with Detective Dickerson?
Yes, ma'am. I kind of rushed it, trying to get out quick.
Did you want to be in court on that January 12th, 2021?
Not that day, but I kind of like. I mean, I've been locked up 2 years, so like, I done had a whole lot of conversation with mom and my girl, and it's just I got a whole different mindset about it.
And I guess at the preliminary hearing, were you trying to tell the truth to the best of your ability?
Yes, ma'am.
But there were a couple of things that are different than what you said today.
Yes, ma'am.
But what you said today is what you told Detective Dickerson initially.
Yes, ma'am.
And you specifically referenced earlier that Mr. Hill said that it was when the other vehicle came on the interstate and they almost wrecked.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also made a reference to when they were coming on the interstate that they were merging. So it was when that vehicle was coming onto the interstate and merging.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you went to the hospital on December 10th of 2020, what, if anything, did you know about reward money?
I didn't know exactly how much it was. I knew it was something, but I didn't know exactly how much it was.
So you knew it was some amount.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you at some point find out that it was more than what you thought it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it substantially more than what you thought it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And so after you testified at the preliminary hearing on January 12th, 2021,
yes, ma'am.
did you actually receive reward money for being the person that came forward with information that led to the arrest of the people responsible for Caitlyn Kaufman's murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive a sizable amount of money?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it over $50,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And since that time, obviously, you said that you've been in custody.
Yes, ma'am.
You're here today testifying. Can you explain why you're here today testifying?
Because, I mean, like, I didn't feel right having that weapon. I didn't feel right knowing about it and not saying nothing about it and not doing nothing about it. I wouldn't want it to happen to none of my family and nobody do nothing. I wouldn't want my mom to lose somebody and nobody do nothing, or lose me and nobody do nothing. And she just gotta sit there and just take it.
Judge, if I can have just one moment. Mr. Odom Merrill, is one of your social media names, is it Reaper God Gucci?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that also one of your rap names?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if there's social media interactions with you, your account would be under that account, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do people sometimes call you Jay?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it make sense if Mr. Hill had you saved as GOJ Assassin in his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
But is that a name that you use?
I mean, it's an Instagram name too. It's in my bio.
Okay, and so that is an account that's associated with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if those messages that you sent him from headquarters are under that name, those are those messages.
Yes, man. That's the Reaper God Gucci and the Geo Assassin, the GOJ Assassin. That's the same.
Same account.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Merrill Odom, you have a couple of prior or they're not convictions because they're called delinquent adjudications when you were a juvenile. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, what year were you born?
99.
And so you have a delinquent adjudication for an aggravated burglary from December 16th of 2013. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you also have a delinquent adjudication as a juvenile for an aggravated burglary on April 21st of 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? And then you have a delinquent adjudication for theft of property under 500, which would be a misdemeanor offense, and that's from July 9th of 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
And those are out of Davidson County. In Sumner County, you have a delinquent adjudication for attempted burglary and possession of stolen property from November 28th of 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in Davidson County, you have a joyriding, which again is a misdemeanor, a delinquent adjudication from April 24th of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill Odom. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Merrill Odom. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good.
Just wanted to clarify a few things. You were asked on direct about your statement to Detective Dickerson. You had said to Detective Dickerson that at first time that you would encounter Mr. Hill was that you were alone in your car. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, yes, sir.
And that's when he showed you the article and said, don't need to cuss you out, but I fucked up, I did this.
Not the very first time, but when I pulled back up, yes.
Okay, so in the car, is that when he showed you the article?
Yes.
And he said, I fucked up, I did this?
Yeah.
When he showed you that article, did he say, we fucked up, we did this? He didn't say that, did he?
No.
He never said, Duty and I did this, James Cowan and I did this. When he showed you that article, he never said that, right?
Your Honor, if we approach.
So what's the dispute here, Nick? A sidebar here, and this is the first question or two on cross-examination.
Well, so what they're arguing about, or what they're worried about Mr. Munkebo getting into, is the fact that, they weren't supposed to. Hill made a statement to Odom. The real statement states that Cowan was the driver. So they're leaving Cowan cannot say anything that Hill cannot say anything that Cowan told him to Odom. So they said that the driver was unknown. Someone else was driving. Remember?
Okay, right.
Right. So they were not allowed, to bring that in. And so when Munkebo starts asking about whether, was either one of them ever say this, he's kind of getting real close to going around the judge's order. Okay. And so, and the state objected, and of course Jan Norman did a masterful job of, I was kind of on pins and needles, because she was asking leading questions, which is normally not permitted, but if he were to have made that statement, or it would have to get out, then that would be a mistrial. And so they're doing everything that they can.
Okay, can you please, maybe I'm confused, and I know our viewers, why on earth would it be a mistrial if something like that comes out? I mean, we already know that he's admitted that he shot her, so what's the big deal?
So again, what the situation is that there was a statement, okay, that Hill had made to Odom, okay, implicating Cowan, okay, and because of Bruton and the Bruton issues, that's why they're being tried together.
You can't let them testify against each other in a way.
Right, exactly. So the order of the court was that, we were just going to say someone was driving.
Okay. The other part, now under cross, hopefully they resolve this, they get past it. You did not hear Jan Norman bring up the issue of reward money, and you heard Odom talk about how it was his mother that said, well, imagine if that was me, you would want someone to do the right thing, and I'm sitting here rolling my eyes. Okay, we know definitively, okay, from some of the earlier reporting that he was after reward money as well. And that has not come up. Is the defense going to be able to bring that up?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair game, clearly. They're going to bring up reward money. Unless there's been some prior ruling on that, there's been no discussion about the judge saying, not asking about reward money. But when Mr. Munkebo got up there and said, no one ever said that Cowan was involved. Right, like he kind of really, kind of stepped into it a little bit here. You know?
Yeah. But with regard to reward, is that an issue? I mean, as I said, it's very possible that Odom's mother did say something to him, but I think you're naive if you think this wasn't about the reward money. And I feel quite certain that he probably asked about that at some point when he was talking about delivering the weapon and some of the testimony. And he ended up, as we've reported, he received $37,000 because of this tip. And I believe the reward money played a huge factor in the tips coming in. So is that significant, and why would Jan Norman have not have addressed that?
And maybe there's been a prior order, like I said, that says you can't get into it, but I would think that they would get into the reward money. I don't recall them talking about it like you said, but there could be a prior order. Again, the case is sealed, okay? But I mean, I don't know why there would be a prior order. I mean, obviously, I think it's fair game for the defense to say that, there was incentive there. Under 616 of the Tennessee Rules of Evidence, it goes to bias and motive, to say that, the reason he said that this was the gun that was involved is because he was going to get money for it.
Well, exactly. I mean, I assume that's going to come up. Other aspects of the cross-examination here, what will they go after?
Well, his convictions.
Yeah, his convictions, they'll go into that.
Jan Norman talked about the juvenile delinquency convictions, and generally those things are not admissible, but if they go to someone's credibility, they are. And of course, any conviction that they ask about has to be a crime that was punishable by more than 1 year in prison, so it's got to be a felony, and it's got to be a crime of dishonesty or involve a false statement, and the crime cannot be more than 10 years old.
Okay. Now, the jury is observing that he is clearly in a jumpsuit.
Sure.
He came in shackled, okay?
Sure.
So they know this guy's locked up, and it's not for protective custody. He's here for a crime that he committed. She touched on some of that. Will the defense be able to get into, his most recent arrests in detail along
Sure.
those lines?
I think it's
Okay.
fair game to say, listen, you're up here today. Not only did you get reward money for the gun, but you're testifying today. It's different from the preliminary hearing because at the preliminary hearing, maybe he was in custody at the
I think
preliminary
he may
hearing.
have been at that point, but we didn't know the details of it until that.
So
Yeah.
maybe he's hoping that he gets some kind of a deal out of it. Maybe he's hoping that he gets consideration from the state of Tennessee, and if the district attorney were to go to the judge, of which he's convicted, they both agree to suspend his sentence and let him out on probation. That happens immediately. So he's hoping to get consideration. Of course, he's going to say there is no deal. They've made no deal, and clearly, the state doesn't make a deal prior to testifying. That would be stupid. But they see how the testimony plays out.
We've been kind of observing a lot of the comments on Facebook as they've been coming in. It seems a lot of people know Jaquez Merrill Odom, and frankly, as I follow some of this, if and when he's released, I frankly worry about his safety.
Yeah, and if I was his mom, I'd say leave me out of it.
Yeah, but as it plays out. So also, he will be cross-examined not only by Munkebo, but also an attorney for Hill, either Sims or Chafin, correct? I mean, they'll both get a chance at him. And Munkebo hasn't said as much. The real focus to the trial to this point has primarily been on Hill, but Munkebo's still trying to defend Cowan, saying he wasn't involved.
Well, and this, and so it becomes a real issue what he just asked, and it's really the kind of the way he asked it. Because he says, that there was no any statements made that my client was involved. And he never, nobody ever said that Cowan, and clearly the judge gave an order, because there was a statement made.
Yes.
Okay, that Cowan was the driver.
Yes.
And so in order for to try them together and not have to sever, not have to delay, the state of Tennessee has agreed, listen, we will just say that someone was driving. Okay, but it wasn't Hill. And that's what they went through. And that was the jury out that we had before. That was the little dry rehearsal that we had. That's why Jan Norman was allowed to ask leading questions on direct.
And Cowan was trying to say, defending his client, saying he wasn't the driver. All right, let's see how this plays out, how they resolved it, and if the questioning is more cautious here.
Mr. Merrill Odom, you had agreed on direct that there were some inconsistencies between your statement to Detective Dickerson and your preliminary hearing. Is that right? What you have been consistent about was that Mr. Hill told you that I effed up, I did this, basically that he was the one that shot up the car. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Sims, are you affirming?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Merrill Odom, you told us you have a whole different mindset about things today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Speak up for me. Really sad.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you scoot your chair forward just a little bit? There you go. Thank you. Go ahead, Sims.
Because you're here to do the right thing today,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're always honest.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk about basically now 4 different times you've talked about what happened, okay? And I want to break those down into the 4 different stories, all right? So let's start with the first kind of half of when you're talking to the police, okay? So the first half of that 6-hour period that you're with the police, that's the part of the time where you're not telling them that you have the gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're telling them lots of things about the conversation that you heard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's when you tell them that there are a bunch of people out there, all these people that we've heard you mention, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That Mr. Hill had been showing the gun around, right?
I didn't say that.
Okay. That Mr. Hill had been talking about needing to get rid of a gun,
Yes, ma'am.
right? That he was trying to get somebody to buy the gun.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That didn't happen, right?
Yeah, it did happen.
Okay. So, all right. So you're telling us today. Well, let's go back to what you just told the jury today. You told the jury today on this Sunday, right? We're talking about Sunday, December the 6th.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Mr. Hill and Mr. Cowan pull up in the Cadillac, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hill gets out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hill gets in the car with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's during that time when the two of you are sitting in the car that he trades you the Springfield XD for the M&P 40, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That trade happens, okay? You leave,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You come back to Panorama sometime later that night, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when Mr. Hill is supposedly showing everybody this article, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you told us today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what today you're telling us is the truth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So just 30 seconds ago, you said there was some other time that Mr. Hill was showing this firearm around and trying to get somebody to buy that. When did that happen? On Sunday, December the 6th.
I didn't say that.
Your Honor, I feel like she's misstating the witness testimony.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I asked him whether that happened, and he said yes.
She can ask the question, and Officer Jones, you can come back and redirect if necessary, and re-ask your question.
Okay. So we've just talked about the truth about what happened on Sunday, December 6th, that you're telling us today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That gun trade happened,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Before you ever knew anything about Caitlyn Kaufman's death, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And now you're telling us that at some point during the day, Mr. Hill was also trying to sell that gun.
Yes, ma'am.
That was before you pulled up to Panorama?
No, when I pulled up the Panorama, before we even traded guns, he was going to sell it. But I told him that I would trade him. I would get rid of it for him.
Okay. So there was a group of people around, he was trying to sell the gun, and then he got into the car?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about what you told the police in that first half of your statement. Okay. You said he was trying to sell a gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told the police you could get that gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was not true. Well, I guess let me rephrase it. You already had the gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't tell the police you had the gun.
No, ma'am.
Okay. It's your position that you were being honest with the police then?
No, ma'am.
You weren't being honest with the police in that first statement, right? That first half.
I wasn't being honest about not having the gun yet.
Okay. So then, after you tell the police that you have the gun,
Yes, ma'am.
you're honest with them after that,
I was honest with him the whole time except for having a gun.
except for the part where you weren't, right?
I was honest with them the whole time except about having the gun.
Okay, except for that part, you were honest with them. Okay. So you're honest with them in the second half of the statement, right?
I'm honest with them the whole time except about having the gun.
Okay. And you told the police that the Springfield XD was in your glove compartment, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I call my middle console.
Okay. So the Springfield XD was in the center console of your car.
Yes.
And you're sure about that?
Positive.
And you're sure that's what you told the police?
100%.
Okay. And you told the police the bullets were also in the glove compartment, right?
Yeah, the middle console, yes.
But you mean the center console?
Yes.
Okay. You told the police in the first half of your statement, you told the police that Mr. Hill said, I fucked up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You told the police Mr. Hill said, I did that.
Yes, ma'am.
And he told you those things while he was showing you the news article on his phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in the second half of your statement to the police, when they started questioning you about more details, right? Because they told you there was a big change in your story, and they had to be sure that what you were telling them was the truth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You told them again the same story. Mr. Hill showed you the article on his phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Said, I fucked up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He said, I did that.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. Now, Ms. Norman asked you about when you testified at the preliminary hearing. So I'm going to call that the third statement that you made, right? We're talking about the first half is one statement, second half of your interview is the second statement. So the preliminary hearing is the third time you talked about what happened, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
At the preliminary hearing, you testified that Mr. Hill showed you an article on his phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He told you, I fucked up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He told you, I did that.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at the preliminary hearing, you told us it was just Mr. Hill present when that conversation happened, right?
No.
That's not what you said at the preliminary
Yes,
hearing?
that is what I said.
Oh,
yes.
that is what you said, okay. Which you would agree with me is different than what you told the police, right?
No.
Okay. You'd agree with me that that's different than what you told us here today?
No.
So it was just Mr. Hill present when he said that?
When he first got in the car, yes.
Okay. Now, at the preliminary hearing, you told us that Mr. Cowan was not there when he made that statement, right? You remember that?
When we was inside the car, he wasn't in the car with us.
Right. And that Mr. Cowan never said anything about what happened. You remember testifying to that at the preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Okay. But that's not true, right? Because Mr. Cowan did say something about it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now you, Ms. Norman asked you about the preliminary hearing. You remember it was in a different courtroom, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You raised your right hand, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You swore to tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Just like you did today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you tried to tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't want to be there.
Yes, ma'am.
You were trying to hurry up and get through.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you were asked multiple times whether Mr. Cowan ever made any statements about what happened, and you said multiple times, no. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But today, you tell us that Mr. Cowan did in fact make a statement about what happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cowan said she shouldn't have done that, she shouldn't have cut us off.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And today you've also told us Mr. Hill showed you an article, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He said, I fucked up. He said, I did that,
Yes, ma'am.
right? I want to talk now about the meeting that you had with Sergeant Dickerson and with Ms. Norman last week.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Norman asked you about whether you got a chance to listen or read a transcript of your police interview. Did you listen to it or did you read it?
I listened to it.
Okay. And what about the preliminary hearing? Did you listen to that or did you read a transcript?
I listened to that too.
Okay. And that helped you remember what had happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the preliminary hearing happened about a month after you talked to Detective Dickerson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You would agree with me that your memory would have been better a month after this happened than now 2 years later, right?
No.
No? You remember new things now?
I remember because a month after that had happened, within that month, I was doing drugs, I was doing everything, and I've been sober for 2 years. I haven't been doing no drugs. My brain is back.
Okay. So you were high when this conversation happened with Mr. Hill?
No, I was well. Yeah, I was smoking. Yeah.
Okay. You're smoking weed, right?
Yeah.
Using cocaine?
Yeah.
Using Xanax?
No, not at the time.
Okay. So you were high on weed and cocaine when you had this conversation with Mr. Hill?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Hill was also smoking weed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was also using cocaine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you told us that during this conversation he seemed nervous,
Yeah.
right? He was upset or kind of agitated, right?
Alert.
Alert, okay. he was concerned.
Yeah.
Right? And he wasn't out there bragging, trying to tell everybody about it, right?
I mean, it wasn't like a brag, just kind of just like showing.
He was trying to, he was nervous about what was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And he talked to you because y'all are friends.
Yeah.
Right? Or you were friends back then.
Yeah.
You told us that you've known each other since you were 13.
13, 14, yeah.
When your aunt moved into the apartments over there at Panorama.
Yeah.
Yeah. And y'all got close and you were hanging out when you were kids or when you were teenagers, right? There was a period of time where y'all didn't talk as much.
Yeah.
And that you had just recently reconnected.
Yeah.
Right? And had, it sounds like, been spending a lot of time together up until December of 2020.
I would say.
I'm sorry, you'd say, you would agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair to say Mr. Hill trusted you?
Yeah.
Because y'all were close like that.
Yeah.
He felt like he could confide in you.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's probably the reason you felt like he could trust you with this information about what had happened.
Yeah.
Right? And go to you for help to try to figure out what to do with that gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I know you mentioned you didn't really know Mr. Cowan that well. You'd only known him a couple of months before this, right?
Yeah.
Y'all didn't have that same type of relationship.
Nah.
You weren't close like you and Mr. Hill were.
Nah.
Mr. Cowan would occasionally hang out over at the apartments, right?
Yeah.
And when he was there, he was usually with Mr. Hill.
Yeah.
Because they were close, right? You told us that you knew both of them to be 9'8".
Yes.
Okay. You're not 9'8".
No.
Okay. You're actually Treetop Pyru, right?
Yes.
That's a sort of subset of the blood gangs, right?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit now about the trade that happened. Okay, so we go back to that conversation in the car where you and Mr. Hill trade guns. Okay. You remember Mr. Hill telling you that he needed to get rid of that gun.
Yes.
And you offered to trade the M&P 40 that you had, right?
Yes.
The Springfield XD is a better gun than the M&P 40, right?
Say yes.
Yeah. So that was a good trade for you.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. And even though he said he needed to get rid of it, you didn't ask him any questions about why he'd be trying to trade a better gun for, like, not as good of a gun, right? You just said, all right, cool, right?
Make sure you answer that.
Yes.
Okay. And when he told you that you needed to get rid of it, that happened in that same conversation, right?
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't like something he called you up before you came back that night. Like, that happened in the same conversation.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit now about how you come forward here, right? We've heard about sort of how you tried to get in touch with Ms. Kaufman over Facebook, right?
Yes.
You end up at the hospital after talking to your mom, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you did know that there was a reward the time you went to the hospital, right?
Yes.
You didn't know how much it was at that point.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you went to St. Thomas on December the 10th of 2020, is that right?
Yes.
And that would have been the same day then that you talked to detectives, saw Sergeant Reed at the hospital, and go back to the precinct, right?
Yes.
That morning, the morning of December the 10th, you searched 11 times on your phone for the amount of the reward money related to the case, right?
Yes.
And that was the day the reward jumped from $16,000 to $66,000, right?
I'm not sure. It didn't say.
Okay. But as Ms. Norman asked you, you were paid over $50,000 in reward money, right?
Yes.
fair to say that you were hoping that you could give information to the family and not get involved in this whole court process, right?
I mean, I knew I was gonna get involved either way it goes, just I didn't want to be the main.
Okay. You were hoping there was some way you could get that reward money without having to be the main person bringing forth information.
Yes.
You remember asking the police several times during your interview if you could stay anonymous, right?
Yes.
And part of that was, I mean, you didn't want to turn in your friend, right?
I mean, that's not. It's not true.
Okay. Once you start talking with the police, I mean, you wanted the police to believe you, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, because you didn't want to get charged with a shooting, right?
Yes.
And that's why you didn't tell the police that you had the gun until you were sure they would know that you hadn't done it.
Yes.
Mr. Merrill Odom, as you've mentioned, as we can see, you're in jail right now.
Yes.
Before December of 2020, you had some pending cases.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, we are at another sidebar right now as the cross-examination continues of the confidential informant Odom, interesting stuff, and I see an awful lot of people are watching right now. I want to clarify something. I've been in touch, in fact, just a moment ago, with those in control of the reward money. While you've heard them say in the courtroom, and not that this necessarily makes a big difference, he claims that he received $50,000 in reward money. That's not entirely accurate. The $50,000 is what he would have received. He only received $37,000 before he was arrested, taken into custody, so he never received the full $50,000 is what I've been told, and that's directly from the individuals that were controlling the reward money. So he hasn't received all of it. My understanding is the remaining amount of money, I believe, was perhaps provided. I'm not sure. I'm going to double check whether they're holding that or where that's gone. But it was $37,000 that he actually did get in his pocket after coming forward as the reward money, not $50,000. That's neither here nor there. But clearly, you see right now the defense trying to kind of attack his credibility, which you suspected. And I was wondering this. At one point, I was asking Nick Leonardo, who's more familiar with weapons than I am, which gun was a better trade. And yeah, Odom, I think conceded that the gun he gave up for the 9mm was not as good, and that he got a better end of the deal when he made that trade. Of course, that was before he realized that was a murder weapon. And they continue to question him right now on what he said and what was a lie and what wasn't a lie. That's ultimately what I think the defense is going toward, whether or not you can believe anything that he says, because there was so much along the way. As I sit here watching this, though, I wonder how, if I'm a juror right now, okay, fine, let's attack his credibility, how it goes. But I just keep going back to the fact that in opening statements, we've already heard from the defense that Hill confessed, or not confessed, rather, they said right then and there that he was the one who shot and killed her. My only interest right now is, can you prove to me whether or not this was premeditated first-degree murder, or is it possibly one of the lesser charges? That's really all if I'm a juror, I'm interested in. And I'm not sure, and I wonder what you can say on this, Nick. I understand Odom being up there, and I understand his credibility and the debate over the gun and all this, but to me, I just want to know, does this go toward whether or not this was a premeditated shooting or not? Because that's really what it comes down to now.
Well, I mean, obviously, the statement that Mr. Hill made, that, you know, it really does shed light that it was retaliatory, that it does kind of go to premeditation, that she shouldn't have done that sort of thing. He effed up. And so clearly, I think it could go to premeditation.
So?
And so she's trying to go to the credibility of that statement. You know, how can we believe anything Mr. Odom says, right? I mean, that's where she's going. He's told 3 or 4 different stories, you know, and that's about, she's doing all she can with what she has to work with, quite honestly.
Yeah, and I don't know.
I don't know what question spurred this. I'd stepped away the sidebar. Do you know what question it was?
I didn't catch exactly what they're discussing. I mean, she was in the process just now, a moment before that, of talking about the reward money. We've heard twice that it was $50,000. I've done some checking. He only received $37,000 of the reward money before he was arrested and incarcerated. He never received the rest of it. And I'm not sure what happened to the fate of the rest of it at this point, but yeah, it was $37,000 is what we know, not $50,000. Still, I don't know if that makes a difference. That's a lot of money, and to say that he only came forward because his mom told him so is certainly not entirely true. I think the reward money was a big factor.
The jury will disregard the last question I asked. Go ahead, Ms. Sims.
What do you think's going on here? That was the defense attorney going out muckabo.
Well, there must be a problem with maybe one of the defendant's family members, Mr. Cowan's family. That's why Mr. Muckabo walked out there, I guess.
You've told us now, I think, 4 times in both of those parts of your police interview, your statement or your testimony at the preliminary hearing and your testimony today. All 4 of those times you told us Mr. Hill said, I did that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He said, I fucked up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he made reference to being that there was some sort of road rage or being cut off in a car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If I could have just a minute, please, Your Honor. Mr. Merrill Odom, I want to ask you again about the situation at the preliminary hearing. And I just want to be really sure that I understand what you're telling us here today. You told us today that the reason your preliminary hearing testimony was different is because you didn't have a chance to listen to your police interview. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So a month after this happened, you had forgotten.
About a lot.
Okay. You remember being asked at the preliminary hearing whether Mr. Cowan made any statements, right?
Yes.
Okay. Give me just a minute, because I want to make sure that I'm getting your words right. So, you remember Miss Norman asked you, was Duty there when this conversation happened? And you said no. You remember that?
Yeah, because he wasn't in the car with us when it happened.
Okay. And then Miss Norman asked you, have you ever had an interaction with the person you know as Duty where he made comments about what happened? And you said no.
Yeah.
It's your testimony today that you just forgot about that part.
Yeah.
Okay. The comments that happened, those were all made by Mr. Hill from Devontae Hill. Yeah. Because you forgot that Mr. Cowan had said something.
Yes.
Okay. I think you said it again, so let me just double check. So Mr. Cowan's lawyer, who's a different lawyer than is here today, Mr. Cowan's lawyer asked you, you said you did not have a conversation directly with Duty, correct? You said yes. She clarified, yes, that's correct, or yes, you did. And you said, yes, that's correct. And then she goes on, and you didn't have any indirect communication with Duty about any weapon, correct? And you said, yes, sir, I mean, yes, ma'am. And she goes on, and Duty has never made any statements to you involved about this case at all, correct? And you said, no, ma'am. Right?
Yes, ma'am, because that's correct. He didn't make a statement directly to me. It was just out in the open.
Okay. But it's your testimony here today that Mr. Cowan did make those statements to you, right?
No. I'm saying that he said what he said, but it wasn't directly to me.
Oh, okay. And you didn't understand Ms. King's question at the preliminary hearing to mean that she wanted to know if there were any statements he had made. You didn't understand that question.
Because she asked, the way she asked made it seem like was it directed to me.
Okay.
And we didn't have a conversation directly.
Okay. Those are my questions for you, Mr. Merrill-Odom.
Is there anything to redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Merrill-Odom, you testified on direct and actually on cross-examination that you had more than one conversation with Mr. Hill, correct?
Yeah.
And in those conversations, Mr. Hill admitted he was the person that killed Caitlyn Kaufman.
Yes.
And the only thing that you know that Mr. Cowan said related to this entire incident is that one comment that he made when it was the group of you.
Yes.
That she shouldn't have cut them off, cut us off. Something about she shouldn't have cut off. She shouldn't have done that
She
shit.
shouldn't have done it, yeah.
That is the one thing that Mr. Cowan said related to the murder of Caitlyn Kaufman.
Yes.
But Mr. Hill admitted to actually being the shooter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Watch your step as you're stepping. All right, let me see counsel up here for just a second, please.
So that is a wrap on Jacques Merrill-Odom. They're going to have a sidebar here, likely time now to take the lunch break, and when they do, We'll be going on with you and answering your questions. I want to clarify one more time. This whole reward thing was kind of sketchy. It turns out, talking to those who were involved with reward, a total of $57,000. The number was up to 60 reported, but $57,000 was what was there. And initially, he received $37,000. It did go up and did indeed, and they were correct in the courtroom. He did receive $50,000. The remaining $7,000, I understand, was sent to the family, the $7,000 that was not given to him once he was incarcerated. But indeed, I want to offer that correction that Odom did end up getting not $37,000 but $50,000, as we heard in the courtroom. The remaining money, according to those involved with the reward fund, went to the Kaufman family. That's where we stand. So they'll talk here. Don't you imagine after this they'll wrap, go to lunch, and maybe we come back this afternoon and they start getting into the cell phone evidence, which would be Detective Gish from the Metro PD.
Yeah, I think the judge is actually trying to get a little bit of a feel right now
Sure.
on, who would be the state's next witness, because she did say something about breaking early on Thursday when we first started trying this case, and so I guess she's probably trying to figure out from the state what the time frame looks like and how much more could be remaining.
Okay, yeah, just to schedule and find out. And one of the questions, okay, your witness, how long is that going to be? Take into account how much cross-examination you get a handle on
and
that.
it could be, maybe it's a Gish or something that could take longer than 3 hours. And so she would ask, did you have another witness here today we can go forward on? I mean, how do you feel about splitting up Gish's testimony? That kind of thing.
Just your take, wrapped up, and we'll talk more during the lunch break when we go on for a full hour to take calls and take messages. But what was your take on Odom's testimony and the cross-examination, how that played out? Did it come out, do you think, what the prosecution was after? Do you think the defense destroyed his credibility in any way?
I mean, I think his credibility was a bit hindered, but again, it goes to the weight to be given the evidence. Does the jury believe what it is they're hearing?
Yeah.
And that's always the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is probably a good time to take a lunch break. We're going to let you go back and have your lunch and get you back in here shortly. Don't forget my instruction. Okay, thank you.
All rise.
Since they don't have to go to get lunch, do y'all think that if I said 12:35, that'll give you 45 minutes? Is that enough time for y'all to do what you need to do? Or do you need a full hour?
Judge, I feel like we will be able to get through all three of these witnesses within less than 2 hours.
Oh, okay. So if I give you the full hour for lunch, you think we'll be good?
Just because I think we might still need to get people here. I haven't checked in to verify that everybody's here.
All right. So I'll see y'all at 12:50.
Okay, so about an hour. They'll be back at about 12:50 to pick things up, and it sounds to me like they have 3 more witnesses to call maybe today that she thinks they'll be able to get through.
Yeah. So I don't know that we're going to be talking about Gish or the medical examiner, but
yeah, not sure what it is. We don't have that list in front of us, but yeah. So the lunch break now. It is 12:50. So many of you have been watching. We are streaming live on Facebook. If you want to message us there, you're also many watching on YouTube on the News Channel 5 channel there, and you're watching here on the Plus. We'll get the phone number up here in just a moment to take your phone calls, your observations, your thoughts on what we've heard today. Obviously, Odom, I think, was the main keen witness throughout the morning. We heard from detectives as they went through, the firearm identification, ballistics, and all of that. We talked about collecting, the firearms from the apartments, the Smith & Wesson that was traded, most of that. And then we went to Odom for the bulk of the morning, I think, and we'll talk more about that. But Where things stand, I guess with Odom, I think a lot of us wanted to hear from the confidential informant. You feel that the prosecution really had no choice but to put him on, because if not, I think people would have wondered what we're hearing about him. Why aren't we seeing him?
Right. No, I think the defense would have tried to make hay with that. So, I think they had to put him on, and they put him on to get that statement in. I mean, the key part of that was, I guess what Detective Hendricks.
I think it was. Let's see.
I don't want to get his name wrong.
From yesterday, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Dickerson, or
Yeah.
you talking about Sergeant Dickerson?
Yeah, Sergeant Dickerson. He was able to talk about where the gun came from, and that it was a 99.9% match or something like that on ballistics. But he was not able to get that statement in, and so they needed to call him. The prosecution did, to get that statement by Hill, the statement that I effed up and she shouldn't have done that, to indicate a road rage.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And evidence of premeditation could also be the act that you went to secrete your activity. Okay.
Mhm.
And that's where, that's a big deal for the state. The fact that he tried to get rid of that gun and pawn it off.
Now, how is that connected? Because, whether it was pure, accident, fit of passion, or intentional, I still might want to get rid of that weapon.
Sure, no, but that's what the state's going to argue, that you could consider the secretion of your activities or attempts to secrete your activities as hiding it, as evidence of premeditation. But the defense is going to argue, well, he's trying to hide it because he knew it happened. But again, it's second-degree murder.
Yeah.
What we need to hear about is where those bullets landed in the vehicle.
And that's, at some point, we've already heard there's going to be some experts on, shooting reconstruction, the angles and how this was. Because 6 rounds, and again, the whole idea that the cars pulled parallel and then turned, and that's a sign of, I'm targeting. I'm not just firing a couple shots at a car that almost cut me off and I was upset about it.
So that's 6 trigger pulls at 4.2 pounds per trigger pull. And that's what, you're going to hear that from the state in closing argument too, is premeditation.
Yeah, that you had to put some thought into this, and you were targeting. And that the idea is you need to believe that there was intent to kill.
Yeah, you got to believe that the 2 elements of first-degree murder that the state's got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is the premeditation and intentional killing of another. So they have to show that the killing was premeditated, but also you intended to kill. That was the goal. It wasn't to maim or harm or to scare. Your intention was to kill.
Okay, and it's at one point during the questioning of Odom, and they were talking about what was told, and he was told that about how this all happened, that someone came cruising and almost cut them off, and thought it was someone else. And I was thinking, did they think this was another gang member from a rival gang coming after them? Maybe is that kind of where that went?
That's exactly.
Did you grab that? Yeah,
I grabbed that, and that's exactly where they were going with that. Is that maybe they thought it, that kind of that defense comes up regularly in these kinds of cases, but gang members are living a lifestyle that's pretty racy, and the fact that they're always having to look over their back lends to that sort of feeling that they get if someone gets too close.
And it really, that ties into it. I've had several people on Facebook and others message me, say, who drives around with a gun in their lap? Okay, because that's what we understand, that Hill was in the passenger seat with a gun in his lap, and it's kind of like it would feed into that. Someone would do that.
Who was constantly drunk, who was high, right? Because we've heard the testimony.
It sounds to me, I
drugs.
heard that Cowan was for sure. It sounds like that he was on drugs, maybe Hill as well. But yeah, doesn't that tie in though? You're driving around with a gun literally on your, not down on the side, not in the dashboard, but on your lap for quick access, maybe because you always are alert and you never know if someone's coming after you. So if you think someone's coming after you, someone kind of speeds past, you perceive them trying to run you off, you think, Caitlyn Kaufman, they don't know who it is. Maybe they think it's a rival gang member. They pull up and fire into the vehicle. That's premeditation.
But I believe the fear that they would have had is real. But again, that's self-imposed. You live a lifestyle that has you looking over your back, every second.
Well, yeah, and if that is the case, they made an absolutely horrible mistake because Caitlyn Kaufman was none of that. They didn't know her. She's no gang. She's on her way to work, and we don't even know if she really cut them off.
Well, I'd be curious to know that is that were the windows tinted? Could you tell?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Was her windows tinted? Kaufman's windows, that's another thing that could kind of just poke a hole in that. You saw who it was is a Caucasian female driving the vehicle. You could totally see.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're right. A key, I think, will be about where the bullets entered and the ballistics and all of that when that comes in and how it was fired, reconstruction. We can take some phone calls. We're going to go for an hour until they come back. The number is 737-7587. Have you heard anything that's changed your opinion? I know a lot of you have strong feelings coming into today after yesterday. Curious, or if you have questions or comments, the legal analyst is here. I will defer to you, my friend.
Well, you know about 80% of them, Nick,
not true.
over the
I'm
years.
learning, but let's go to Gail. We have the lines open if you want to join, and I'm going to check Facebook. By the way, our stream went down to reestablish it. We have to do that every once in a while to let it cycle through. The stream is back up, streaming video right now, whether you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook. So you can go there, message, and we'll try to answer your questions. Let's go to Gail. Gail, good afternoon. Hi, Gail.
Hey, how are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
I have a question. The jury can see that Odom is in shackles. Is there any way that we're going to know why he is in prison?
You mean if the jury's going to know, you mean?
Well, the audience, or the jury.
Well, I'll tell you. I can tell you why it is. I think, Jan Norman went into it a bit, about some of the prior stuff that he had and the nature of his arrest after all of this. And my understanding is that the allegation, after he received the reward money, which we now have confirmed was 37 initially, was built up, and he did receive a full amount of $50,000, that after that, the allegation is that he went into his own drug dealing enterprise, the allegation that is, and he is locked up now on drug charges, pending still, and that is why he came in shackles and a jumpsuit. And he has been locked up, as you heard, he's been clean and sober, he said, now for 2 years. That's because he's been behind bars for just about 2 years.
Well, and that's not something that you see every day also in the Birch building. As you know, both the defendants go in and out of the same door. That is literally, the jail, the entrance to the jail there. But he came in the side door where the court officers come in and out. Sometimes the judge would come in, and he was in a back hallway where there would be attorneys, court staff, and judges. So he was under some really tight security. And if you notice, he came in and out the same door the jury did. And so that takes some really careful planning to make sure that, folks don't bump into each other. So, they took a lot of effort, the court staff, both the sheriff's department and court staff, to get him through a different door for security reasons and to not, have him bump into anybody in the hallway. But like I said to one of the other viewers, he's hoping to get consideration for his testimony, so I doubt that there's any incentive for him to misbehave while he's, in that particular role, because he's trying to get, consideration from the state on his pending charges.
Yep. Some people, again, Connie, wondering if they're just joining us. They're being tried at the same time. Why aren't they being tried separately? We kind of touched on that. Same charge, same crime, but they had to be very careful there. At one point, there was an issue this late, in this morning's session where I guess, as you explained, the Bruton issue where one and some of the statements, you have to be careful about what's said.
Well, that's exactly right. They can try them together, but what they cannot do is they cannot have one of their statements implicating another used at trial like that. If there's something like that were to come up and the state wanted to use that statement, then they would be entitled to be tried separately.
All right, let's go to Angela next. Angela, good afternoon. Hi, Angela.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. Good. What's up?
Nick Leonardo, I love you. But anyways, getting back to the trial, Hill was already convicted of, he had pulled a gun on his grandmother. So my thing is, how did he keep getting out of the system? I just don't understand, why do we keep letting these people out? And now you done killed this innocent nurse for no reason. And not only that, too, the dude, the one that told on them, how are they going to keep him from in jail? Because when they get in jail, things get started back there and something can happen to him.
Okay. Well, Angela, I appreciate the nice comment.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. But, I guess, honestly, when you're in a big metropolitan city like Davidson County, which is going to be different from Wilson County, it's going to be different from Ashland City, it's going to be different from all of our surrounding counties, you have to, you have a certain amount of resources at the district attorney's office with the police department, and so you have to prioritize those resources. And so, there are a lot of times where people have low-grade felonies or drugs or assaults that people do get probation for a lot of times, and maybe get, a couple of bites at the apple, and then, of course, things like this end up happening. And of course, when you get into these surrounding counties, they don't have nearly the crime problem Nashville does. And so, quite frankly, as a defense attorney, you have to work a lot harder to get folks probation and get them out of trouble on low-grade felonies in the surrounding counties. But here, not so much,
Interesting comment here from Brenda, just along the lines of, and some people wondered about this. We've already said there's no TDOT video of what happened because they don't record what comes on their cameras there. But, this is about 6 o'clock, in the evening, it's dark, and that no one else saw it. She's just curious. Gunshots, 6 of them. It was after dark. You might have seen some flashes. It's 440 there between West End and Hillsborough Road. It's pretty darn busy. And it just goes to show, in this day and age, you can be driving and you may not see something like this. But there was traffic. I guarantee you, it wasn't just like the two of them on this road. That's a busy stretch any time of day, any day of week. And no one saw anything, or at least if anyone did, they didn't come forward.
Well, I mean, it's national. I mean, there's road rage everywhere, right? I mean, and I'm sure if people actually thought someone had died, they certainly would have been several 911 calls. You know?
Yeah, maybe they didn't know, you didn't perceive it. I mean, but as far as we know, no one came forward that noticed it that evening. And again, we know that she sat on the shoulder of the road for more than 2 hours before that park officer stopped to check and discovered her body. Let's go next to, I believe, Spencer. Spencer, hi Spencer, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I was just, how y'all doing today?
Good.
I was just wondering, you know, like the guy Odom testifying right now, he rides around, he's got possession of this handgun for a few days before it's turned into anybody. He says he goes to the hospital to meet the nurse's mother to give her the gun. Why would he be doing all of that? Will that come into any kind of like credibility, like mistrial or anything like that, with him doing that with that gun with all that time?
Well,
you know, I don't know that it, well, so there's two things there. Mistrial, no. Credibility, yes. I think credibility is always in play, and you know, anytime a witness testifies in court, criminally or civilly. And so I think it certainly would have been, you know, I wondered about that too. That was a mighty big statement, and I think, in fact, he did go to the hospital, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and so
he went to the hospital trying to reach out to the mother. It's interesting that he's like, I'll just go to the family instead of going to the police.
Well, you know why? Because he didn't want to be a snitch, right? I mean, that's the thing.
Oh,
I mean, he didn't want to have to be a snitch. You give it to the family. You never saw me. You give this to the cops. Take off, and you know now he. Unfortunately, I mean, that's what reward money does. It makes people think twice about snitching, and if it gets high enough, people are willing to sell folks down the road.
Reward money. That's why the rewards do make a difference, and
it's substantial rewards.
Yeah,
not 5,000.
No,
right,
once it started getting into the 30, 40, 50,000 range, that gets people's attention, and it does bring tips. And let's just remember, whether he did it because his mother told him to, or the money, and if anyone wants to say snitch, which I don't like using that word, he's an informant or someone who provided a valuable tip. We would not be sitting here doing this trial right now without Odom.
No, but I mean, clearly.
So let's just be real clear on this. We're doing this trial because of the tip and the information provided from Odom. End of story. Without him, we're not sitting here.
Well, that's right. You don't have the firearm. That's right.
You don't have the firearm. I mean, there may be other tips that came forward. Eventually, Hill may have slipped up and talked to someone, but his tips were the key to lead to everything we have now. So for better or for worse, however you want to view it, the tipster made the difference. And that's so often. How many times in any of the cases have we done? Good investigative work comes into play, but the public's access and information and tips is what breaks these cases.
Well, Nathaniel Ferris or Autry and the Holly Bobo, I mean, they're all kind of the same, from the same, you know, environmental area. I mean, you know, they're always, you know, maybe there are individuals that the state would much rather have, you know, someone else, but they're stuck with these.
You can't pick sometimes who you have to.
That's right. Who you have to use, and a lot of times it comes from the criminal environment.
Yeah, because that's where the tips come from. They're in it, they see it, they know it, and yeah, they may have credibility issues, but you can check what they say, and it checked out here. Let's go to Christopher next. Hi, Christopher.
Yes. Hey, how are you?
Good. Good. What's on your mind?
Yes, I agree with Spencer. If it wasn't for the tip money, I don't think this case would be going on right now.
Yep.
The simple fact he said he told his mom, and his mom made him come forward. I don't believe it. I just believe he was trying to get that money, tell on his friends, and didn't want to be considered a snitch and try to backdoor him, as we'll say.
Yep. I agree with you. I mean, it's possible his mother did say that.
Or maybe
as well.
Mom wanted the money.
Or who knows? But I mean,
right.
Yeah, you're right. I don't. But you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Reward money is out there for a reason. A lot of people say, "Oh, I would never take the." No, look, the reward money is offered, and if that's what brings the tip, okay, I have no problem with it. A lot of people say, "Well, the tipster should take that money and give it to the victim's family." That would be wonderful. But you know what? If you have the information and the money is what brings you forward and it solves the case, I never begrudge tipsters that collect reward money. I just don't. You might say, well, that's, you know, I would like to think if I had information, the reward money wouldn't matter. I want to do justice. But that's not true with everyone. And if they want to collect the reward money, I have no problem with it. It's offered. You have a right to take it.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have got a 1099. I mean, that should have been considered income on his taxes if he would have filed taxes on that. That would be an interesting thought.
I bet that's the case. Again, as I said, it was indeed $50,000 that he received. Initially $37,000, and then the final amount he did receive was $50,000 before he was incarcerated, and he is currently locked up. Let's go next to, I think, Jimmy. Jimmy, good afternoon. Hi, Jimmy.
Hi, thanks for having me on.
Sure.
Someone asked a minute ago, well, why is this happening? Why was this allowed to happen with someone that has all these prior convictions? And it was stated that, well, Nashville's bigger, it's a bigger metro area, has limited resources compared to other counties. But I think there could be another explanation. Other counties have tougher prosecutors. You know, prosecutors more likely to charge juveniles as adults when possible. You know, Glenn Funk you go to his website, he openly states, you know, he's all about giving people second, third, fourth, fifth chances. And, you know, that's good sometimes, but other times, like in this situation, you know, it's not as good. You know, Glenn Funk's got a lot of problems. There's some corruption scandals with him.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I'm not sure where you're going with that. You can make the argument whether it's Glenn Funk or juvenile court judges or criminal judges, but I mean, we are trying him right now. I don't know what Glenn could do otherwise.
I think Jimmy was trying to say that, you know, if he had gotten in serious trouble for his prior convictions, that we might not be here today, and he might not have been involved.
Hill?
Yes.
Okay, but he didn't have serious priors.
Hill didn't. That's right. What Cowan did.
I mean,
right.
He didn't. He had some juvie stuff, but nothing serious as an adult. So, I mean, if you want to quibble about whether or not this should have been a death penalty case, and you're correct, Glenn Funk does not seek the death penalty, but you and I are both in agreement. We're not even sure this murder qualifies with the aggravating circumstances for death penalty.
Right. There's got to be aggravating circumstances for that. But again, you know, the prosecutors in each jurisdiction are elected, and they're as different as night and day, and you know, and so that's why they're up for election every 8 years, you know, because there's a chance to take that out at the ballot box if you disagree with, you know, things that General Funk has done. I mean, General Funk has done some really good things, and then he's done a lot of things that some folks don't agree with. So it's just the nature of politics to some degree.
Yeah. At one point in the game, he was a confidential informant. This is someone who helps and provides information to police. And Brittany was asking why Odom did not stay confidential. He didn't at some point. He can't just be hiding and testifying. And we all knew about him, but we didn't report him until he finally made a public appearance in a preliminary hearing. And it was then revealed, and he is a former confidential informant. He no longer is a confidential informant. And so that was nothing broken by the media or otherwise. He had to testify in open court. Everyone saw him there. The attorneys and everyone were using his name. That is why. And isn't it true? I mean, he couldn't have stayed secret if he's going to be part of this trial. They have to reveal who he is.
No, that's right. And an interesting fact, too, is that he was wearing yellow. Typically in Davidson County, the inmates wear orange. But if you have mental health issues or you're a special sort of inmate, you wear yellow. In this case, he's wearing yellow to make sure he stays away from everybody else associated, right?
That's exactly right. And the sheriff had told me as much. Keep in mind, he's been incarcerated in the same jail as Cowan and Hill, and they're kept separate in Davidson County Jail. But the sheriff even said, he goes, look, I know how important Odom is to this case, and as we would with any inmate, we're being very careful to make sure he remains safe behind bars. Let's go next to Larry. Larry, good afternoon. Hi, Larry.
Hey,
hi there.
Something's going to have to be done. You know, I'm scared to death. I'm afraid God's going to come down and end the world because the society's gotten so daggone mean. It's time to write laws that if you kill somebody and if you get 25 years, you do your 25 years. You've got to start sending messages out there.
Well, I mean, we know for a fact now, Tennessee has passed
just recently. They call it truth in sentencing.
A truth in sentencing law, which I think eventually is going to rise up and bite you in the butt. I think for the most serious of serious crimes, I think it's frustrating when people say 25 years and they're all of a sudden out in 8. But if you don't start making provisions, okay, for early release for certain inmates on good behavior that the parole board deems safe to get into, you better start spending and pulling out your wallet for a bunch of new jails because it's going to become severely overcrowded. It's going to happen. It's already starting.
It happened back in, what, the 80s or
and
early 90s?
And they realized we can't do this. But there are people that can safely be released on certain crimes. This truth in sentencing thing, it was a nice thing for the politicians to score points with the voters, like we're tough on crime. Just wait until you start paying for all these jails to lock up people that really are no longer a threat.
Well, and I think that is a political move, clearly.
Yes, no
but
doubt.
I mean, what we need is to realize that 95% of the people that are in Tennessee Department of Corrections are going to get out at some point. And so what can we do while those people are incarcerated to ensure that when they get out, that maybe they have the abilities to make a living, have a job, be a productive member of society, versus having nothing there for them, letting them out in 8, 9, 10 years as a felon, and they don't have any skills or any abilities to get a job.
They go back to crime.
I would rather my tax dollars be spent on trying to rehabilitate folks to where they can come out and be productive members of society and not return to the criminal justice system. I think it's money well spent, absent horrible.
Don't get me wrong, killers like Hill, and he is a killer. We know that.
That's right.
He doesn't need to be someone, that's running around out there.
But with a lot of drug offenses, there's a lot of, simple assault kind of, crimes, property crimes.
Exactly. Exactly. Let's go to Nisa next. Nisa, are you there? Nisha.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Yes, and my name is Terica, so I got a couple of things I want to say. It's really not about politics at this point. It's just about a murder case. And being that he was under the influence, how is his testimony credible or whatever he's saying? It also sounds to me like he wanted to get the money, one. Two, he didn't know that he was going to have to testify, and he could be lying. Who's to say that he wasn't in the car? Like, who's to say that he wasn't in the car? I'm sure they probably looked at his phone. Who's to say that he wasn't involved in it? And people are saying, well, it needs to be tough for gun laws. Well, you're still going to be able to get guns off the street. And also, what they're trying to charge him, well, they're saying it's premeditated. From my understanding, premeditated is when you plan on doing something right. Secondly, this was kind of caused off a reaction, and I don't think that duty, as they would say, I don't think that he will probably be charged with anything, or if he should be charged with anything, I would say he would, it would be involuntary manslaughter. Well, I'm sorry, it would be, it would be accessory after the fact, because he really wasn't involved. His case is he was at the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong person, and the other person was in his car.
Okay, and
she's got a lot there.
A lot there. And if that were true with Duty, which is Cowan, how do you end up with that nickname? If that's true, what she says there, why didn't he go to the police right afterwards? If he was horrified that this shooting happened, he had nothing to do with it. I mean, it sounds to me like he continued to drive, maybe even accelerated to get parallel with the vehicle, and then Hill shoots, and then they disappear. I mean, so I have a problem with that. And let me just hit on this. How do we know that Odom was not, in the vehicle? We know that law enforcement vetted that. And among other things, they got Odom on the phone with Hill in a phone call where they had Odom recording it, saying and making it clear from Hill that what Hill was describing happened, and he was telling Odom about it, that Odom was not in the car. So the police are confident. Obviously, the first thing would be, he had the gun, he wants the reward, maybe he's the shooter. They vetted that. That's not the case. He was not there. But I mean, she makes some good points on just, how do you believe him? We don't know, but I'm guessing the jury is asking the same question she is. I mean, gosh, this guy lies a lot. Should we put any faith in anything we just heard?
Well, I mean, and she raises a good point about his, his mental faculties or capacity, based upon the things and the time frame he's testifying to.
With the drugs and everything.
Yeah, he just said he was doing cocaine, marijuana, and was not doing Xanax at that time, but that he was high, and that So I guess it would go to the weight to be given his testimony. What weight does the jury give to that? Do they believe him or do they not believe him? Do they think he can actually recollect correctly, or do they not think he can recollect correctly? So, that those things were inquired about on cross-examination, and the jury will have to give it whatever weight they deem appropriate.
Let's go next to, I believe Anna is on there. Good afternoon, Anna. Hi, Anna. Are you there, Anna?
Hello?
Hey, go ahead, ma'am.
I'm here.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
First of all, my heart is broken for the Kaufman family. Instead of them having to plan a wedding, they had to plan a funeral, and no parents should ever have to go through that. I really feel bad for them. And secondly, the people in Nashville have fought so hard to keep the word informant, the word informant as it is, and instead of using the word snitch. They fight because we have a saying, if you see something, then say something. If we use the word snitch, that sets us back a few years, and people won't say anything when stuff like this arrives. So just try to, use informant as much as we can instead of the word snitch. And thank you all for what you all do. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I agree. As I said, I don't like, the word snitch, I'm afraid, is in our vernacular because of Hollywood and the movies and the snitch. And the people
and the cartoons, it's in cartoons.
Yeah, and the cartoons. And the people who use snitch, and there may be some in law enforcement will use that phrase on occasion, but people who use snitch are the crooks themselves.
That's right.
If you use the word snitch, they're not snitches. These are informants. These are individuals who step forward, whether you're getting a reward or you're doing it because it's the right thing, and you help solve crimes. Snitch is by definition a negative connotation. And an informant is not a negative person. An informant is someone who helps law enforcement.
No, but I think snitch also attaches because you have an individual who's trying to get their time cut by telling on folks. All right.
Yeah.
So I think that's also.
But even
snitch.
sometimes. But that's if you're dealing with someone who's locked up. What if you and I witness a crime, okay, and when we report it, and we're just out in the public, and we're law-abiding citizens. The crooks are going to call us snitches because we saw it and we told on this person. So it depends on where you're coming from. I'm getting nothing out of it. I witness a crime. I'm going to step forward and say, yeah, I saw that dude do this. They're going to say, oh, he's a snitch. Yeah, too bad. I'm an informant. You're going to jail. So, I agree with her. The word snitch is not a good word, but we all know what it means, but it's negative. And snitches are not negative. Informants solve crimes, period.
Agreed.
Who's on line 9? I think I missed that one. Go ahead, Ken. Hi, Ken.
Hey, how are you?
Good. What's on your mind?
My question is that there seems to be a man sitting at the prosecution table that looks like the detective that testified yesterday. Is that normal?
Yes. Yeah,
a lot of people have asked that.
No, so that would be the designee or whatever. The state's allowed to have a designee.
Sergeant Dickerson.
Yeah, Dickerson.
Who testified.
So they're allowed to have him there as their designee, and he was the lead chief investigator, so they're allowed to have that person there, but the rest of the officers are in the hallway under the rule of sequestration in the Tennessee Rules of Evidence. And so the reason they're in the hallway clearly is to protect the integrity of the testimony so they don't sit there and hear what other people have said, and they're not allowed to talk about that case while they're sitting in the hallway either.
But is he, I'm just curious, I understand your explanation there, but is he there because he's interested? Is he there to assist the prosecution?
He's there to assist the prosecution. He's the head, he's the chief, detective on this.
So they may at times confer with him on things.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Well, makes sense. Gotcha. He's kind of like part of the team. Let's go next to Tanya. Tanya, good afternoon. Hi, Tanya.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
I have a question. In fact, you guys made a statement about, the guy getting the reward money or however, he talked to his mom, but then, the statement was, how did we know mom didn't want the money? I mean, if his mom was a good Christian woman, he felt convicted, at the time. He really didn't know what to do or where his loyalties lie, between his friends or his mom. He wanted his mom's advice, and she gave him the best advice possible. They were saying that she told him, what if that was her, and what would he want? He would want to see the person caught or whatever. And sure, he had, the gun or whatever. I'm sure, the reward money was a factor, but I don't think that was the main factor. I think he was convicted, by his mom's words or whatever, I'm a parent, and I would hope that if something my kids were out here doing, somebody would let me know.
Fair enough.
Or, somebody would look out for me.
Yep, and that's what he said, and if you can believe that's fine. I think probably both played a role in it, but I think the money... I think if there was no reward money, I don't think he would have come forward. That's just me. I think that played a role. I believe his mom may have said something, but I think without the reward money, it wouldn't have happened.
Well, and let's be honest. I mean, he said in his testimony that he had known Hill for 13, 14 years. They basically had grown up together, and so he was in a bit of a spot, I guess, to some degree.
He's his friend.
Yeah,
and probably no longer friends.
You could say that again.
Let's go next to Shika. Is it? Shika, are you there? Are you there, Shika? Shanika, are you there, Shanika?
Shanika, yes,
I'm sorry.
Here. How are you?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so I have a couple of points. I've been watching since it started. 3 points I want to make. First and foremost, to me, it's hearsay to say that Miss Kaufman cut them off, because who to say that she really did? And if she did, that shouldn't cost her life. That's first and foremost. Second is that Mr. Merle Odom, quite naturally, his credibility is questionable. But we got to look at 2 or 3 points here. He led them to the weapon that matched the cartridge or the bullets, as they'll say. He led them to arrest. Now you have Mr. Hill, who has admitted to doing it. And then, although I'm saying today defense is juggling back and forth if whether or not they're trying to get him to say something to cause a mistrial. But technically, even though his credibility may be up in the air, he's lied, but also Mr. Hill lied too. But in the midst of him lying, he still led them to what was needed. Now, it's obvious that the reward money was the number one factor, okay? But all at the same time, some people do cutthroat stuff, that they shouldn't do to their friends. But we still looking at the main factor. Someone has lost a child over something silly and ignorant. They made a choice to shoot. Now, Cowan, on the other hand, his attorney trying to say that he didn't have nothing to do with it, when technically he did. Because like yesterday, Nick, I know you said if they shoot from the back, that's one thing. But Cowan attorney saying my client didn't force someone to shoot, they did. But your client did accelerate to catch up with her. So I feel like he's just as guilty as Mr. Hill is.
And that's what the state wants you to believe. That's
exactly
the state's theory. But as the first point that you raised, Shanika, was about it being hearsay, and you're exactly right. The definition of hearsay, hearsay is governed by the rules of evidence, but the definition is an out-of-court statement offered in court to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So clearly, the statement that Mr. Odom testified to that Mr. Hill made was an out-of-court statement offered in court to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So it's hearsay, and hearsay is inadmissible. However, we've got about 26 or 27 exceptions to that hearsay rule, and they swallow it up. And one of those exceptions is the fact that it was a statement by a party opponent or a party to this litigation or to this particular case. And so since it was Hill himself making the statement, that is an exception to the hearsay rule, but you're right.
And with regard to what she was referring to, whether or not you believe him that the car that Kaufman was driving cut them off.
We'll never know.
We will never know that. Now, I've got to figure whatever. I don't think Caitlyn Kaufman did anything, but I believe they had to perceive something.
Sure.
They perceived something and reacted. Even if the unlikely event Caitlyn Kaufman did cut them off, and if she did, I assume it was completely by accident, that doesn't justify what happened. But we don't know. Caitlyn Kaufman could have been driving perfectly fine, and these guys just became annoyed. Something triggered them, but it was their perception. We have no knowledge that Kaufman did anything wrong.
No, absolutely not. But you got to be careful. Something just kind of occurred to me as we've talked about this.
Yeah.
We heard Odom say that there was some sort of they had made some sort of statement that would suggest that they were thinking it was somebody else that may have cut them off.
Right.
Well, if that somebody else was a gang member, maybe they were exactly doing what they were trying to kill that person, right?
Yes.
So they could actually
that goes to
do the other way. It goes absolutely the opposite way.
Absolutely. Jackson makes the comment on Facebook, award or not, I give Odom props for coming forward. Anyone who disagrees is lying, because if it was their family member that was killed with absolutely no leads, they would be praying day and night for someone to come forward, whether it's because a mother told them to or because of reward money, and that's absolutely right.
I mean, I have a tendency when just like when we were listening to Autry in the Holly Bobo case, I mean, there were parts of it that I didn't believe, but there were certainly parts of it that I believed. Right. And I think with Odom, I do think that money or no money, I do think that he was troubled by the situation. But again, what sticks out in my mind, though, is when someone says, I need to get rid of this gun, I mean, what does that mean to you? The same it means to everyone else. I don't want that thing.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, clearly this is involved in something. And so when you took that gun,
yeah,
I think that you had some culpability, quite honestly.
Maybe. I'm wondering, I thought about that. I mean, if someone comes to you and says, I need to get rid of this gun.
He told him there was something wrong with the gun.
If you've got a brain in your head, you're like, why does he want to get rid of this gun? But why does he make the trade? Because the gun, the Smith & Wesson he had, is not as good as the gun that Hill was willing to trade him. So he trades it. And he doesn't really know what the gun was used for, but
he knows that it is a hot gun. He knows he has to get rid of the gun. He knows the gun was involved in something, whether it was maybe not a murder clearly, but he knows at that time, I don't think he probably did, but it was stolen or something. I mean, he's trying to get rid of it.
Yeah, and when you say get rid of it, I mean, I think he would have
asked him, can you get rid of this gun for me?
And how? Sell it. And here's the other thing. Why on earth would Hill do this? I mean, put yourself, just think. If you were in his shoes and you knew you had just shot and killed someone, I'm going to come to Nick. Hey, I got this gun. I don't want it anymore. Here. I mean, he could take it and throw it in the Cumberland, and no one would. Why on earth would
maybe Hill was going to blame Odom at some point if it came back, right?
Well, I think what it was is he wanted something in return for this gun. He didn't want to be left empty-handed. I mean, that's what I think. Otherwise, why on earth would you give the murder weapon to someone else? That is about as dumb as it gets. Why not just get rid of it yourself?
But he told him. He told him before they did that transaction that he needed to get rid of this gun.
Now, he didn't say why at that time.
But that's code for, I mean, this gun is hot. This gun is, I don't need this gun.
Yeah, it's just, why would he do that? What kind of thinking leads you to do that? Does anyone have a comment on that? Let me know. What was he thinking? He could just get rid of it himself. It's just dumb. All right, let's go next to, I think, Gary. Gary, good afternoon. Hi, Gary.
Hey, how you doing, Nick?
Good.
Look,
what's on your mind?
You guys have done a good job. Here's the thing, man. This stuff keeps happening and happening and happening. And these guys, both of them friends, been knowing each other a long time. Actually, probably all three of them. And they think this is funny. And you know why they think it's funny? Because when I got me one day, yeah, that girl couldn't have done nothing like it. I mean, what could she have done to someone to pull up and shoot 6 or whatever times?
Nothing.
And kill somebody. These guys need to be put not in jail, but under the jail. Yeah. And it happens all the time. I was born and raised here in Nashville, Tennessee. I can be sitting at a red light and somebody pulls up, and usually it is a black guy, a white guy. I'm a white guy, older white guy. And, I'm scared to look over to see who pulled up beside me, because I have did that before, and they look at you, well, what you looking at? And that's where kind of stuff like that starts. And I don't know where this come from, man. This is like, they're all gangsters. You know what?
I don't have any comments.
Don't want to go that far. I would just say, though, the roads are more crowded. People are in more of a rush than ever before. There's still a lot of Type A drivers, of which I was at one time. Those days are over for me. Someone cuts me off, I just slow down, take a deep breath, and let them go, because you never know if that person is going to have a weapon and decide to use it. By the way, an awful lot of people these days, law-abiding citizens, are carrying weapons with them when they travel, because, gosh, how many carjackings do we report on every single day? And you want that for personal security. So a lot of people driving while armed. Let's go next to Billy. Billy, good morning. Hi, Billy. Or good afternoon now.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. Your legal guest there brought up something that I hadn't thought of about maybe Hill was going to blame Odom for the crime. So I'm kind of surprised that it took Odom so long to get to the point where he was going to turn the gun over, because had he got a traffic stop, which we all know in Nashville hasn't occurred with Metro for 2 or 3 years now, but if that gun would have been found in his car, it would have been a whole new ball of wax. But my thing I called in for today is that I've served on one jury, and that was the scariest thing in my life, because when you get back to the jury room, it's more of a discussion on perception than what evidence is supporting. Now, I've only done that once, but that was the case in our deal.
That's right.
So my questions are this. Number one, I thought that the defense attorney, and I heard your coverage when you said that she was doing the best she could with what she had to work with, but I thought she was very disjointed, going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And that perception was one that I was going to carry in. And maybe I'm in the minority, maybe in the majority, but I thought all in all, I thought Odom was a credible witness.
Good. I think you make good points on all of that.
No,
I can see that perception there. I thought Odom did fine. I thought he did fine, and
but he does raise a really
about
good
perception?
point. Well, about perception. Okay, so the jury will be instructed at the conclusion of this case, and the judge will read this thing that takes about 50 minutes to read, and then it's the jury instructions, and so they'll send them back with these instructions and those exhibits, and the first thing they're supposed to do is elect a foreperson. They understand that, and then they start talking about the case. And as I used to work for a judge, and it was my job to be sworn in with the jury, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And so, because they have someone sworn in that makes sure no one tampers with them and takes over, make sure deliberations function like they're supposed to. And so there would be times that you could overhear, discussions about things that weren't in evidence, people's clothing, people's, demeanor that weren't testifying, just stuff going on in the courtroom, and people bringing their own personal experiences into the jury deliberation. I mean, he's exactly right. I mean, some juries may follow that charge, but and some of them may talk about and comment about things that weren't in evidence, but that was some way they observed the defendant's clothing, or that really are not a consideration necessarily, or the way someone behaved in a galley, so he's right about that. I mean, it's the best process we have, but it's still a dangerous process too.
Do they pick up sometimes, as he said, his perception is that the defense attorney at times seems a little disjointed? I take that sometimes, and I've seen this before with cases where the evidence is pretty much overwhelming against the defendant. You see the defense attorneys, they got to do the best they can, and they end up sometimes talking in circles, I think almost to fill time, but they go nowhere with it because the case is so strong against them.
And I can understand that was an astute observation, but I will say that what you do run into a lot of times in this particular case, there were some things that they couldn't get into, and so you're trying to make your points, but you're also tiptoeing around the thing you're not supposed to get into that we saw Ron Lunkabo almost got into.
Yeah.
And if that would have happened, it would cause a mistrial. And here you are on TV and you asked the wrong question, and now these folks sit in jail longer and you got to redo the case. And so it's very hard as a lawyer to really cross-examine someone like him when there's certain places you're not allowed to go, but you really want to get into it.
Yes,
And so it makes it very, very difficult, and to the point where Jan Norman was able to ask leading questions, so that we knew that a leading question is one that suggests an answer, a yes or no answer, and so it makes it less likely by her asking questions of Odom in a leading format that somebody's going to mess up and say something they shouldn't and just spit it out, because the judge gives curative instructions. We heard Judge Dalton just say you don't consider that last question, but if it came out that the statement that that duty was the driver, mistrial, it's over. And so it's very, very it's a very tough thing. I thought Jan Norman did a good job with that. I was on pins and needles for her, because you're hoping that folks understand these Bruton issues that you're trying to convey to them.
Completely upset the trial.
It's complicated.
It is, and you've spent a lot of time during the breaks trying to explain it to me, and I don't know. I think I've got a handle on it now. Just a reminder, some people are asking when is the lunch break over. We expect them to be back by about 12:40, 12:50. They were going to take about an hour lunch. This, of course, is our Gavel to Gavel coverage, day 4 of the Caitlyn Kaufman murder trial, and we're live right now on the Plus. If you're watching us here, you can call, as a lot of people are. We're also on Facebook, streaming, newschannel5.com, also on YouTube and all of our other platforms, so you can watch. And an awful lot of people are, not just locally, but across the country, even overseas. I've heard from some individuals watching this in Europe and in Nova Scotia, Canada.
So let me ask you a question. So you've been doing this Gavel to Gavel here at Channel 5 for what, 20 years or better? I'm not trying to date you, but it's been probably...
the very first one we did was Paul Reed. That was not me. That was Larry Britton and some other legal analysts in the day. But
So, way back then, though, everybody didn't have a computer at work. And so I would think viewership's probably increased with social media and people sitting in front of computers all day.
Right.
That they're able to watch that versus sitting in front of a television set. So
it's evolved over the time. And I like it better now because we have so much more interaction with the viewers.
That's right.
And that is what I value more than anything else when we do this coverage, when we're out of the courtroom, the interaction with everyone. I learn from so much of our viewers.
Yeah.
It's very informative. Let's take another phone call from, I think we got Mika up next. Mika, good afternoon. Hi, Mika. Are you there, Mika?
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Yes.
I applaud Odom for coming forth, but when he said that Mr. Hill, he thought it was somebody else, so that seems like to me that they was already in something before they even got, the advance of her about shooting her. So to me, I feel like on earth that everybody should come forward, because I just lost my brother August the 27th, like Christopher Johnson. And I feel that it seems that of the man that killed my brother, that they trying to hide things over. And I feel everybody on earth, if anything happens, I feel anybody need to come forth. And I do think he stopped what he was doing, because the money was up to $10,000 at first, and then it went higher.
Right.
Until it went higher, that's when he finally said something. He should have said something off top. When he knew he got that bad weapon, like you said, look, it's a hot gun. Out top, you knew it was a hot gun, so why would you take a hot gun?
Mika, I'm right on page with you, and I'm sorry for her loss.
Yeah, sorry about your brother, and I agree with her in that regard. It makes you wonder, though, what if the Metro Council would, instead of spending money on other things in the criminal justice system, what if we just had a standing fund with $500,000 in it, and more than Crime Stoppers money
for reward.
For reward. I mean, how many of these cold cases, how many of these murders that we've had since January would somebody come forward on? And of course, she's clearly, her family's a victim, and they would so appreciate something. But she raises a good point, and I think it's something that jurors understand, is that they must have been involved in something if the gun was on the lap, and they were in retaliatory mode.
And this is what gets me, and I'm watching the prosecution, wondering about Jan and Roger. Is that part of the strategy? Are they aware of it, maybe the way it's developed? I mean, are they going to find a way, maybe on closing, to highlight that when they're talking about, look, this was premeditated, and consider the options. He's driving, okay? We already heard they thought it might be someone. He's got a gun on his lap. They maybe are looking. They're almost cut off. They think that's a gangbanger up there in front of them. They pull up and shoot. Maybe they couldn't tell that it was a woman, and that's premeditation. I mean, is that something that I assume that they're aware of this, but so often I hear it, we talk about it, and they never wrap it up on with a bow at the end for the jury. And maybe it's just left for the jury to pick up like we did, but why not just lay it out there? Are we going to hear more on that, we think? That this could have been them thinking it was a gang member that tried to cut them off, so they deliberately went to take that person out?
Well, I think they're going to have to do a little bit more on Cowan to some degree. I mean, I'll be honest with you. As I sit here right now, I mean, I don't think that there's a lot tying, Cowan to it, right? I mean, I don't know about you, but what have you, I mean...
No, unless they can work it where, and maybe this will be ballistics, where he accelerated to pull up to the vehicle that almost cut him off.
We have not heard that Cowan was there. No one has placed Cowan at the scene. However, we haven't heard his tape-recorded interrogation, and so clearly that's where they could connect up with.
So we all know Cowan was there, but the jury doesn't.
Well, how do we know?
What's that?
What piece of evidence have we heard that Cowan was there?
Oh, not in trial. We haven't, but we know, those of us outside of trial know that statement that they weren't allowed to bring in.
Well, but outside of trial doesn't matter today and tomorrow. What matters is trial. So I mean, I think there's more to come. Is my point.
I think we know because it was Cowan's car. It was his plate.
Well, but there's still more to come.
It's his Cadillac. I mean, that's his car, and they testified to the fact that Cowan's the only person that ever drove that Cadillac.
That's the only thing.
He didn't let anyone else drive it.
That's circumstantial again, but that's all I've heard, and you're exactly right. They did say he was the only person. Right, you're exactly. Other than that, though, Nick, I don't recall hearing anything.
So you may be right. They'll have to do more on.
They'll have to do more on Cowan.
Okay, let's go next to Robert. Robert, good afternoon. Hi, Robert.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Got a question for the good counselor there. After several days, and this reward money went to the price that it did, over 50,000, 57, whatever it was, could Cowan have come forward and said, "Hey, I know who killed this girl," and worked out a deal with the prosecution? Says, I will tell you what happened, so I want the reward money. Could that have happened, Nick? Thanks a lot.
That's a great question, Robert. So you heard, I don't know if you heard, I guess a couple days ago or a day ago, we had, is it Dickerson? Sergeant Dickerson?
Yeah.
Yes. So he testified, that's exactly what he thought when Odom came to him. He wanted to ensure that Odom was nowhere near this. And so they did that pretextual phone call that they recorded. He called Hill and had Hill admit that he wasn't there. So the answer is no. I mean, if he's involved in this, they're not going to pay criminal defendants to come forward. And criminal defendants would not come forward, face life in jail for $50,000. Okay?
Right.
I mean, clearly, I don't think anybody
if they could
would.
find a way to collect the reward and not be implicated in the crime, that happens all the time.
That happens all the time, right? But no, the district attorney's office is not in the business of doing that anywhere in America.
Good question, though. Interesting.
Good question.
Let's go next to I believe it's John. Is it? Let's see, not John. I think we lost him. We have two Johns. John, go ahead, John.
Yes, I've been listening to this conversation. I watched it yesterday on your channel.
Yeah.
We're missing the point. We're missing the point. My son went to school at a college. He was a baseball player, and he had a friend that was lived in Singapore, and he had a brother that they caught keying a car. Caught him on film keying a car. They didn't put him in jail. They get a corporal punishment. And this friend of my son said he will never do anything again.
What was the corporal punishment? What was the corporal punishment?
They caned him 30 licks with a cane.
I don't want to live in Singapore. I don't want to live in Singapore, okay?
Hey, I don't care about living in Singapore because I would do that. I would not do that. Hey, you said a while ago this guy's just done minor offenses, stealing and stuff. My son and daughter had their coats stolen at school, rings stolen at school. They never did anything to the kids because all they did was steal coats and stuff. They're doing things wrong to people, and they need to pay a price for that. I know you say, well, that's terrible. You got...
No. I mean, I'm not saying it's terrible. You kill someone, these two men are looking at life in prison, which is exactly where they should be. Some would argue they should get the death penalty, and you kill it. But if you're stealing coats and you're in Singapore and you get caned, I got a problem with that. No.
Well, but clearly, you raise a good point, though, John, the fact that, consequences are what deter actions. My daughter's going to do her homework because she knows if she doesn't, then there's no screen time, and so I think you're on to something there, that knowing that there are concrete, punishments or concrete repercussions for decisions that you make, I do think that should have a deterrent, or it should, serve to provide a deterrent to people in society.
All right, let's go next to Kathy. Kathy, good afternoon, Kathy.
Hello.
Hi.
I've been listening to the thing on TV this morning, and I don't know, but my excuse is, well, they could have been driving down the road and shoot anybody. I mean, who knows that they weren't just out having a big party and going to shoot anybody they saw.
Well, that's right. That's what's scary. But they did say that they perceived that she cut them off and it made them angry and they reacted. But who knows really what was driving that? I mean, you just don't know.
We'll never know.
Right.
We'll never know. But another thing, I don't like the gun laws that everybody can carry a gun.
Well, that's a whole different issue we're not going to get into here. But we don't like guns in the hands of criminals, that's for sure. Let's go next to Tammy. Tammy, good afternoon, Tammy.
Hi. Quick point I want to make in regards to the defense saying of a lesser charge and not premeditated. And if we think back to the first witness that was called this morning, the expert who explained the difference between a pistol and a semi-automatic. Well, premeditated is when you have time to think about it. Now, Mr. Hill should not have shot at all, period. But if he was going to shoot, why not shoot her tire out? So if he shot six rounds into her car, he had time to think about it each time that he pulled that trigger, released it, pulled that trigger, released it. So why would they not expect for the jury to come back with anything lesser than first degree murder?
Well, Tammy, you raise a great point. Every time he pulled that trigger, it was 4.2 pounds of pressure that it took to do that. And that's what the state's going to say. I mean, you're on to the state's argument. But as a defense attorney, I mean, your job is to defend your client, poke holes in the state's case. And, clearly, everybody wants somebody to pay for Caitlyn Kaufman's death. Everybody. Yes. I mean, that senseless act of violence in any, place, but especially in your hometown, I mean, that's crazy, and somebody has to pay. You just want to make sure it's the right people that pay it. I think you start off at that point, but clearly they still got to prove the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And I guess the defense counsel's strategy is to say, listen, he didn't try to kill her. He was shooting at the car. But again, the flip side of that is, as you say, Tammy, that's 6 shots. I mean, every time he pulled that trigger, that was another ounce of premeditation.
And that's what I can't get past, Nick.
Because there's no aggression. There was no
past it.
aggression on behalf of the other person. I mean, if this person, if Kaufman had had a gun and brandished it, it's a whole other ball of
An
wax.
exchange of gunfire, anything.
Right.
She was oblivious. I'm sure she didn't even know if she did cut him off, and who knows what really happened. She was oblivious.
That's right.
And I cannot get past to firing 6 rounds into a vehicle. You can't tell me that's just not with intent to kill.
Well, but they were under the influence, and maybe they're, like some of these other callers said, maybe there was something else going on, and they were just on edge and thought that maybe that was a rival gang member, or,
Yeah, but wouldn't that be if they thought it was a rival gang member, even if they
that
made a
doesn't
mistake?
help them. That doesn't help. That doesn't help them.
Let's go next to John. John, good afternoon. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, good morning. Good afternoon, sir. Go ahead.
I just have 2 questions. Odom got $50,000 in reward money and went and bought more drugs and guns to put on the streets.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the allegation. That's the allegation.
No, there's no allegations. He's incarcerated right now for drugs and guns.
Yeah, but he hasn't been tried. He hasn't been tried on that yet. You're right. That is the charge, but he has not been tried yet on it. But you're correct.
And why not turn those guns in that he got to make sure there wasn't no other crime?
But they may have the drugs. We don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what they have on the evidence on that, but you're right about all that. That's why he's back behind bars and everything. You're right.
I got one more question.
Okay.
They keep saying that gray Cadillac was Cowan's car, but they never showed a title. They never had no on his name. So how is they proving that that's his car?
John, stay tuned. You're exactly right. Stay tuned.
Okay, and let's be fair to Cowan. Like, you make a good point. I mean, I'm making assumptions on things I know outside. Now, we do know when they found his Cadillac, it was burned. Remember that? And they did get to it, and they've taken shots of the license plate. The license plate was not destroyed. That would be one way. You run the plate and it comes back to Cowan. That's one way to determine that's his vehicle.
Well, it's
now,
one
we
way.
haven't heard that yet.
It doesn't mean that he was there, but clearly, in the state of Tennessee, on the first-degree murder case, circumstantial evidence is of equal dignity as direct evidence. And so that would be circumstantial evidence, the fact that the car belonged to him, and that we heard from the detective that he'd never let anyone else drive his car, kind of thing. And so, I mean, that's all circumstantial in nature, but it could be enough to sustain a conviction if the jury believes it.
If Cowan, if Hill takes the stand, can they ask him who was driving the car?
If Hill takes the stand, could they ask him who was driving the car? Yes.
Okay, well, there it is. He'll tell. He's going to take the stand, and he's going to say Cowan drove. That's one way to get it in.
That's right.
If that happens, and if it was Cowan, and again, we haven't heard a lot about Cowan, and Nick's right. We have to wait and see, at least with Cowan, because it was Hill's attorney who stood up and said Hill's the one who shot and killed, but nothing about Cowan. Not much about Cowan.
Not much yet, but I mean, it's early on, though.
Yeah, but in fairness to Cowan, and some people have said, Nick, you got to pull back, and they're right. I mean, we haven't heard that yet. So sometimes it's difficult. When you're on the outside, you consider the jurors and what they know, and what we know outside. The jurors can only rule on what they hear in the courtroom. Like certain things, like the Burton issue, we know those details. They don't.
No, they don't.
And so,
that's right.
And so I sometimes forget that. But with what I know, do I believe Cowan was behind the wheel? I think he probably was, but they're going to have to prove that in court.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. And maybe he wasn't. Maybe he wasn't. And if he wasn't, who was? Let's go next to Shauna. Shauna, good afternoon. Hi, Shauna.
Hey, Nick. Thank you for doing this.
Sure.
I have a question in regards to would Cowan or Hill end up on the stand?
Yeah, we just kind of touched on it. And Nick, maybe you can elaborate why you think Hill might and why you think Cowan won't.
Well, so yeah, and that decision is ultimately the defendant's decision to make on their own after consulting with their attorney. And 9 times out of 10, you really don't see people charged, a criminally accused charged in a serious, maybe the DUI case, they all testify, but in a very serious case like this, you don't normally put your client on the stand. And a lot of times in serious cases, it's because they have a lengthy criminal record, and there are things that the state could get into. Like if Cowan were to testify, they would talk about the fact that he has a prior aggravated robbery, and then after this, he gets rearrested with drugs and more guns in the car, and he was already a felon at that point. So that really, where there's smoke, there's fire. I don't think people are going to have a whole lot of sympathy for that. However, with Mr. Hill, all I can see in this county is all I can see, and I don't know that it's correct. It just comes from the criminal court clerk's website. But I saw a driving on suspended or revoked driver's license, and I also saw a simple misdemeanor assault. So those are questions that could not be asked about on behalf of the state of Tennessee during cross-examination. But notwithstanding their prior criminal histories, you also have to have a good client. You got to have somebody that can hold up under pressure. You got to have somebody that can be consistent. And, you know, they're going to ask some hard questions. I mean, we didn't hear exactly what he said in his videotaped interrogation, but I heard a couple of times about not truthful. And so they're going to say, why weren't you truthful? And so you not only have to have somebody that doesn't have a criminal past, but you also have to have a good witness and somebody that can hold up to the vigorous cross-examination that Roger Moore or Jan Norman would do.
I'm seeing some other comments just along the lines of Cowan. Some people saying still, yeah, they agree. You can't make assumptions. We have to wait and see. But there is a reason. There is a reason the prosecution not only charged Hill, but also Cowan. So you assume they have something that we're going to hear that is going to link him more substantially to what we've heard now.
Otherwise, I guarantee you
otherwise he wouldn't be charged.
There's no DNA in this or anything like that. I guarantee you what is linking him is going to be his videotaped interrogation that was untruthful.
Yeah, so that's to come.
We haven't heard that. We haven't heard that.
But we haven't heard it, and clearly there has to be something, or the prosecution wouldn't have just, let's just throw Cowan's name in there.
There's been nothing so far.
Yeah, they have something that's to come, or they wouldn't have included it. Let's see, there's activity in the courtroom, at least the camera's up and running, and I think I see Jan Norman's head there, but the defendants may be coming in right now, returning from lunch. Yeah, I'll say this, this judge has done a great job of pretty much being prompt. I mean, there have been times where, let's be back at lunch at 12:50, and they're not back till 1:15. They're pretty much back on the numbers that she says.
Well, Judge Dalton runs a tight ship, you can see. I mean, she really wants to keep the trial moving.
But she's very patient, too, though.
And she's very kind, and she's patient. She's not embarrassed anybody.
No.
She's very very professional. You know, and her voice, you know, listening to it in this little IFB thing, it's been kind of calm and soothing. You know, it just doesn't seem like the big, bad, mean judge you're scared of,
and
right?
We've seen judges that you can tell in their voice where they get frustrated. And it sometimes is let go on one of the attorneys. If she's frustrated, and I guarantee you she's had her share of frustrations, you don't know it.
Or in the Perry March case when Dozier said Jiminy Christmas and it made the front page of the paper, he was so frustrated. Remember that?
Yes. Sometimes you can't help yourself. There's frustrations, but she's very professional, I think very good. Let's see, we've got another caller to take as we'll monitor what's happening there. And I think next up on the horn on line, I think 7 is Larry. Are you there, Larry? Hi, Larry.
Hey, Nick.
Hey, what's on your mind?
I have a question. You've got the two defendants, and the one defendant has already said that he did the shooting.
That's right.
How do you charge the other guy with first-degree murder? And then my other question is, the guy that's getting the reward is in jail, in prison or jail?
Yes.
How does he receive that?
He's already spent that, I'm sure. He got that before he was locked up.
Yeah,
the money.
Before he was locked up is what it played out to. And yeah, maybe you can explain, assuming Cowan was there, and we don't know that at this point, but how is it that if he's not the one that pulled the trigger, he can be charged as well as an accomplice?
So you have this theory of what's called criminal responsibility for the conduct of another, and that's really the old aiding and abetting that they used to have years ago. And so if he acts with the same intent as the person who's doing the bad stuff, he can be charged. And the example we used yesterday, if you and I go to Starbucks and you know, you're driving and I go into Starbucks and I rob Starbucks, maybe I shoot a couple people and I come out with the money and say, Nick, I just robbed them, and you had no intention of necessarily doing it, but as soon as you take off with the proceeds with me and don't tell anyone, you're just as guilty.
Yes. I hope that helps answer the question. It's pretty clear cut on that one. Just a reminder again, I want to remind everyone of the platforms. We're streaming on Facebook at newschannel5.com, on our website. Here on the Plus, there's also the News Channel 5 YouTube channel. You can go there. A lot of people watching there, apparently. And after this, when we're in the coverage, if you want, you can be watching on this. You can also message me on my Facebook page, Nick Barris NC5 on Facebook. Nick Barris NC5 on Facebook, and I'll correspond with some of you as we continue to try to answer questions as the trial continues. We'll talk with you every time there's a break, and they're still at it, but just listening in there.
Is that the judge we're hearing? No.
That's not the judge yet. Let's see, it's popped up.
No.
I'm going to take another phone call or two, folks who have waited through it. Next up, I think, is Steve. Go ahead, Steve. Are you there, Steve?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Steve.
Hey, I believe the informant story, and of course the money is why he become an informant. And yesterday, about the vehicle, I thought they said yesterday that it was a rental vehicle or something, and it burned down in Chattanooga. But,
I heard that as well, and someone else mentioned it. And I know they've talked about other vehicles, but we need to confirm that. It doesn't make sense to me that he would always be driving around in a rented Cadillac SUV.
That he would never let anyone drive.
That he would never. So I'm wondering, I'm confused on that, and that's my mistake.
Maybe it was Odom's vehicle that they said, because the only vehicle we've seen is Odom's vehicle, because that's where they found the gun. And maybe we're mistaken. Maybe that's what Odom was the only person that would drive that vehicle.
That could be, and a good point, sir. Yeah, and we'll double check on that, how that plays out. But they did make it clear that Cowan apparently owns a gray or silver Cadillac type SUV. The defendants are back in the courtroom. Hey, I'm curious. When everyone takes the lunch break, do they get a lunch?
Yeah, they get a lunch. I mean, that's usually, I don't know if it's changed, but it's usually like bologna sandwich.
Whatever they're maybe brought over from the jail across the street. And
it's not a full course meal, I can assure you.
No.
And the truth of the matter is, when you're in a trial like this as a lawyer, you're so keyed up. I mean, you might have a power bar, you might have an apple, but you're not eating a big, of lunch.
Oh, seriously, during this, would you imagine, they're just back there commiserating about where things are going and where they go when they come back, right?
Right.
I mean,
well, and maybe eat a little something. And clearly, as having been a judge, I can tell you this, I'm sure that the judge didn't eat a huge, heavy meal, because it's hard to sit up there, pay attention like that.
To focus. But this
right.
is interesting here. Here she is, that is Hill's attorney, conferring with Cowan. What do you think that could potentially be about?
Without the permission of Mr. Bunkabo, that would be illegal. But clearly, they're on the same team, but they're not, kind of thing. Okay, they both have differing interests. I mean, they both want out, but one's the trigger man, and one's not, and so clearly there's differing interests. But you don't see that a whole lot.
Yeah, that's interesting, and it tells me, if they're talking now, that there may be, as we're talking about, some evidence coming up with regard to Cowan this afternoon, maybe.
Right.
Because we haven't heard a lot linking him to it, as you made a great point, and we don't know then, was he actually driving or not? But her being over there talking to him, and that's the other attorney for Hill, that's I think Jason Chafin, right?
Yeah, and I'm sure that they've prepared for this trial, all of them together, and have also prepared separately with their clients, because that's what you would do. But I mean, they both allegedly were there, they both allegedly are involved, and so, two heads, 3, 4 heads are better than one in a lot of times, so, but their interests do differ, because clearly, Hill said he's the shooter, and that's different from Cowan.
That's exactly it. The judge is back, so I assume, unless they address some business, they're about to bring the jury in, I would think. Nick, how far from the courtroom is the jury chamber when they go back to eat lunch?
10 yards, 15
so
yards.
It's right behind where the judge is sitting, kind of in that back hallway?
To the left, and you go down, and it'll be a room on their right.
Is it a conference room with windows?
Yeah, it's like a conference room.
This is the 6th floor of the courthouse, correct?
Correct. And they have their own bathrooms in there. They have male-female bathrooms, I believe.
Yeah, and these are the basics of every trial we cover, but typically would there be a court officer in there kind of to get them if they need anything, but also to observe and make sure they don't talk about the case amongst themselves?
Right. That's exactly right. There's a lot to this, and you have to have good court officers. They're not supposed to talk about the facts of the case at all, and that happens sometimes. And the court officer's job is to say, whoa, stop. Talk about anything. And it's really weird, because they're sitting here together, and they're not allowed to talk about why they're there.
Think about the dynamic, truly, of a jury. 12 strangers brought together, sitting there. The only thing they have in common is what they're hearing in the courtroom, and on their downtime outside of the courtroom, they can't talk about it. I mean, it's an awkward situation, you would think.
Sports, weather, kids.
Where are you from? All of that. So it looks like, I'm guessing, they're in the process of getting the jury back in place. Remember, this is Day 4 of this trial. The first 2 days were spent selecting this jury of 12 with 2 alternates. And we've had 2 days of evidence, yesterday and today. And my understanding is that the trial will continue tomorrow, and if needed, on Saturday as well.
To just point something out, years ago when I was a court officer, 25 years ago, the jury lunches were done by Carolyn's. It was a meat and 3, and they would have fried chicken and real heavy lunches. And so it was really hard on those jurors to eat that heavy lunch. Now it's a much healthier fare, a much lighter fare.
Is it typically the same place that brings it up, or do they get a different meal?
No, I mean, they usually do this under contract with somebody, but they can switch out. They could go other places, but they're
Are they like box lunches?
Yeah, they usually are, yeah, with a sandwich and kind of like a Panera box lunch sort of thing.
What do these jurors get paid a day?
It's big bucks. I think it's $10.
$10 a day.
And free parking.
And free parking. That's worth more than the $10.
The free parking's worth more than the $10. That's right.
And that $10, it's been that way for a long time. It's not gone up with inflation. But keep in mind, too, if you're selected to a jury, it can be an issue for your employer, but they're required by law to allow you to do this. You cannot be fired for being on a jury, which is the right thing. And I applaud these jurors for being on this and being part of this process. Here they come.
The jury.
Let's listen into the courtroom for the afternoon session.
Told me I'll be seated. Let the record reflect the jury hearing this trial back in the courtroom. Reconvening after lunch, and I believe Ms. Gray is prepared to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's next witness is Officer Doug Belcher.
Officer Belcher.
Sir, if you would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Officer Belcher, could you please state your name for the record?
Douglas Belcher.
And you are employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you a crime scene investigator?
I am.
And do you work with Daniel Connor as well as Mark Rosenfeld?
I do.
And is it fair to say that anytime that there's a crime scene, someone goes to the scene, but when there are items from that scene taken back to the lab for processing, it's usually a different person that processes that item?
Yes.
And were you involved in processing any of the items from the investigation into the homicide of Caitlyn Kaufman on December 3rd of 2020?
I was.
And specifically, what item did you process?
It was a 2020 Mazda CX-5.
And can you describe kind of, for crime scene investigation purposes, when a vehicle is the actual crime scene, kind of how that works of what is done typically at the scene versus what is done at the lab?
Well, it will normally be done at the scene for any vehicle that's involved. Will usually be the on-scene people will document it through photos, diagrams, possibly other forms of processing on the scene. But after that is done, prior to search warrants or any other items that the detective wishes to obtain for it, it'll be held and towed to our bays for us to go through it with more of a fine comb over all the necessary evidence that might need to be collected after we have obtained those said search warrants.
And I think you referred to a bay. Can you kind of describe the area where this is done?
Yes, 400 Myatt's our Madison precinct and also our crime lab. We have 3 bays that are designated to process vehicles that are related to any type of crime, from robberies to homicides. So it's a singular bay that we can store a vehicle in to be able to complete all the process that we may need to complete within that bay prior to towing it away.
And you stated that you did process that 2020 Mazda SUV?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of that processing?
I did.
And did you also complete a Faro scan of the processing of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that something that is always done?
No.
Is that, I guess, is it fair to say that that was something that was new that could be done with the Faro scan?
Yes.
Can you describe what a Faro scan is?
The Faro scanner that we use is laser. It's basically just a laser measuring device. It can get hundreds of thousands to millions of points of measurement. The device is essentially the size of a cereal box. It has a laser on top of it with a mirror that spins around. It can get full 360 degrees from where the scanner is and basically 180 degrees from the ground up. The direct spot under it is where the tripod is. It will not catch that information. But what it's able to do is gather millions of points of measurement from within a scene. So basically, if we use it out on the scene, or in this instance, for how I used it with the vehicle, it plots a bunch of points on a surface that bounces back to the laser. So if you think of the wall behind me as an object that it's scanning, it's going to put millions of points on this wall. So if you remove the wall there, the points will still be there. We have now a three-dimensional wall. So if you think of each of those points like a grain of sand, you're building a sand castle. Obviously, there's a bunch of sand that's involved with creating that castle. You can then walk around that castle and look at it in a three-dimensional world. That's exactly what the software and the hardware that we use will be able to complete.
And is it fair to say that when you are doing a scene, it will give you an image of that scene, but what you did for the vehicle was specific to the vehicle processing to make that 3D image?
Correct.
And did you also create a report based off of your 3D Faro imaging of the processing of that vehicle?
I did.
And Your Honor, I have an exhibit that is 32 pages. It has been pre-marked A through double F, which includes photographs as well as a portion of that Faro trajectory report. And I would ask to hand that to this witness. It's been shown to defense counsel for both defendants. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And do those include photographs as well as a portion of that Faro trajectory report that was created from the 3D processing?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit.
I think it's 34, 8 with that down.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I have it available digitally to publish to the jury, if I may have permission to do that.
Okay, you need the computer.
Yes.
Should be coming up.
Ooh. Officer Belcher, Exhibit 34A is on the screen. Can you describe what is shown here?
The screen's not showing up, so I'll look back here.
They should get in jail. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
That one is,
I'm fine with this screen right here, if that's open.
okay.
This is going to be the said vehicle that we processed within our bay. We're looking at several bullet defects that were located in the driver's side of the vehicle. We're looking at the front and rear driver's side of the vehicle.
Which, Officer Belcher, I know that you're normally used to being able to touch the screen. If you want to direct me to touch the screen, I should be able to touch it over here if there's anything that you want to point out specifically while you're testifying.
Okay. Where you see the two white scales that are placed within there, two L scales of what we call them, those are both on bullet defects that were located on the scene by CSI Connor.
And I just circled two of those. Are those the two that you were referring to?
Those are the two that I'm referring to, yes.
And so you did not actually place those there. Those were placed by Ms. Connor.
Correct.
And it also appears that here that there is tape. Is that something that you put there?
It is not.
And why would tape be placed on a vehicle with this type of a defect?
The glass itself can shatter and fall out. What we normally try to do is place tape in there to hold that glass together. A lot of times tint will do that for us and hold that defect in, but considering these vehicles have to be loaded onto a tow truck to be brought here, we're trying to preserve that intact as long as we possibly can to get to our bay. So that piece of tape is solely there to hopefully keep the glass intact.
And this next image is 34B. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is one of the bullet defects that were marked. This is in the exterior of the rear driver door. It would have been the one further back from the previous picture that you just looked at.
And can you describe what, if anything, are you able to determine about this specific bullet defect?
From this defect in itself, looking at it, initially there was nothing much that could be determined from it. Normally we have what we call characteristics of that the defect that can tell us if it's from a a bullet. This one in itself does not necessarily have those characteristics immediately. So what we have to go on, I normally, when I start processing, I'll do the exterior of the vehicle first, and after the exterior is completed, that's when I move to the interior of the vehicle. So until I completed that exterior examination, I do not go to the interior of it. And one of the things that this one had was a bullet path. So you had an entry, which would be this defect that you're looking at, and there would be an exit on the interior of this door. That path also followed all the way across the vehicle and struck the left side of the front passenger seat, the back portion of it. So we had a clear bullet path, and a bullet was recovered from that seat.
Is there anything about this actual defect that tells you anything about directionality?
No, besides that it's coming from the left side of the vehicle, the driver's side of the vehicle, towards the passenger side.
So just that it's being fired into the vehicle?
Correct.
And are you able to determine directionality depending on the type of defect?
Yes, a lot of defects will show us directionality just by looking at it. This one does not necessarily show us that immediately upon looking at it.
And the next image, which is 34C, can you describe what is shown here?
This is the interior of that back driver door. As you can, I don't know if the laser can even really be seen.
I don't think a laser works on a screen like that.
I don't know.
You can direct me and I'll be happy to.
Where the L scale is that you see on the interior of the door towards the front, right there, that would be the exit of the defect that you just looked at on the interior of the exterior of the vehicle.
And you reference this area here of the front passenger seat.
Correct.
Is that also related?
That would be the bullet path of this particular round as it passed through that door and then struck the seat.
And the next image, which is 34D.
This is a closer up image of the interior of that rear driver door.
And when you have this defect on the other side, what, if anything, does that tell you about directionality?
That will give us 2 anchoring points. So what we did with the rounds that could be actually mapped, we use what are called flight path rods. It's a dowel rod. It's about a foot and a half long. It's usually made of either wood or fiberglass. It's a straight rod that we can place within both of those defects. It anchors in both sides of it. So if we only had an entry and no exit and we tried to utilize one of these rods, we do not have an anchor point for the other side of the rod. So you could position it in multiple different ways. Some of the characteristics of an entry defect can put that more in an approximate area without an exit, but when we have an exit like this, it allows us to put that rod completely within both holes and lock in a flight path for that particular round.
And is this also called a secondary defect?
It is, corresponding to the first one.
And is it important if you're doing trajectory to have both types of defects, a corresponding defect, so that you have at least 2?
Yes.
And the next image, which is 34E, can you describe what is shown here?
This is the left side of that front passenger seat, the back portion of it. This was the final defect found for that initial, the first defect number 1.
And the next image, which is 34F.
It's the entry into that back seat.
And did you actually collect any type of bullet fragment from the interior of this seat?
I did.
And could you describe what type of fragment you were able to find?
It was just it was clear that it was a bullet of some sort that had fragmented going through these surfaces and was found within that seat.
Is it a fairly small piece of metal from that bullet?
Yes.
And the next image, which is 34G.
This is just the same image that we've looked at before, but establishing going forward to the front driver door where the glass is broke.
And the next image, which is 34H.
It's a closer image of that same defect we just spoke of.
And this defect that is labeled D2, again, that was a label that was done by Ms. Connor. Can you describe what, if anything, were you able to tell about directionality for this defect?
Glass is what we would call a frangible surface. we wouldn't be able to get too terribly much. We can sequence rounds that are fired into glass. So if there was multiple rounds that were fired into this piece of glass, it'd be possible we could tell which one came first. But because there is no secondary defect to this one, we weren't able to utilize a rod for this. If we did, we would literally be how I described it before. We could position that rod in multiple different angles because there's not an anchoring point on the other side of it. So what we can tell just from this is that it's an entry defect. So it's traveling from the driver's side of the vehicle towards the passenger side of the vehicle.
And you had information about the facts of the case and the injury that Caitlyn Kaufman sustained. Is there any way for you to replicate where she would have been seated in the vehicle and her injury so that you can do that trajectory path, or is that something that you would do? It would definitely not be something that we would do. That, to me, is somewhat of an irresponsible thing to do, especially in our field. The body can move. You can, especially if the car is being fired at, you can scrouch down, you can be sitting up tall. You don't know how far the seat was back or forward. And when it's happening, you don't know how your body is twisting. We would not try to insert a person into that knowing those factors to get a trajectory for a round that comes through glass like this. And the next image, which is 34I.
It is a closer up image of the same defect.
And what, if anything, are you able to tell about this defect based on the way that the glass is broken?
Like I stated before, the one thing that we can tell is that it's an entry defect into the vehicle. It is not exiting. So someone from within the vehicle did not fire this. And how we tell that is the entry side of glass will be completely flat. So you actually run your hand over the top of it. And if you did that, it would feel the exact same way as a normal piece of glass would. But on the exit side of that glass, it'll actually create a cone shape because it's pushing glass out as it's exiting that glass. So if you ran your hand over the inside of it, it would actually feel like a bowl or a cone on the inside of it. And with that, that's how we can tell directionality of rounds through glass.
And there's no secondary defect to this actual bullet strike, is that correct?
Correct.
And the next image, which is 34J.
It's going to be the front A-pillar of the driver's side, the piece of metal between the front windshield and the front driver door.
And what, if anything, are you able to say about the directionality of that bullet defect?
The one thing that we can tell, because the A-pillar, how we describe pillars on vehicles, is the A-pillar would be the one that you're looking at now, or B-pillar would be between the front and rear doors. That pillar goes all the way to your roof, and the C-pillar would be the one in the back windshield to the back door. The one thing that we can tell from this, because all of the angle that you're seeing of the A-pillar going back towards the back of the vehicle, and it's tapered in towards each other from the side, so both A-pillars of your vehicle are normally slanted slightly towards each other. The one thing that we can tell from this one is just from how the defect looks is it's coming from the front of the vehicle towards the back, from the driver's side to the passenger side.
And were you able to determine trajectory with a secondary defect or corresponding defect to this?
I was not able to use a trajectory rod because that piece of metal is one of the toughest pieces of metal in your vehicle. As soon as it entered that outer shell, it started to hit the other piece of metal on the inside and started to clearly deviate in an upward direction. So without being able to get a rod far enough into the defect, we run into not having two corresponding points to anchor that rod into. So it's not something that we would normally do, nor would we want to present that as something that a typical trajectory that we would want to look at.
And is that because you don't have enough data for any type of trajectory to be completely accurate?
Correct.
And the next image, which is 34K.
It's the same defect, only a more closer up image.
And can you describe what is seen directly above that D3 defect?
That is the front windshield. So when the round penetrated that A-pillar, it went through and then started striking the front windshield on the interior side.
And the next image is 34L.
It is the same defect, closer.
And is there anything about this defect that gives you additional information based off of the actual defect itself?
This is one of the first ones that we've seen that we can describe some of the things that we look for to actually determine a actual bullet strike. So if you look at the lower portion of that defect, you'll see what we like to call shouldering of a round striking it, or the leading edge of that bullet. What that is the first strike that bullet hits as it hits that surface and starts embedding itself within it. So we look for that to try to figure out a directionality for it, depending on if that's at the bottom, the left, the right, or up above it. That can tell us where the round came from. So if we see that, that's what we hone in on first, to try to get a directionality just from our eyes of where that round had to have struck the vehicle. And from this, it is slightly front to back, but because of the angles of those A-pillars tilted in towards each other, that gives a very not exactly accurate to me just looking at it. You would think it's coming from below it upward, but because of that angle of the A-pillars tilted in, that could be true, and it can be true that it's more dead on 90 degrees shot directly into the vehicle. So with that being said, and the metal that you see just within the defect, that is clearly from where it struck and then started deviating up, where I didn't have a secondary defect to actually utilize a rod.
And the next image, which is 34M.
It's the same defect, just turned slightly till you see the front windshield a little bit better.
And the next image, which is 34N.
This is the front quarter panel of the driver's side of the vehicle.
And can you describe what defects are shown in this image?
Number 4 and 5 are labeled in this image.
And is 4 on the top and 5 on the bottom near the wheel well?
Yes.
And the next image, which is 34O.
This is a closer up image of defect number 4.
And the next image, which is 34P.
It is a close-up of that same defect.
And what, if anything, can you tell about this defect as it relates to directionality?
The same that we just discussed before. So we're looking for that leading edge and that shoulderings that we can clearly see at the bottom of this picture. So how it's located on the vehicle itself, it told us clear indication that it came from the front towards the back of the vehicle. And along with this being on an angled surface towards the top of the vehicle, it told us that it was coming from a higher altitude going down towards the inside the vehicle. Also within that shouldering, you see a little piece of white and black that's in the center. That's what we call a pinch point. That will usually be the exact point that we know that the round started entering that surface, because it actually takes the paint that's on the outside of it and embeds it into that defect. So that would be all things that we look for to determine if it was actually a bullet strike or not.
And was there any secondary or corresponding defect for this bullet strike?
There was.
And the next image, which I believe is 34Q, can you describe what is shown here?
The same defect we just looked at is to your far right on the exterior of the vehicle, and you have corresponding defects that went through the engine compartment up into the front vent area of the vehicle.
And are those all secondary corresponding defects to that defect that's labeled number 4?
They are.
And what, if anything, are you able to say about directionality related to that defect?
It having now a clear bullet path, after we've opened the hood, we can see that that round followed a path going, confirming our initial thought that it came from the front towards the back of the vehicle and the trajectory that we thought it was flying.
And the next image, which is 34R.
That's defect 5. It's located in the front driver wheel well.
And was there a corresponding secondary defect to that bullet strike?
There was. It exited on the inside of the wheel well and then re-entered in that same wheel well.
And the next image, which is 34S.
It is a closer shot of the same defect.
And the next image, which is 34T.
The light that you see directly in the center is showing the next entry defect for this. The exit defect is actually on the inside of it. It was very hard to photograph that, but it entered through 5, it exited right through that lip, and then entered back where it is circled right now.
And were you able to do trajectory for this bullet defect?
I was. Due to having the entry and the exit, we were able to utilize a rod in this defect.
And the next image, which is 34U.
It's a closer image of the previous photo we just looked at.
And that's that secondary defect, is that correct?
Correct.
And the next image, which is 34V.
This is the front driver quarter panel bumper of the vehicle where you can see defect number 6.
And is that in the front part of this image as well as the vehicle?
Correct.
And the next image, which is 34W.
It's a closer image of the previous one showing defect 6.
And the next image, which is 34X.
And it's a closer image of the same thing.
And was there a secondary or corresponding defect to defect labeled number 6?
There was.
And what, if anything, are you able to say about the trajectory or bullet path of this defect?
It's hard to see within this photo, but we see the exact same shouldering on the right side of the defect itself. So if you were really able to look at that, you would see that there is a shoulder the same way that you've seen with the previous defects that are shown there. So that would tell me it's coming from right to left as it strikes that surface and at a upward to downward angle coming from the driver's side to the passenger side.
And as part of your processing, you've described that there was also a Faro scan done of this actual vehicle processing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask that the witness be handed a disc. Do you recognize the disc?
I do.
And is that a copy of the Faro scan of the processing? I guess it's the viewable version versus the raw data of the vehicle processing.
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe would be 35.
Yes.
Which I'm going to ask to publish that with the computer because running a Faro off of a CD is very slow.
Okay.
Officer Belcher, could you direct me and kind of tell me how to open this Faro scan just so that there is a record of it?
If you click on the image that you see here, it's going to open up an overview map. Each of the dots that you see surrounding the vehicle that is a top-down bird's eye view of the vehicle is where each of the scanners were placed as it was scanning this. Clicking on those will give you a panoramic image of that where that scanner was. So on top of the scanner giving us a bunch of measurement points, it also takes a panoramic image as well. So it'll take a series of photos that are stitched together and allows you to spin around in a circle seeing what that scanner saw at that time.
And when I click on the top part of this bubble that pops up over that image?
That would be the panoramic view, yes.
And then once you're within the scan, if you click on the mouse and then drag, are you able to then do a 360 rotation within that scan?
Yes, it'd be just like a panoramic photo that you could get with your phone.
And do you recognize the person on the right side of the screen?
I do, that's me.
Could you describe what is shown kind of on the vehicle that was not shown in the photograph that we just looked at?
What you see are the rods that have now been placed in each of the defects that we were able to actually place the rods in. On top of those rods, you're seeing 2 spheres. Those spheres are given to us by the Faro company that provides the scanner. The scanner scans things to scale, so we would be able to exactly measure the side of that vehicle within, I believe the error on this one was 0.043 of a decimal of an inch off. So it's that close to how close the measurements could be. Those spheres are known 80 millimeter spheres that they provide. So when you go into the program, when you're trying to run a flight path and trajectory on these types of spheres, it's the same way that you have the anchoring points for the defects that are in the vehicle. You had to have the 2 to put the rod in. The spheres themselves are 2 anchoring points on the exterior of those. So what it allows us to do in the 3D world of the program is to take that rod and extend it out as far as we would want to, and it would always be an exact straight rod from where that has been inserted.
Which there are multiple scans within this one Faro scan of the vehicle processing. Why is that done?
We do that to get as much information as possible on there. So the one scan can give us hundreds of thousands of points. The amount of scans that we have done in this has now given us millions of points of measurement within this scan. So we do that to be able to get all different sides of those spheres, make sure that we have enough points on those spheres so they could be measured adequately.
And once you have this Faro scan done, what happens at that point?
After we do that, we can go into the program and actually snap 80 millimeter spheres that the program has on top of these. And once that is done, we can take that rod and be able to extend it out however far that we need it to be extended. We can see what that would look like. If we want to stretch it several football fields, we can do that within an environment. Obviously, within the bay that you just saw, we don't have that much area. So if we were trying to actually, the old school way of doing this would literally be either attaching a string to each one of those and pulling it to the opposite side of the room, or attaching a laser to the end of it. Then we then use a fog spray to fog the bay and take a photo of that. The program actually allows us to see this now in a 3D environment that's to scale.
And I think you referred to it as the old school way to do that. How long ago old school is that?
We are just now using this type of technology. So this is newer stuff for us to be able to actually lay our hands on and be able to use. One of the older ways that this would have been done is if you could picture that same picture of the top-down view that you saw to begin with, we would create a 3-dimensional box around the vehicle of walls that obviously would not be there. We would then have to use a protractor and an angle finder for the rods that are there, and then attempt to place that protractor away from the vehicle, because the vehicle's full of curved surfaces. The back of the vehicle could be tapered in more than the front. So creating that box gives us a wall that we can actually measure the angles that these rods would come in contact with it. That has always been not necessarily the greatest way of doing it, but it's been the only way that we've had to do it. With this technology, we can now place that wall within the vehicle right on top of the defect and square it up to where it would be to get accurate measurements of how those intersect those lines.
And this Faro processing, the 3-dimensional that was done at the crime lab, does it actually generate a report, or what do you do with the information from the scan once you have the trajectory rods in with the spheres?
It creates a report of each of the ones that we were able to run rods with, yes.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did.
And did you do it for all 6 defects?
I did not.
And why is that?
2 of them could not have rods utilized in them. So getting a measurement from those would be conjecture of what we believe it happened. We like to use the rods because the spheres that you see put on them gives us the anchor points and are able to stretch that out with a complete scientific accuracy as to that rod being placed in there.
Were you able to create that report for 4 of the 6 defects?
Yes.
That being 1, 4, 5, and 6?
Yes.
And I would like to go back to the previous exhibit, 24.
And the image on the screen, is this the report that was created for bullet defect labeled number 1?
Yes.
And can you describe what information you were able to gain from that trajectory report?
What it tells us is it gives us a vertical and a horizontal angle for how that round entered the vehicle. So it was squaring up the vehicle with that wall on the, you can somewhat see it in the first photo, but you will see a line that's right there against the vehicle up at the top in the second photo. That is the wall that we have now created and have been able to place actually within the defect against the wall, as opposed to pulling it off of the vehicle itself, what we would have done in the past. So with that, we can get a clear angle as to the cone that you see here as a possibility of where the round could have came from. Industry standard for us is a 5-degree plus or minus error cone. It factors in different things for the rod not exactly being where the round had hit. It factors in different things just for the trajectory portion of it as well, and that the bullet weight, how fast the round was traveling. That cone, as you see it in both sides of it, anywhere within that cone is a possibility of where the pistol was when the round was shot.
And the next image is a photograph of the vehicle processing, obviously. And does it show defect number 2 and 3 that you were not able to do the trajectory report for?
It does.
And the next image is the trajectory report data for defect number 4. Can you describe what is shown here and what information you were able to obtain?
It shows the clear front to back directionality that we thought we were seeing already, and then the slight up to downward direction as it's going into that defect.
And again, the red cone, that's that 5-degree variation, is that correct?
Correct.
And the next image is the trajectory report for defect number 5.
It shows essentially the same thing, only a slight or less of an angle, so almost more towards the side of the vehicle as that round is being fired.
And the next image, which is trajectory report for defect number 6.
In the front bumper of the vehicle, it shows the same directionality coming from the same approximate area as the rest of them. It is how we would describe this one, because it's the front of the vehicle, would be right to left. It's traveling from the right, heading to the left, and from up to down into the vehicle.
And the next image has trajectory for all 4 of those defects, 1, 4, 5, and 6. Can you describe what is actually shown in this image?
This is the same bird's eye view of the vehicle, but it also now has all the cones that have been placed within the vehicle and the flight paths of those rounds. So going back to the scene scans that were done, we were able to get an approximate width of the lanes that were in that area, and they're 12 feet apart. So positioning the victim's vehicle roughly within the center of a lane, we were able to stretch the cones out to, we have to end at some point. So ending within the middle of the next lane is where that is. The vehicle could be anywhere within that lane. This is just a visual representation of those cones and where they're going to within a known distance.
And the next image, which has, I guess, 2 images on it with all 4 of those trajectories. Can you describe what is shown here?
It is showing a view of those cones as in relation to the back of the vehicle, looking towards the front and directly along the side of the vehicle. We're just getting a good representation of where they end. So the lines that you see at the bottom that has the little triangles are actually those exact same measurements. So where they end are where the ends of the lanes are. So that's giving you a distance as to how far they're stretched out, as well as the elevation that it's starting, the trajectory as it's starting to get pulled back.
And so it's fair to say that as you get further out here where the cone gets larger, that is less accurate. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you're closer to the vehicle, that is closer to the actual trajectory that you were able to determine from those bullet defects.
Yes.
And the next image, I believe, is just a close-up of what you've just been describing.
Yes.
Which again, you have kind of those 3 points of 12 feet in between.
Correct.
Thank you, Officer Belcher. I don't think I have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Muckabow, and who's inquiring, Ms. Sims? Okay.
Officer Belcher, I want to start by going back and talking a little bit more just about how the Faro scanning works. You've been trained in using the Faro scanner.
Yes.
And you told us that that's a little bit of newer technology, right?
Yes.
Okay. You've also had some training in crime scene reconstruction.
Some, yes.
And the analysis that you've told us about that you call a flight path analysis, that's also known as a trajectory analysis, right?
Some people use it interchangeably. Flight path usually just factors in everything prior to after the round has struck some surface. I don't deal with too much of the trajectory side of it, which would be everything that happens to a round flying through the air prior to striking that surface.
Okay. And so if we're using those terms interchangeably, though, both terms refer to an analysis of a path a projectile takes. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And as you just said, your primary goal is to look at the bullet defects and to determine the path that projectile takes as it relates to those defects.
Correct.
You completed a bullet defect documentation worksheet in this case, right? Mm-hmm. And that's essentially a document that summarizes all of those particular defects and the things that you look for in the defects that you've told us about.
Yes.
Things like pinch point, right?
Yep.
Things like, whether or not paint has been removed or stripped in some direction.
Yes.
Right. Whether material is being pushed inward or outward. All things that could indicate direction.
Yes.
And you record those features in the bullet defect documentation worksheet.
Yes.
I want to talk now a little bit more about the analysis that you did using the trajectory rods.
Okay.
And I think you called them flight path rods, but trajectory rods would also be an interchangeable term for that, right?
For some people, yes.
Okay. And when you are inserting those rods into the defects, it's important to center those rods in the defect, right?
The most accurate way of doing it would be placing it within the leading edge of that defect. A lot of times what we will try to do first off is to tape it into the leading edge of the actual defect as opposed to centering it. Centering can throw off that measurement, but depending on how large the hole is, the rod itself has to be anchored in at some point. So especially for exits, they're generally larger than the entry, so we have to have something back there to center it somewhere.
Gotcha. So, and you told us about what you called an old school method of using a zero edge protractor, right?
Correct.
And then I think, I'm not sure if you use the term, but an inclinometer that would help measure the angle.
Angle, fine, yes.
Along
Same
with the protractor, right? That would be something that you would use along with those trajectory rods, right? If you were calculating this stuff by hand.
Yes, if you're doing it by hand, that's what you would have used, yes.
And so the trajectory rod piece of that stays the same from that old school method. You're just using the Faro scan instead of doing the by hand with the protractor and the inclinometer, right?
Yes.
And I know we saw that Faro scan, just to be clear for the record, that's a different Faro scan than the one Danielle Connor did out at the scene, out on I-440, right?
Yes.
You didn't do anything related to trajectory with the Faro scans out on I-440?
I did not.
There were no trajectory rods inserted in the car out on I-440?
Not to my knowledge.
You're familiar with time of flight laser scanning versus phase shift laser scanning?
Yes.
So the Faro, I think you used the Faro S350.
Yes.
Which one of those is your Faro scanner doing?
The phase. Time of flight measurement would be like you've seen plenty of officers running radar on the street. It would shoot out a laser that would strike a surface and come back. With us knowing the speed of light, it can calculate that within the computer. What this device does is does that same thing, but does it 3 times to anchor in the point that it's scanning. And it does it with 3 different wavelengths of light.
I want to talk now about how you then use the software to help calculate those angles that we were talking about. You told us how you attach the spheres to the trajectory rods, and that gives the scanner a point to look at and to be able to extrapolate out beyond, right?
Correct.
You then enable something called sphere snaps to highlight those spheres.
Correct.
And then you choose the trajectories tool, you select the spheres, and then you choose the impact plane.
Correct.
Now the impact plane, I think you may have referred to it for the jury as sort of the wall, but that's the edge from which you are determining what the angle is.
Correct.
Okay. And so that is something you actually have to determine or set in the scanner so it knows what it's looking for, right?
You have to select the points within. So how it initially works is because we now have a 3D rendition of the vehicle and a bunch of points around that certain defect. We have to select several points around that defect, and it will take that plane and place it against that vehicle where that defect is. If it's on a curved surface, however, like number 4 was on the front quarter panel of it, it would snap that wall, for lack of a better word, at an angle on it. We can then force that vertical, which will take that wall straight up and down and give us measurements that make sense.
Before we talk about the sort of the impact plane and what you found from there, I want to make sure that I'm using the right vocabulary. So I want to first talk about the vertical angles. Vertical angle is the angle of the trajectory, basically with respect to gravity. Is that fair?
Correct.
So in other words, like whether the shot is going up or down or parallel to the ground.
For us, when we give a measurement for the vertical plane, it is how that round is crossing. Essentially, you have to think of it in an opposite way. It's how it's crossing that vertical plane. So a lot of the times that's when we use a protractor for that type of measurement.
Okay. And that angle is also called the inclination angle. Is that right?
Yes.
And then the horizontal angle, that's what tells us whether the projectile is coming from the left, from the right, or straight on.
Yes.
Okay. And if it's straight on, another word for that would be the orthogonal, right? Orthogonal.
That is, or 90 degrees.
90 degrees.
Straight,
okay.
Perpendicular.
So if you were to see a horizontal angle of 90 degrees, that shot is straight on. Is that right?
I would say yes.
Okay. And then as those degrees get further away from 90, the shot becomes more angled.
Yes.
And I believe your measurements show sort of a negative and then a positive from 90 degrees. Is that right?
Correct.
So the shots that are in the positive area from 90 degrees, between 0 and 90, are what side? Or coming from what direction?
It's coming from the right to the left.
Right to the left. And so shots that are then, trajectories or flight paths that are in the negative, that are in like the negative 89 to 0 on the other direction would be coming from what?
Would be coming from the left-hand side.
Okay. Now, if, going back to, and that, not either side of 90, that is measured again from the impact plane that you select, right?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to how you set up the Faro scanner, then those angles are only going to tell you something if you're measuring them from the correct plane. Is that fair?
Yes, the measurement that you're getting is dependent on the plane that you have selected. Yes.
And then once you do that, the software scans, it calculates the vertical and horizontal angles, and then that report that we were just looking at is kind of the culmination of what that scan finds.
Yes.
I actually want to talk about a couple other things in that report that we saw, and you talked a little bit about it, the error cone. You told us that the industry standard for that is plus or minus 5 degrees.
Yes.
Okay. the software uses that 5-degree error rate as a starting point automatically. Can you manually change that if you wanted to?
You can.
But you didn't in this case.
No.
No reason to, because that's the industry accepted standard, right? And so in other words, it's accepted in the field there could be as much as a 5-degree error rate in either vertical or horizontal angle calculation from any of these points, right?
Yes.
Let's see. Okay, I want to talk through now, and the jury has your report, so I'm not going to sort of go through point by point with each defect, what each angle shows. But you looked at, overall, you looked at 4 defects, right?
I looked at all 6 of them, but if you're talking about the Faro report, it only has the 4 in there.
Yes, I apologize. It was a poorly worded question. The Faro scan reported on 4 of the 6 defects that you looked at.
Yes.
And actually, you know what? If I could have the overhead, please. And we'll just try to run through this real quick. I'm not sure if it's going to show up for you, so we'll see. Hey, look at that.
Working.
All right. And let's see, can you see the whole, not quite down, okay, move down to the bottom. So just so the jury can become a little bit familiar with how the report looks. We see the inclination angle. You told us that that's the vertical angle.
Yes.
And that's a negative 10.94 degrees, right?
Correct.
And then the azimuth angle, am I pronouncing that right?
You are.
Okay. Which is the horizontal angle, and that's 83.31 degrees.
Correct.
And as you told us, the closer to 90 that angle is, the more closer to straight on or orthogonal.
Correct.
Okay. And then we see down at that bottom line, the error cone, that's the 5-degree difference that you told us about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So each of these pages of the report then go through. So if we look at, so that's defect 1, we looked at 4. We see the same information reported. This time the inclination angle is negative 10.81 degrees. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the azimuth is negative 56.64 degrees.
Correct.
So the difference between, line it up here. We're looking at the inclination angle here. Hardly any difference between the inclination angles between defect 1 and defect 4. Is that right?
Yes. Okay. Correct.
But a significant difference between the azimuth angle, the 83, and then to negative 56, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to look at defect 5 now. There. All right. And again, if we look at the inclination angle on defect 5, that's now negative 16.30 degrees. Is that right?
0.3 degrees.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. That's
knock off the 0.
Fair enough. 0.3 degrees, which is within 5 degrees of the last 2 angles we looked at. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the azimuth angle is negative 77.22 degrees.
Correct.
Okay. And then, so if we look at those 3 together, do this. So again, we see defect 1 and defect 4 very close together in inclination angle. A difference in the inclination angle in defect 5, but within the error rate. Is that right?
It's getting there, yes.
Getting there.
It's getting to the edge, but yes, it's there.
Okay. And then, but still seeing some significant difference in the change in the azimuth angle.
Correct.
Okay. I want to look at defect 6 now. Okay. Defect 6, the inclination angle again is still within that 5-degree error rate from that initial 10 point whatever it was angle that we looked at. Is that right?
Correct.
Now the azimuth angle is substantially different in defect 6.
Mm-hmm.
And that so if we look back at 1, 4, running out of space, 5 and 6. Close enough. All right. Well, we can see some of that, right? Negative 56, negative 77, and then all of a sudden we're at 39.55. Right?
Correct.
Now that is because in defect 6, you have rotated that impact plane by 90 degrees. Is that right?
Correct.
And so you're using the impact plane of the front of the car instead of the side of the car.
Correct.
Right? If you rotated that impact plane back to the side of the car, subtracted 90 degrees essentially from that 39.55, that would give you an azimuth angle of negative 50, I did the math earlier because I can't do it in my head, negative 50.45 degrees. Is that right?
I'll have to take your word for it.
Okay. The dangerous space. But that sounds close, right?
Yeah, it does.
39 minus 90
yes.
Gets us close to 50, all right? And negative 50.45 degrees is more in line, now it's not the same, but it's more in line with the changes that we're seeing in the azimuth angle from the prior defects, is that right?
Yes.
So if we are comparing sort of the difference in these horizontal angles, and I'm not sure if I'm going to get them all on the screen at the same time, but if we're comparing the difference in these horizontal angles, the closest to 90 degrees, as we already talked about, is that first defect, defect 1 at 83.31, right?
Yes.
And then the next closest would be defect 5 at 77, is that right?
Yes.
The next closest would be defect 4, which is at 56. Correct. And then if we use my math, then furthest away from 90 degrees would be defect 6. Well, I can't put that up because that's not a helpful number, but if we used the 50.45 angle, the furthest away from 90 degrees would be defect 6.
Correct.
Would you agree that order roughly corresponds to the order of the projectiles as they hit the car?
I can give you my opinion on that. There's nothing scientifically about any of this that would suggest one way or the other in it. My opinion wouldn't necessarily be yes, it came from back to front of the vehicle.
Now, you know that this shooting occurred on the interstate. That was information that you had.
Yes.
While this Mazda was traveling down the interstate.
Yes.
Right. About 70 miles an hour. Or you didn't know that?
I didn't have how fast they were
Fair
going.
And you know that the gun was fired from another vehicle on the interstate.
Yes.
These defect locations, coupled with those azimuth angles, suggest there was motion of one vehicle relative to the other.
Yes.
Okay. If the Mazda CX-5 had been parked and the other car drove by, that could be consistent with the shot pattern, right?
With other facts that I know of the scene, I don't necessarily know about that.
Just if you didn't know any other facts about what had happened, all you can tell from these angles is that there was motion of one vehicle as it relates to the other, right?
Yes.
It would be inconsistent with both vehicles traveling at the same speed, right?
I would say yes, very inconsistent.
And a pattern that would be more consistent with both vehicles traveling at the same speed. That pattern would also be consistent with two objects being stationary. That's a really poor question, but
no, I see what you're saying, and yes,
right, because if both vehicles are traveling at the same speed, that essentially takes the travel out of the equation, right?
Correct.
And so it would operate just as if they were stationary.
Correct.
Okay. And you would expect to see a shot pattern that would be more concentrated and more straight on. Is that right?
I would expect to see it, but if we go back to the vehicles traveling, that's wind resistance that rounds have to travel through. So you have that 70 miles per hour that is now pushing rounds, and I wouldn't be able to testify as to what that would do to the rounds. But stationary, yes, I would expect to see.
Okay. So it's possible that the interstate speeds, in your opinion, could affect the trajectory of the projectile.
I would think that they could.
Now, you know that a typical 9mm bullet travels at 1,200 feet per second.
I'll take your word for it.
Which is about 800 miles per hour. Okay. Now, I want to talk about just about what else you observed about Miss Kaufman's car when you looked at it. Because you took some photographs. I mean, we saw those photographs that you took of the car prior to doing the Faro scan, right? The windows were tinted, is that right?
I would say that they were extremely tinted by any means, no.
Light tint?
Very light, I would say.
Okay. And you observed that there was a bit of damage to the right side of the car, the right fender, and the right sort of back passenger door.
It's nothing that stands out to me at this point, no.
If I could have just a minute, please, Your Honor. One more question for you. Well, one more. I hate when lawyers say one more question and they don't ask one more question, but one more subject I want to ask you about, Officer Belcher. I want to, sorry, if I could have the overhead one more time, please. I'm showing you the first page of your trajectory report, which we talked a little bit about earlier. So if I'm understanding right, the sort of top half of this is your diagram approximating the width of lanes on the interstate. Is that right?
Correct.
That 12 feet is the average lane width on a standard interstate.
In that area, they scanned the scene there. I was able to measure those exact lanes.
Even better. And so you have estimated then sort of the cones out to about middle of the next lane over. Is that
correct?
Right? And we talked about how you put those markers then down in the second part for us to be able to see sort of the width there.
Correct.
This may be an obvious question, but this does assume that both vehicles are centered in their lanes, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Is there anything to redirect?
Brief redirect. Officer Belcher, is there anything inconsistent about the bullet defects that you found in the Mazda if the bullets are fired from a vehicle that is passing the Mazda on the driver's side?
There wouldn't be anything inconsistent with that scenario. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question.
So if the gun that is firing the bullets that hit the Mazda, if that gunman is in the front passenger seat of the other vehicle and they are passing the Mazda on the driver's side and firing out the window as they pass the Mazda, is there anything inconsistent about the bullet defects that you found in that Mazda?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Officer Belcher. You can step down. Unless anybody intends to recall Officer Belcher, I'm going to release him from his subpoena. Okay, you're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Okay, is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Aaron Carney.
Okay.
would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Could you please tell us your name and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, it's Dr. Erin Carney, first name E-R-I-N, last name C-A-R-N-E-Y.
And what is your profession?
I am a forensic pathologist.
What is your educational background that has enables you to become a forensic pathologist?
Well, I earned my Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. I attended Vanderbilt University School of Medicine, where I earned my Doctor of Medicine degree. I completed residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the Johns Hopkins Hospital and forensic pathology fellowship at the State of Maryland Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
And what is your current position?
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the Davidson County Medical Examiner's Office, which also serves as the Regional Forensic Center for Middle Tennessee.
How long have you been with the Office of the Medical Examiner?
I've been there for 9.5 years.
And during your tenure with the Office of the Medical Examiner, could you estimate how many autopsies you've performed?
I've performed over 2,500 autopsies.
Okay. And have you been qualified and accepted as an expert in the field of forensic pathology in the courts of Davidson County and state of Tennessee?
I have.
And have you testified as an expert in that field on one or more occasions?
I have.
Approximately how many?
I've testified over 50 times, most of those in the state of Tennessee.
Your Honor, I can go further into her background, but at this time I would tender Dr. Carney as an expert in forensic pathology, if there's any for dire of her.
The defense wish to voir dire Dr. Carney? No. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, just as I said earlier, Dr. Carney is being tendered to you as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. And when I give you the jury instruction, there will be an instruction regarding the weight given to those who are presented to you as experts.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Carney, just start with the basics. What is pathology?
So pathology is a study of disease. There are several, well, there's two main branches of pathology.
And I believe you referenced earlier, there's clinical, anatomic, and forensic.
Yes.
Could you tell us just briefly what each of those areas entail?
So anatomic and clinical are the two main fields of pathology. So anatomic pathology is more the examination of the physical organs, like if you had an organ or tumor removed, like in an operating room, and it went back to the laboratory to be analyzed, slides made, diagnosis made, that would be anatomic. That also includes things like autopsy, and that's the forensic subspecialty. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of anatomic pathology. Clinical pathology is more the laboratory studies side, so toxicology testing, coagulation studies, things like that, where they have to run tests on the machines and make sure everything is within range and interpreting those values.
And you say forensic pathology is a subsection of anatomic.
Yes.
What is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology is a branch of medicine that applies to the law. It's my job as a forensic pathologist to perform autopsies and external examinations to determine the cause and manner of death in deaths that fall under medical examiner jurisdiction. So these are deaths that they're sudden and unexpected, occur in someone with no medical history to account for why they died, or occur under violent or suspicious circumstances.
And how does an autopsy fit into that framework of making that determination?
So an autopsy consists of two parts. There's an external examination and an internal examination. In the course of those examinations, we look for evidence of disease or injury to explain why that person died. and in the internal examination to determine if certain organs were injured, if internal bleeding occurred, so that we can understand how that injury occurred and how it caused death.
And without going into perhaps too much detail, but how is an actual autopsy performed? You give us the steps. What do you do?
Okay. So the external examination is when we look up, obviously, the external outside surface of the body. So first we will look at the body the way it looks when it first comes in, when we first open the bag that they've been sealed in. Look at the clothing that they're wearing, any defects in the clothing, any bleeding on or any blood on that clothing. We'll undress the person and look at the length of the body, the weight of the body, look at the hair color, the eye color, and then look for evidence of disease or injury on the outside of the body. The internal examination is then performed where we perform a Y incision on the chest and abdomen and reflect that skin and soft tissue so that we can see the ribs. We'll cut through those ribs, take off the front of that chest plate, if you will, and that way I can see the internal organs, look for any bleeding inside, any blood that's pooled inside the body cavities, and then remove those organs to look more closely at them for injury and disease. And then finally we'll make an incision behind the ears and reflect the scalp forward so we can see any bruising on the scalp that might be hard to see because of the hair, and then cut through the top of the skull, take that off so we can see the brain, and then remove the brain and examine it more closely as well.
And with respect to the Office of the Medical Examiner, aside from the doctors that are there, do you have other persons who work there, investigators and people who assist?
Yes.
All right. And to get to the case at hand, did you perform an autopsy on the body of Caitlyn Kaufman?
I did. And
when was that performed?
I performed my autopsy on December 4th, 2020 at 10 a.m.
Okay. And was her body received into the Office of the Medical Examiner under the circumstances that you have related?
Yes.
And did her body come with clothing or without?
With clothing.
Okay. And now, one of the reasons I ask, are you referring to the report that we all have a copy of, the autopsy report?
Yes.
All right. And I was going to ask, if not, would you please do so?
Yes.
Because just to walk through that. So we have name, was her stated age at the time 26?
Yes.
All right. Now, one thing about in this report, date and time of death.
Yes.
How is that determined with respect to your office?
So Ms. Kaufman actually died at the scene. She was not transported to a hospital and pronounced there. So in this particular case, an investigator from my office went out to the scene to examine her there, and when my investigator arrived, that was her official time of death.
Okay. And what time did your investigator note that she was, for the purpose of the Office of the Medical Examiner, pronounced deceased?
I have her time of death as 11:45 p.m.
Okay. And the autopsy was conducted the next morning?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. If you would walk us through, you've given us the external examination occurs first. What, if anything, was readily apparent upon your initial observation of Ms. Kaufman?
She was clothed. There was a defect in the left arm or left sleeve of her jacket that she was wearing, as well as in the sleeve of the shirt that she had on.
Now, if I could interrupt, what do you mean by defect?
Well, there was a hole in it.
Okay.
And these holes lined up with a hole that was in her arm, which we saw as we removed her jacket and her shirt. So this was an entrance gunshot wound in her left arm.
Were there any other, go ahead and ask this, significant or insignificant injuries to her body other than this gunshot wound?
She had 2 small pale brown bruises on her right knee.
And would that have had any effect whatsoever on her death?
No.
Okay. So, what did you do next?
So looking more closely at the gunshot wound, I saw that there was no soot or gunpowder stippling to indicate any sort of close range discharge of a firearm. Went on to the internal examination to find that the bullet entered her arm. It did not break her bone in her arm, but it continued on into her chest. It entered between the second and third ribs. It injured the upper lobe of her left lung. It continued on to hit her ascending aortic arch. So your aorta is the big artery that comes out of your heart and supplies oxygenated blood for your whole body. So shortly after it exited the heart, the bullet tore through at that point. It continued on into the upper lobe of her right lung, punctured through that. It went through her right fourth rib, breaking it, and then continued into her arm, and the bullet was in the back of her right arm.
So would there have been then the one entrance wound?
Yes.
And no exit wound?
Correct. So traveling through the chest and ending up in the back of her right arm. She had, I believe it was a bruise over the top of where the bullet was, and so I could recover the bullet from her arm there.
Now, before we get too far into, you referenced no evidence of stippling. What is stippling?
So stippling are little pinpoint abrasions on the skin, and that occurs when the muzzle of the gun is close enough that partially burned and unburned particles of gunpowder strike the skin, scraping it. So I did not see that in this case.
Now, have you been given the essential facts of what occurred? That Ms. Kaufman was shot through a car window?
Yes.
And you've already said through the clothing?
Correct.
So would you expect to see any stippling?
No.
Okay. Now, how much blood does the human body hold? Or a person of her age and size?
So just on average, an adult will have around 5 liters of blood in their body. So when you think about like a 2-liter Coke bottle, think about 2.5 of those. Now in her case, being shot through both lungs and the aorta, that large artery coming out of the heart, she actually had significant bleeding into her chest cavity. So it pooled around where her lungs sit in the chest. She had 1,200 milliliters, so a little over a liter of blood in her left chest cavity, 880 milliliters of blood in the right chest cavity, and then she also had a little bit of blood right around the heart, 25 milliliters. So over 2 liters of her blood volume are now in her chest around her lungs rather than in her arteries and veins supplying her organs.
Given that injury, would there have been much, if any, external bleeding?
No, most of her bleeding from her lungs and her aorta, like I said, were pooled in her chest. There's a little bit of blood on her jacket and her shirt at the entry wound, but that was about it.
Okay. And given that, would you expect a first responder, someone who sees that's the only injury, would applying a tourniquet have done any good whatsoever?
No.
All right. And would a first responder necessarily have realized what internal damage she had suffered?
I would not expect that, no.
Okay. Given the nature of these injuries, or this injury, the damage it caused, how long would you estimate that Ms. Kaufman would have been conscious following receiving this wound?
Not very long, because she's, like I mentioned, she's bleeding from her lungs. She did manage to take some breaths after being shot because there's blood in the middle lobe of the right lung, so she's breathing in a little bit of that blood. But with all of the blood escaping out of that hole in the aorta into her chest and from her lungs into her chest, she's going to lose blood rather quickly, and when you reach a critical blood volume loss, you then lose consciousness, so that would come pretty quickly, and then death would ensue rather rapidly after that.
Okay. So are we talking seconds as opposed to minutes, or minutes as opposed to hours?
I would say seconds to minutes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I have a folder with photographs labeled A through I that all counsel have reviewed, if I might ask to be passed. Oh.
Okay, this is a sidebar. They'll be discussing the images they'll be showing in the courtroom, and this is Dr. Aaron Carney, who performed the autopsy on Caitlyn Kaufman, forensic pathologist. This is where we will put up a graphic reminding you as well, but a warning that some of these photos, and there you see the parents, I can't imagine how difficult it is for them to hear the nature of her injuries, but some of these photos that they will be showing to illustrate what was done to her will be potentially extremely graphic, so be prepared for that. We are going to show everything that is shown the jury here, but we want to give you a warning heads up that there could be some graphic images of Caitlyn Kaufman's injuries.
Dr. Carney, you've been handed a folder that contains, I believe, 9 photographs pre-labeled A through I. Does that appear to be correct?
Yes.
Now, just with respect to labeling and keeping things, is each autopsy given its own independent number when it comes into your office?
Yes, sir.
And what was the case number for Caitlyn Kaufman?
Her case number is MEC 20-4279.
Your Honor, I would ask that those photographs be Exhibit 36 to her testimony, and asked to have them published up on the screen.
Okay.
Overhead or computer? Everything. Well, the
Up on the computer.
computer, yes. Dr. Carney, is yours? Yes, I can actually see it through the plexiglass. Your screen is also up.
Yes.
All right. And I know from your prior experience in testifying, you know that if you can touch the screen, it'll make arrow or a circle or whatever. So this is photograph A.
Mm-hmm.
What are we seeing here?
This is the jacket that Miss Kaufman was wearing at the time she was shot.
Okay. And you referenced a defect. Can you circle the area where that defect was present?
Yes, so there's a little arrow here, and that is the hole, and you can see a little bit of bleeding around it, and then the sleeve has been cut through as a part of her resuscitation.
Okay. And we go to B.
Okay, and this is a close-up of that same hole.
Okay. And with the previously referenced MEC number.
Yes.
So that we know it is one and the same.
Yes.
Okay, we go to C.
Okay, so this is the shirt that Ms. Kaufman was wearing. And again, here's the defect here with the surrounding blood.
Okay. Next one.
Okay, and there's the close-up of that same hole.
Okay. And next. What are we seeing here?
This is the gunshot wound in her arm.
Okay.
So the entrance wound tends to be round and punched out, so you can tell that's an entrance wound. And then there's some scraping of the skin around it, why it has that pink appearance.
Okay. And what, if anything, could you tell just from looking at that with respect to any type of distance? We've talked about clothing and lack of stippling, but is there anything that you can tell from that from a medical standpoint?
Well, we can tell a typical entrance wound, if you think about how a bullet pushes on the skin, you tend to have some abrasion or some scraping of the skin around the wound at baseline. This is a little bit more than what you typically see, but the bullet has traveled through a car window prior to hitting her, so there may be some deformity to the bullet. So it's not hitting quite straight on the way it would if it had not struck something before hitting her. There's a little bit of a bruise you can kind of see here below the entrance wound. It's kind of a faint bruise. And again, like we mentioned before, it's going through the car window, through her clothing. There's no soot from, the muzzle of a gun, no stippling from gunpowder. So at this point, it's a distant range wound, so greater than 3 feet, but I'm not sure how far beyond.
And again, with respect to what you've told us and demonstrated, the bullet entered but did not exit her arm.
Correct. So it just continued on, where your arm's attached to your chest here. It just continued on through that soft tissue. So there's no exit re-entry under the arm.
If we go to the next photo. And what is this?
This is an x-ray of Ms. Kaufman's body prior to the performance of the autopsy. So her entrance wound is over here in her left arm, and her bullet is here in her right arm. That's what that bright white object is.
And were you able to determine a path?
Yes. So the bullet traveled slightly front to back, because it's coming in her arm here and then ends up in the back of her right arm. It's going left to right and then slightly downward.
And you described the injuries and the parts of her body that it damaged.
Yes.
And I was going to ask, what is the aorta and what is its function in the body?
So, like I mentioned before, the heart has the aorta is the large artery coming out of the top of the heart, and from there branches off all the other arteries to supply the organs of the body with oxygenated blood. So from the left side of the heart comes out the aorta and then supplies the body.
And given the damage caused by this bullet, was this a survivable injury?
No.
The bullet, and you referenced previously in your testimony that you recovered.
Yes.
And was that ultimately collected, packaged, and given over to the police department and crime lab for examination?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if there's any need to get the exhibit out and pass it, but was this the one and only bullet?
Yes, sir.
Everybody? Okay. Next. Now, after retrieving the bullet, recovering it, did you examine it yourself and obviously have pictures taken of it?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe vis-a-vis?
Well, we can see that it is a jacketed bullet. It has that metal covering on the outside, and you can see there's some disruption here. This is the front of the bullet as it is coming out of the gun. This is the front that we're looking at here. So you can see there's some irregularity there on the front.
Okay, and the next one? Obviously, a side picture, is this the same bullet?
Yes.
And then the last?
And that's the back of it.
Okay. Thank you. Was Caitlyn Kaufman absent this devastating injury, an otherwise healthy, normal young woman?
Yes, I didn't see any other significant evidence of disease or injury to account for death.
And you referenced early on in your testimony about the process of the autopsy and the drug screens and laboratory tests.
Yes.
Was that conducted on Ms. Kaufman as well?
Yes. So blood was collected and sent for toxicology testing.
And what were the results?
No drugs or alcohol were detected in her blood.
You referenced earlier about the determination that is made by a medical examiner as to both the cause of death and manner of death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in your professional opinion, what was the cause of death of Caitlyn Kaufman?
The cause of death is gunshot wound of the left arm continuing into the chest.
And what was the manner of death?
The manner of death is homicide.
did you reduce these findings to written report? And if I could have this, and again, council as copies, be passed. Dr. Carney, could you review that and see if that appears to be a copy of the autopsy report prepared with regards to the death of Caitlyn Kaufman?
It is.
Your Honor, I would tender that as Exhibit 37.
Okay.
And I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Uncle. Okay, Ms. Capier-Require.
Just briefly, Dr. Carney, you mentioned the wound path that you were able to determine from your autopsy.
Yes, ma'am.
Would that indicate to you that Ms. Kaufman's body would have been lined up straight as opposed to someone who was twisting at all?
I couldn't say exactly what position she's in at the time, just that the bullet enters from the left and travels to the right.
Thank you.
Okay, anything on your right?
No.
Thank you so much, Dr. Coney. Unless anyone intends to recall Dr. Coney, I'm going to release it from the opinion. Okay, you release it from the opinion. Thank you.
Approach for a second.
Okay, so another sidebar here, and we've just made our way through a couple of witnesses. They've just turned that on a very, I think, important key witnesses. The last two after the lunch break, we heard from Officer Doug Belcher kind of talking about the bullet trajectory and the role it played in the death of Caitlyn Kaufman. And just now, Dr. Aaron Carney, the forensic pathologist that performed the autopsy. I warned that there might be some graphic images. There was one image we chose not to show out of respect for the family and its graphic nature, but the rest you did see, including the x-ray and the bullet and the like. But I think we pretty much, Nick, were clear on the devastating nature of the injury. Tearing into her arm, going into her chest cavity, hitting the heart, the aorta, and then rupturing that so that her entire chest cavity filled up with more than 2 liters of blood.
Isn't it it's just a fascinating thing with science that so many people, have been shot several times and don't die, but then one person, one bullet, and such a, just a freak, travel path. That's right.
And it was very difficult, you can imagine, for the parents. The father had to leave the courtroom, the mother remained in there, but I can't imagine watching that, seeing her jacket and having those injuries described. All right, let's see, they should be calling another witness.
We're going to take a really short rest break. Let you all stretch your legs and we'll come right back, okay?
All rise.
Nick, if we're gauging schedule here, they are taking a break. We'll listen and see if there's anything else they'll talk about before the break. But I think one more witness and they may finish for the day.
Yeah, I think maybe the judge wanted to know, who that witness was and how long they anticipated. We heard from General Norman at the lunch break. She thought that she could wrap up 3 more witnesses in 3 hours or so, and so we've heard from 2.
Yep.
And I tell you, the way it's going, the state can close their proof tomorrow.
I agree.
Your next witness, about how long do you think that witness will? Who's examining that witness?
General Taylor is, she's fairly quick. She has, I think, maybe 6 photographs, and then there's a video clip that it is seconds.
Okay, all right. I think we can get a witness in. Just take a really short break. We'll get that witness in here. All right, short break.
Did they just take a break? So we have to do this. Okay, so it sounds like they'll come back. I didn't catch who the third witness is. They say they have some images they'll be showing.
And a quick video.
And
I
a
didn't
quick
catch
video.
who it was either.
6 images and a quick video, and then, as we had heard, the judge may adjourn early today and back at it tomorrow. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about what we've heard. And I really thought 2 crucial witnesses after the lunch break. And the first one, I was waiting to get on the bullet trajectory, the shooting reconstruction, that's Officer Doug Belcher with the police department. And you and I both agreed, based on what he was showing, it appears as though all of the bullets fired were body height, directly into the vehicle, as though, yes, we're intentionally targeting the driver. This is not just to shoot out your tires or maybe blast out the back window.
Well, it looks as though, if you look at the trajectory, that maybe they accelerated past alongside her. The first bullet went through the back of the driver's side door, ended up in the seat, and was not tested for ballistics. But then the next one looked like it was in the window, the driver's side window, which clearly would be where the the left arm. That was
the kill shot, right?
And then you see some around the front, and so clearly there's three bullet holes that are directly in line with where a human being sits in a vehicle.
Okay, and what I would guess you would say that goes to is
that goes
premeditation
and the intentional side of things.
Intentional.
I mean, that was not a shoot because they were mad. It wasn't trying to scare anybody. That wasn't trying to shoot the tire out or to, I mean, like clearly that was a shot to try to kill someone.
Right. I think this is absolutely crucial to whether or not you think this is first-degree murder or a lesser included. I've said all along, 6 rounds fired into a vehicle like that. It's one thing if they're way ahead and you're just firing like this and a few go in. Maybe I'm thinking there, he's just a hothead firing off. They pulled up. And this also, to me, seems to indicate Cowan is in. Again, we're going to hear more. We're waiting for more on Cowan. But if indeed he was the one behind the wheel, he was participating, pulled up, got into position, and that's when Hill
got in front of her, got around. If they got cut off, which in order to get cut off,
catch back up.
That's right. In order to be cut off, it's in front of you, so you had to catch back up. Right?
Instead of just letting her go, they're like, that car cut us off,
so
let's go.
As soon as
he accelerates, he's part of it.
He's part of it, and that gun is on the lap. I mean, if it was, they would be a whole lot better off if it was just one bullet, quite honestly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And firing 6, and what did you say it takes to pull a trigger?
4.2 pounds of pressure.
Okay,
so all
I mean,
6
that's
times.
Conscious, boom, boom, boom.
Even if it was
times.
just, even if it was, because some of the ones are in the front, are towards the engine there and the driver's side, but all of it's on the driver's side.
Right.
Right. And they had to catch back up to do this.
And there wasn't too much. She tried, I think, on cross-examination to raise questions about the trajectory and where it was fired from, and I don't think it wiped away my belief that it sure looked like they were targeting the driver. Clearly, and of course, then we heard from the medical examiner, and I know we have to have forensic pathologists, but I could never do that job. Could you imagine? Oh no.
I mean, that is such a tough job, but of course they love it. They're scientists. That's what they do. I mean,
they like what they do and the importance of it, but I think anytime you're doing an autopsy, especially on someone who's a victim of violent crime, has to be awful, absolutely awful.
Well, but they're so callous to it,
Well, maybe they've seen a lot of it. I think some people were, commenting, well, this medical examiner is smiling. Look, I don't make judgments. Sometimes you're nervous, you smile. Sometimes people are heartbroken and they smile. I don't make judgments on how someone's behavior. She wasn't laughing about this. I thought Aaron Carney, the pathologist, was very credible. And again, as we heard, no exit wound. One round, there were 6 rounds fired in. It was just the one hit here, went into her chest cavity, at which point it went through the heart, hit the aorta, broke a rib, and then planted itself in her right arm, and her chest cavity filled with 2 liters of blood. And she said that she lived a matter of seconds, maybe a minute or so. They found that there was some blood in her lungs, so she was able to take a couple of breaths before that was it. There was no way, had she even been able to call 911, that she would have survived that.
No.
None whatsoever. 1 bullet, and they said, examining her beyond as if there was any doubt, and this is a healthy woman, no indication of drugs or alcohol in her system. Cause of death clearly was the bullet that she was hit with. And so that's important. By the way, I thought oftentimes in other cases we've seen, they put up a lot of photographs to hit home of the nature of the injuries. And I think there was one that we didn't show you that was her arm with the bullet hole in it. And again, that sensitivity to the family, and we didn't need to show that. You saw the x-ray.
Well, and you saw the diagram.
That was enough, and it was still incredibly difficult. The father did get up and leave the courtroom at that point, and I totally sympathize. The mother remained, but they're seeing their daughter's jacket with the hole in it. And I just can't imagine. I mean,
my heart goes out to those folks.
So, but the reason they have to call the forensic pathologist and the judge is back, just to explain the injuries, I guess.
Well, that's right, the cause of death. I mean, that's just, we didn't know that. How many bullets were there? Where was the injury? And what caused the death? So then that's just a textbook thing you have to bring in. And the fact that she's actually dead.
That's right. Okay. They're back in for the final witness, we think, of this afternoon. Maybe more, but we think just one more for the prosecution. They'll bring the jury back in. And the defendants are coming in back now. And we will see how this plays out. It's not the prosecution resting, it's just the last one of the day since they're going to end early. Tomorrow we suspect they're going to put on the experts on the cell phone evidence and Detective Gish and others. Maybe not. I don't know that they need that.
Well, they need Gish right now for Cowan.
Yeah,
right now
right.
we haven't placed Cowan at the scene.
That's right. And maybe Cowan's interview.
And Cowan's interview.
That's right. Cowan still, at this point, it's not proven to the jury that he was behind the wheel. So, at some point they're going to have to present on that.
And who knows? I mean, Hill could take the stand in his own defense and say that,
Who?
Hill.
Hill could take the stand, and they could ask him who was driving the vehicle, and he could say that. And then it's whether or not the jury believes it. And yeah, we are just waiting for the jury right now. By the way, we're through 14 witnesses in all called so far by the prosecution. 14, and today we are through, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 witnesses called today. There were 8 witnesses yesterday. So 15 with this next one coming up.
And this is going to be a short witness, so this could very well be the end of the day. If the judge intends to break early, the next witness may take 3 hours. There's not enough time to.
Right.
But even though they get to go home early today, they'll pay for it tomorrow, maybe on Saturday. They'll go a little longer.
Oh, yeah, and it looks like they will. They typically, I've never done a trial when it's gone long where they've had trial on Sunday. Is that because people go to church?
People go to church.
And I've never seen it where they've done a trial or deliberation on a Sunday.
I would imagine, though, if it was a sequestered jury, if I was on a sequestered jury and it was Sunday, I mean, maybe we could take, I would just assume, I don't want to waste a day with these people on Sunday that I'm, sequestered with. I mean, I'd like to go ahead and hear some proof if that was possible, Yeah,
and it sounds to me like this judge is willing to go along with what this jury wants to do. Again, this jury, as you said, though, is not sequestered. They get to go home each night. And maybe that makes them a little more tolerant to this. And then you also have to accommodate the witnesses. All right, let's see what we've got with one more witness called today by the prosecution.
You may all be seated. Let the record reflect that the jury heard Mr. Kaufman is back in court with a very short break. And is the state ready to call the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Karen Reese.
Karen Reese.
Ma'am, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Can you please state your name for the record and spell your full name?
Karen Reese, and it's Karen Reece.
Okay, thank you. And where are you employed?
I work in the same area where this incident happened, 2801 Landers Avenue in South Nashville.
Okay, right. So you said that an incident happened at 2801 Landers Avenue?
It happened diagonal from that location where I was.
Okay,
at that time.
So let me ask, on December 12th of 2020, did you call the police that day?
I did.
Okay. And why did you call the police?
I heard an explosion, and I immediately looked out the window and saw that it was increasingly getting, larger, and it was alarming because it was located next to a business that had high voltage on the fencing all around it, and it was just really alarming, and I just didn't want anybody to be hurt, and so I called 911 to tell them that somebody needed to put the fire out.
And about what time was this?
I'm thinking approximately around 1:30 a.m.
And so you were saying that it was alarming. Can you describe what it is?
The explosion that I saw, the car, yeah.
Okay. You said a car?
Well, it SUV.
Okay.
It was difficult to see exactly what type of vehicle it was at that time because I wasn't like right next to it. I was diagonal from, but the vehicle.
Okay. And was this vehicle on fire?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Reese, so this time I'd like to hand you some photographs and ask you if you recognize them. And they have been pre-marked as Exhibit A through G.
Okay.
So Ms. Reese, if you can take a look at what you've been handed and generally tell me if you recognize those photographs.
I do.
Okay. And what are they photographs of, just generally?
This looks like a Google map of the area of which I work in and which the incident of the fire happened.
Okay. And are there any other photographs in your hand?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And do you recognize those?
Yes. The second one is...
Well, I just didn't, if you recognize them generally together.
Oh, you want me... I do.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to make that the next numbered exhibit, which is number 38, and publish a digital copy of them to the jury.
Okay.
Go. You're welcome.
And do I have permission to publish a digital copy?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Okay. All right. So Miss, it should be. Oh, okay.
She can monitor back there next to you.
Oh. Right. So can you, so you mentioned, is this area here 2801 Landers Avenue?
Yes.
That I've circled?
Yes.
Okay. And then can you circle on this map for us where you saw this, this vehicle on fire?
Certainly. So this is Rock City Machine Company, and this is, okay, here, and this is the alley where the vehicle was on fire.
Okay. And when you saw that vehicle, were you kind of over here?
Yes, I was over across diagonal from there.
Okay, thank you. Right. And so at some point, when you called the police, did the Nashville Fire Department respond to the scene?
They did.
Okay. Were they able to extinguish the fire?
They did.
Okay. And then after that, did you take any photographs of the vehicle that you saw that was on fire?
I did.
Okay. Right. Your Honor, and I apologize for the record. This is Exhibit 38A. So this is 38B. Ms. Reese, can you take a look at what's on the screen and tell me if you recognize it and describe what it is generally?
Yes, this is a photograph that I took of the vehicle that in question is on fire. Yeah, that's
okay.
it.
All right. And 38C?
Same vehicle.
Okay. Is this just a closer shot of that same vehicle? Okay. And was this after the fire was put out?
Yes, it was, and after it was cooled down a little bit.
Okay. Right. And then 38D?
The interior of the vehicle.
Okay. Right. And then 38E?
Passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay. Is this the outside of the vehicle?
Outside.
And then 38F?
The rear of the same vehicle.
And then 38G.
And the tag that was on the ground of the same vehicle.
Okay. Right. And this was, you said this was the tag that was on the ground near the vehicle? Okay. All right. And after this incident, were you contacted by someone in the police department after this?
Not immediately. It was approximately 2 months, maybe 3.
Right. And at some point, did you have the opportunity to view some surveillance footage
Yes.
that showed this vehicle fire?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would ask for permission to play, it was exhibit number 24, marked for identification only, and then ask the witness if she recognizes it after we play the clips. I have it digitally on the computer and can play it from there.
Okay. Are you asking that she be past the exhibit, or are you just going to play it?
I'm just going to play it, Your Honor. I just wanted to let the court know which exhibit I was referring to. And just for the record, Ms. Reese, if you can just continue looking at the screen, this is called Vehicle Fire 3, and the time in the video is 2:25 a.m.
Yes. Yes, that's the same exact location that I saw, the vehicle.
And was the time when this fire happened actually around 1:25 a.m.?
Yes, because, yes, on video surveillance cameras, when time changes, I know this because we have one, it doesn't automatically change. You have to manually change the time, so.
Sorry. So that first clip was vehicle fire number 1. Was number 1, and the second clip is vehicle fire number 2, and the time for the record is at 2:27 a.m. in the video. And again, Ms. Reese, just for the record, the time indicated in that video said 2:20, said it was about 2, but it was actually about 1:25, 1:27.
Correct.
Right. And so do you recognize the images that were shown in those videos?
Absolutely.
Okay, and how do you recognize them?
Well, I know the area very well. The parking lot was of the building across, I see, almost daily, and then the alley, was, it was just, it's the same vicinity that I'm in every day. So
well, let me ask you just a different way. Did those videos accurately depict the vehicle fire that you saw on December 12th of 2020?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, at this time, the state moved to make those videos the movement into evidence as an exhibit, so number 24 at this point. Thank you, Ms. Reese. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Reese. I don't have any further questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reese. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Going back to December 12th, I just want to talk about what you personally saw on December 12th. You saw a car on fire.
I did.
You didn't see anybody start it.
I did not.
You didn't see anybody run from it.
I did not.
You did not see anybody in the area of it.
I did not.
Okay. And this man right here, sitting next to me in the blue, Mr. Cowan, you did not see him start it.
I did not.
Or run from it.
Nope.
Or in the area of it.
I did not.
Thank you.
Does counsel or Mr. Hill have any questions? No, ma'am. Okay, is there anything to redirect? No. Ms. Reese, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You're stepping down.
Thank you.
I want to intends to recall Ms. Reese, I will release her from her subpoena. Ms. Reese, you're released from your subpoena. Is that, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think, guess what? You get to go home early today. But we just have, some things we have to take care of, but thank you for your time. Now remember my instruction, do not do any outside research or discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Around the same time in the morning, if I get here around 8:15, we can start at 8:30. Let me ask you this, while I have you, because it helps us in terms of planning. I don't think that we're going to finish tomorrow. And I think that you all could tell from jury selection that that was probably going to happen. We are prepared to come in on Saturday. Is there anyone who cannot come in on Saturday? And if you can't, I get it. But if we can get it, we can. I think we could possibly. Well, I'll say we'll finish Saturday, but then we won't. But I think that the more we get in, the sooner we can get in. So is there anyone who cannot come on Saturday? And if you can't, I get it. I understand. Yes, ma'am.
I made plans prior to this.
Okay.
For celebration. But I'm just.
Was it going to be an all-day event?
Kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of. If we come and we kind of leave at a decent time on Saturday, maybe not keep you all day Saturday, we can work with that. Okay, why don't we plan to come Saturday and maybe just see how much we can get in and then leave it at a good time so juror number one can, so we started with your sister, you said? Okay, all right, why don't we try to do that, okay? We'll see that when we come Saturday, try to get as much in as possible. Again, thank you all for your patience throughout this process.
All right.
Okay. All right, so is,
Maybe City, please.
yes, sir.
I just wanted to clarify since as General Moore said about Gishon Valley testifying, you had said that Mr. Morris needs to be here for that. Have you made a decision on
Well,
that?
I think I'm still going to hold that off in advance until after they testify and then determine if you wish to make a proffer at that point.
Okay. Well, the reason being, if I need to, he needs to be in here regardless of notice of, I've also got the notice of co-counsel if you're not going to go that way to be able to.
I think much like what I'm doing with Dr. Warren, after the Detective Gish and Agent Valley testify, I'll extend to you an opportunity to make a proffer to see if you intend to call Mr. Morris.
Okay. Will you allow Mr. Morris to be involved?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything else? Oh, every time I ask that, y'all jump up.
I am gonna double check with Ms. Norman to make sure that we're only calling those two, and if that's the case, I think we can release all of the other remaining people that are under
Okay.
our.
Oh, and we kept Officer Reed also. If you were.
I told him
Okay.
at lunch that we
Okay.
didn't need him.
Okay.
At this time, unless something unforeseen happens, we are only planning on calling Detective Gish and Detective Valley as our last two witnesses. So we would expect to wrap up for tomorrow and potentially even be able to do closing arguments tomorrow.
Okay, well, it's depending on the defense proof.
Assuming that it's nominal.
Okay. So with that said, so other than Detective Gish and Agent Valley, the remaining witnesses can be excused?
I think so.
Is that what you're suggesting? I mean, I don't want to release witnesses if you all intend to call them, is what I'm trying to be careful. I don't want to.
Give us a couple minutes. We'll let you know here in like 5
Oh,
minutes.
okay.
I have a list. I just want to make sure we definitely do not need them. I'm pretty sure we do not.
Okay, all right. No.
They can be released.
Okay, so, other than Agent Valley and Detective Gish, the remaining witnesses may be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or released from their subpoenas, except for Detective Dickerson, Sergeant Dickerson, he's here. All right. All right, so I'll see you all at 8:30 in the morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. See you, bud.
Okay, folks, as we said, an early wrap today, and I'm not complaining about that.
No, right.
Let's
I
do
know.
it, and I'm sure the jurors appreciate that as well. You heard they'll be back tomorrow at 8:30. Interesting enough, we heard that Jan Norman said 2 more witnesses, and then she said, we'll be ready for closing arguments. Of course, we'll see what happens with the defense if they call Hill or if they have any experts. But quite often, defense sometimes is under no obligation to call anyone. And they may say, you just didn't reach the burden, and we don't need to call anyone, right?
No, that's exactly right. I mean, they don't have to testify on their own behalf. That's a decision up to them. And then when it comes to Mr. Morris, I mean, they're going to want to know, you know, because he let the court know that if they don't allow Morris to testify as an expert, that he's going to do a notice of appearance and become part of the defense team and cross-examine the state's expert.
One way or the other, they're going to get him in there. So
Yeah.
that's pretty much it. They're ending early. We're going to end a little bit early today as well. We appreciate you joining us for the gavel to gavel coverage. You know, this trial moving a little faster down the stretch here. There could be jury deliberations conceivably by tomorrow evening. You heard that they will be back on Saturday, at least for part of the day. But thank you all for joining us. Our gavel to gavel coverage will continue back here, same time, 8 o'clock with Morning Line, 8:30 in the courtroom tomorrow. For Nick Leonardo, I'm Nick Barris. Everyone have a good evening.